Welcome everybody to the CCL pre-show live here on Bestie in Slot. It's been a minute since we've had CCL competition, but all of us here on the desk are ready for what will hopefully be an eventful day of playoffs. I'm joined as always by Vaughn, K-Bot, Borg, and 3Z Breezy. K-Bot, how are you doing? How's the draft?
The draft is fine. So I think with the number of people that came up here and the number of people that are residents of Green Bay that left Green Bay, everything's about balanced out. So the rest of the city outside of like where Lambeau is basically normal. So like I haven't experienced it. There was like fewer people at work on Friday and that was about it. So I'm doing great. And as usual, I have obviously watched every Omega Strikers tournament there has been in the past month, and I know everything about what's going on.
Beautiful, beautiful. Great to hear, K-Bot. Vaughn, how are you doing? You're looking dapper today, buddy.
Thanks. CCL only deserves my best. Obviously, when it's game, I've been doing this since CCL 1, baby. Every time I'm on CCL and it's playoffs weekend, it's the full ensemble. It deserves nothing less. Unlike K-Bot, I haven't watched a single tournament, and I have not been playing in any of them. So I know nothing about any player or narrative or team. So I'm just going to be winging it, just guessing everything. So if I get anything right, it was just like purely conjecture on my part. So I'm looking forward to the matches. I'll be on the mic later, I think with you actually in a block. So looking forward to it.
Very fun. It's going to be a great one today. We've got Borg in his Saturday best, as always. Borg, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm feeling smooth right now. You know what I mean? I'm feeling. You know what I mean? Let's be honest here. I'm going to break the sarcasm bit here from K-Bot and Vaughn. I actually have been playing the game. So, shocker.
Whoa!
To anyone who hasn't been looking
the
at the
LAN
game
pulled him back
recently,
in. I called it. The
did.
LAN pulled him back in.
You actually did. You actually did.
That is the way it goes.
But I will say it was like the LAN, but it was more of the people at the LAN pulled me back in. Like
That is still the way it goes.
Yeah.
Yes, but like it was. I wouldn't have come back if it weren't for a couple good friends that also wanted to come back at the same time as me. So having a little reunion party over in with my new team. Talk about that later. It's not the time for it now, but CCL, it's been like a month now. I mean, the longest spring break of all time, by the way.
Yeah, that's real.
Amazing
when I was
spring
in
break.
school, we got like 3 days, bro. Like what is this? And then these kids are getting 3.5 weeks now.
I know.
Whatever.
It's crazy.
Whatever.
It's crazy.
Either way, I'm excited to watch some CCL. I think we got some good games today. I'll be casting first block, so I'll see you guys there later on after the pre-show, but hey, that's all I got.
When we're live, and we're live.
We
It'll
are
be right
live.
after the
We're
pre-show.
live.
live. We are
We're
live right
live.
now.
Put a shoe
Like-
on
like
your head.
always been
Like we
Just
have,
like
like we have been, just like always.
every other pre-show, we're
Just like
live.
every other pre-show, we're
True.
live. Speaking of live, 3Z, I mean, two-time CCL champ, LAN winner, and here on the desk with us as always. Are you doing okay today, bud? I see you drinking some tea there.
Yeah, I'm drinking some tea courtesy of Mr. Sam Zorro Zychinsky the Fool, the entrepreneur
Shout out Gateway
himself.
Tea, gatewaytea.com. Bang.
Shout out to Samuel for sending me some tea. I'm drinking some chamomile herbal tea right now with some honey.
Beautiful. Oh, that sounds really good
because
right
I'm
now.
sick, and it is also cold. So shout out to Samuel.
Cold.
We thought the tea is making you sick.
Cold.
Cold, by the way. Cold. Me when I live in
Cold.
California.
Sorry, it's like 64 degrees in my apartment.
Oh, so cold. Oh, that's so cold. Poor
Oh.
3Z. Poor 3Z.
It's a rainy
And-
day in LA where it's below 70.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it's chilly out there. Anyway,
That's rough.
Tough
great
in
to have
California,
y'all.
guys.
It's tough out here. Great to have y'all. I'm doing great. In the past 3 weeks, I have done a LAN. I have done a lot of stuff with sports. We're getting the soccer season ready here in Lubbock, so everything's going a little crazy, but I've always got time for CCL. And let's get right into
It's basically soccer.
this game. It is basically soccer, exactly, except if the ball was flat and you can punch people. Yeah, let's get right into these matchups. If you don't know, 16 teams made it into the playoff stage in past seasons. We've had 20 teams. This season, it's just 16. We've got your number 1 overall seed, NJIT, haven't dropped a game at all during the regular season. After that, we've got 2 through 6 here of UT Dallas, UT Nerd Boom, St. Clair Esports at OSU, and George Mason. Continuing along here, we got Texas A&M Maroon, the Fairfield Stags, one of the new teams that has surged this season, Lakeland University, SLU, Auburn A, the UCF Rods, I believe the B team, if I'm correct here, making their way onto the playoff stage. CU Boulder with the ever-surging Weston, U Alberta, Fuel Esports, and U Tulsa. Those are your top seeds here in this tournament. And we've got a bunch of matchups coming up, 8 matchups to be precise. We've got Lakeland versus Fairfield coming up here next here on Bestie and Slot. However, we've got other POVs all over Twitch. So if you want to watch any of these streams, we'll have it updated on Start GG right after this pre-show. Gentlemen, let's start talking about some of these games here. And we'll start with K-Bot. What is the match that you're going to be watching today?
First of all, let's be clear. There's going to be a lot more than 8 matchups today.
Oh, true. Round 1. Correct. My bad.
There's a lot more than that happening.
Yes.
But in terms of round 1 matchups, there's a handful of interesting things. The reality this season, right? Like, I feel like we're walking in, and granted, we haven't seen these teams in like over a month, but we're walking in almost knowing what to expect, right? Like, it's kind of going to be, I think it's going to be pretty clear who's going to end up making top 6. We'll talk about that later. But one team I do think has the potential to disrupt, and I will give them some props for, are the UCF Rods. They're taking on Esports at OSU in round 1, and I have been critical of the Rods all season. Syntax, roll the clips. Oh, wait, we're live. We're definitely live.
We're live. It's okay.
I've been critical of them all season, but they're actually playing the game now. Like, all 3 of them are actively in solo queue as of like the past 24, 48 hours. They're all, continuing to play. And obviously they were scrimming before. I imagine they're scrimming right now. I think they're pulling the Sad Boys arc of like locking in for playoffs, ignoring the first half of the regular season and locking in for playoffs. That's exactly what they're going to do, and we'll see whether or not it pans out. Their opponents, though, of course, are Esports at OSU, and this is a team that last season, obviously, they were playing with Zunacore. This season, Laplation is in for them, and he's been on the rise as of late. He also has been continuing to grind. He's been playing in a bunch of tournaments. They were at For the Crown, and they performed pretty well, taking games off of NASA and NASA level teams. And here, also, by the way, shout out Laplation, Strages, and 8th, I think, were playing in OSAS and almost qualified for the finale. I pull up the brackets sometimes. So this is a group that has been playing as well. Obviously, the rest of the roster has CCL playoff stay experience. I think this matchup in round 1 is going to kind of set the tone for the rest of the day. Is it going to be what we probably expect, where the higher seeds are going to have the edge, or can some of these other teams like the UCF Rods, who we haven't seen in over a month, have gone on the rocky training arc and really get the job done here today?
Hey, Bot, the chat is correcting you here. They did qualify. For OSAS,
okay,
so
then why aren't they in
go.
the qualified team section?
True.
It's okay. It
says qualified 2 entrants. Hello? Okay.
It's okay. It's fine. No worries there. No worries there. They were, yeah, okay. We'll move on here to Vaughn. Vaughn, what match are you looking at to start the day?
So I've got 2 storied teams here. One, a team that I've had off and on relations with as a fan. The other, one of the best teams to grace our CCL stratosphere. Of course, I'm talking about the Fanshawe Fuel. And you know what? I'm even saying Fanshawe now because that's how much of a fuel head I am. Versus UT Nerd Boom.
No, UT Dallas. Sorry. It is.
UT
They're playing
Dallas.
UT Dallas. Yes, there is a difference.
UT Dallas. There is a very big difference. So let me talk about. Let me give you the rundown here. Lost train of thought. Let's start that one over. Let me give you the rundown here.
Syntax, cut that!
We're live. Reset.
We got a little behind the scenes there of what happens sometimes. Feeling like a bit of a noser right now. Of UT Dallas. First of all, let's talk about them as the higher seeded team here. We've got Altair, Pope, Blue Blazing and Asianator, and let's start with Mr. Pope. Entering
Pope.
weeklies, always a good sign. And I think he got a bit of a some players rise to this, some players kind of falter. He got a bit of a like dose of cold water when he entered those kind of open weekly brackets and learned that the ceiling of the game is just so much higher than you could even think when you're really learning it. He hit Challenger this season. He's been grinding solo queue, has gotten a taste of like what it feels like to play against like the top level. And once you kind of see that, it's interesting to see how players respond to it. Some really take it in stride, incorporate some things that they get kicked around with, and you see their play start to really elevate. And some people take that and it's kind of intimidating, and they're kind of like, oh, that's like really hard. I'll see. So my eyes are on Pope, Altair even, because I want to see what he does in these playoffs. He's been the biggest question mark for me personally on this team, and I know this team has been a question mark for a lot of us, and they've 100% proven everyone on the desk wrong at different times. So that's where I want to start. And why do I feel like Ernie Johnson right now on the desk? I have fucking Jack and Kenny Smith. Yeah, guys? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. We got a
Yeah. Amen.
we got a Jared White situation going on if someone's seen that clip.
Fuck, dude. Sorry,
Anyway.
oh wait, we're not on icy anymore. I
We're
can swear.
live. It's fine. It's okay.
can
Yeah,
swear.
it's fine. Who's gonna stop us if we say fuck? Anyway,
Oh my gosh.
so next we've obviously got Blue Blazing. If knowers know, or if knowers not remember, he actually has been to the grand finals of CCL in the past, but did not play in the grand finals because he had to go.
He qualified for the grand final.
Qualified
Yeah,
for grand
he
finals, yeah.
got his team to
He
grand,
got
which
his
is
team
something.
there.
There's only been, other than him, I think like 4 teams in history that have been in grand finals. It's been SLU, it's been UCLA,
No.
and it's been NJIT.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Lakeland.
Yeah.
Or no,
You're
not SLU. Sorry, not
Lakeland.
SLU.
Lakeland.
Lakeland.
UCLA, NJIT,
UCLA, NJIT.
UC Dallas.
Yeah, and that's it. Out of all of the season, there's been what? Is this our 4th season now?
This is our 4th season. We've had 4
Yeah, there's
teams
only
in the
been
grand final.
4 teams, which realistically there could have been 6. So it's tough to get there. There's usually some people really locking down those spots. So I want to see if he can do it again. He's been grinding as well. I've seen him in the queues a lot. And then finally, I've been on this train for a while now. At LAN, I walked up to him, shook his hand, and told this to his face. Asianator is slowly becoming one of, if arguably, the best goalie in CCL. I'll say that. That guy is a beast. He has improved so much. If I could take myself from 2024, early 2024, put me in the same room, and I would be listening to myself saying that, I think old me would just think the world ended. The improvement this guy has had is crazy, and it's apparent because of his love of the game. So I really love narratives like that. So I'm really rooting for Asianator to have a good performance. I think this guy is an absolute beast. I'm really pleased with him. I've played him personally myself. I played him in one of my qualifiers for like day 2 of the LAN, actually. So that guy's legit. You need to watch out for him. On the other side, we've got the Fuel. Everyone knows how I feel about the Fuel. Off and on Fuel head. Okay, there's some drama. Off and on equal equations, and I had a moment. And now we're in playoffs. It's all sunshine and rainbows. I'd be really down to see it, especially because if we're talking about solo queue, which I often do with the Fuel, I actually recently had a game with, Up and Down. I had a game with Up and Down, and they did one of the things I hate the most. They pinged me before the game when they saw me in the lobby and said, sorry.
Oh,
no.
What the fuck are
Oh,
you
no.
saying? It's like going to a party and saying, I'm about to shit all over this place. Like, what? Like, read the...
Yeah.
There's no
Read
way
the
you
room.
ping me before the game and say, sorry. Are you going to blow up the lobby? Like, hello? Like, I'm going and already, like, my eyes are rolled back in my head. But you know what I did? 1, didn't respond. 2, forced him to play Brawler, even if he was a little rusty, because this guy has a nasty way to put the ball in the net, all right? Especially on the Kazan. So I know that Up and Down can get it done, and I believe in everyone else on Fuel Esports. I think they're a really solid team. I've talked about sustaining equal equations plenty this season, so I won't rehash old points there. But this could be an upset. I do strongly believe this has upset potential. I won't want to miss this one, and I don't even know who to pull. I'd say UT Dallas just because we've always doubted them for so long. But anyway, that's that matchup. Looking forward to it later today.
Thank you so much, Vaughn. Borg, the shirtless man himself, which one do you have circled?
I have my dress shirt on right here. I don't know what you're talking
My
about.
bad.
It's
Sorry.
skin
Sorry,
color.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Skin color dress shirt. Thank you.
Anyway, in true Borg fashion, I'm only really watching one game as usual. I won't be seeing any of the other ones, but that's for a good reason this time, not because I'm lazy. I'm actually going to be casting the first block, like I said earlier. And the one I'm casting is the one I'm going to be talking about today. Lakeland versus the Stags. 8 versus 9 seed. Based on the seeding, should be the closest game, but not too sure about that. We'll talk about that later. But first, let's talk about the Stags. Up and coming first season, I believe, in the CCL. Got the heart of the team, EDA Phoenix, who's high gold right now, but he's been getting a lot better. Brand new to the game, getting a lot better. Been playing the goalie, probably the hardest role, I think, when you're new to get into competitive with, because so much pressure is on you, and managed to show up and get 8th seed in their first season, never playing the game before, which I think is kind of just really good in itself. So congratulations just on that little milestone there, but it's not over yet. They still got to get through this playoffs, make a good little run. Strages, who's been popping off in OSAS and been doing really, really well. And then their third, I think, Dropletto, has been doing okay. Haven't seen him in a little minute after he kind of, got second in LAN. Embarrassing, by the way. Embarrassing. And speaking of embarrassing, let's talk. Oh, wait, I'm not Lakeland. Okay, let me reset. I was going to say embarrassing. Speaking of, let's talk about Lakeland, but I'm actually a Lakeland fan now. Let me bring the audience up to speed here. Let me bring the audience up to speed.
Time.
I forgot that I'm a Lakeland fan now. Let me bring the audience up to speed. So I am a changed man. Ever since Lakeland's been knocked down a peg in the pecking order here, I've been missing something in my life. I've been missing the Lakeland hate, but there's only one way to bring that back, and that's to bring them back up. So I'm a full Lakeland fan right now. I scrimmed them the other day. I'm ready to prep them up for this playoffs. I'm excited to see them. What are you trying to yap about?
Borg, you might need to help Lakeland out more, because we're getting word apparently that their midfielder is still asleep. So,
Shua.
And they're calling their midfielders RA right now. So
Beautiful. True college fashion. Love it.
Could you wake up a student on your floor so he can play a video game? We desperately need him, sir.
This is ridiculous. Set your alarms, everybody. Make sure to set your alarms.
Yeah, if Threezy can make it on time for this talk show, you can make it on time for your game.
That's right. If I can do it,
That's amen.
That's huge.
I want you to wake up on time for your CCL, man.
Please.
Brawlers, get it done.
Brawlers, get it done. Westy Pride.
All right, it's just a stag sweep then. My bad, bro.
All right, stag sweep from Borg and Threezy. Thank you for being here on time. W3Z Breezy. What match are you watching today?
Well, Mr. Dylan Surplus, if it isn't the good old Colorado Boulders versus the St. Clair Saints over there in Canada land. They're passing around toonies and loonies and whatever other Monopoly money they've got up there. Those are real currency, by the way. One of those is a $1, which is a loonie, and then a toonie is the $2.
2 is toonie. Have you Toonie Tuesday?
Have you toonie?
Toonie Tuesday.
Yeah. Anyways, enough talk about looties and tooties. We're talking about the St. Clair Saints and their surprisingly awesome roster. I say surprisingly because they have 5 members, so you never really know what's going on over there in the homeland. But Judgmental is a real goalie, and he's ready to take this team far in playoffs. The team is kind of a dark horse. Storm TFT as well. That guy's been playing for a long time.
Nassau player.
Nassau player.
That's a Nassau player.
That's true.
Shout out Jay Tangleton. Oh God. Oh yeah. Player. Everyone's favorite Nassau team, right, guys? And then Shiro Asu. In the midfield, solid player.
Westy Pride and Joy right there. One of the Westie's favorite players, Shiro Asu. This team is stacked. Actually, this team is a beastly team.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're pretty good. They will be going up against this Colorado Bowler team a bit. Not as filled with, I would say, veterans.
Especially in the goalie role. Yikes.
Yeah.
That guy probably sucks. Who's their goalie again?
Shout out to Weston.
Shout out to Weston.
Weston's been playing in a lot of tournaments recently. That guy's been giga grinding. So shout out to Neff. Shout out to Weston. He was at the LAN. He had a pretty good performance at LAN. It was fun watching him play in his native habitat. Or I guess in my native habitat.
What?
But it was just
Like
fun
this is a
watching him
zoo.
play. Yeah, well,
Going on today,
LAN
guys?
is a zoo. You get to see all the little creatures from your
You see all the
games
animals,
pull
man.
up.
You see all the
You get to see all the
animals.
little lobsters go and type away on their keyboard. Anyway, shout out
And
to
stare
Weston.
at me.
That guy, yeah, that too. Weston's been grinding. Really impressed me the last few weeks. I played some in-houses with him against national level players, and he's held his own. Very impressed with him. Robert Barron, I try and gas that guy up. That guy's a freaking beast.
That guy's the GOAT. That guy's the best player on that roster. I love Robert Barron.
We love you, Robert Barron. We love you.
Slideshow.
Yeah. Shout out to Robert Barron, and then AG is probably the weakest member on this roster, but they have a heart of gold. I can see it on the court. All right, I can see it when they're playing. They're striking with a little bit of whimsy out there, and that's all you need. That's all you need to win a CCL game. Just 1 ounce of whimsy, okay? In an age where whimsy is dying by the minute, all you need is a little bit of you need a little bit of heart, okay? This is
Now,
true.
that's how you lose to
Take it
Julak
from the
winners round one,
two-time
bro.
CCL winner, okay? Take it from the
From the
two-time.
two-time.
You need a little bit of whimsy, okay? You need to have fun out there, guys. Never forget that, okay? You can't win unless you're having fun most of the time. Unless you're like Sean Barcode, who just clocks in and clocks out.
No,
like he's going.
he's having the most fun.
That's my goat. That's my goat.
But he is having fun. But
Does
yeah, that's
Megaverse
why.
have fun?
No,
No,
Megaverse
that's why he
doesn't play the
didn't win
game.
much.
no.
That's why
No.
it's not
Megaverse,
like-
unironically, never had fun. Let's
yeah.
be clear.
It's what a tragedy. All right, well, my segment hasn't gone really well here. In memoriam, St. Clair is really good. They have a chance to
Memoriam.
probably crack top 3. Colorado, they're a bit of a darker horse, it would seem. But if Weston can carry the boats, put the world on his back, Atlas style, hey, they can do anything. So yeah, this one will be fun to watch.
All right, thank you, 3Z. And last but not least, I'm going to talk about my match, the Texas A&M Maroon Aggies from Texas A&M out in College Station, Texas, and the SLU Strikers, the Billikens from St. Louis, Missouri. I would like to talk about this match mainly because both these teams played at the Texas Tech LAN 3 weeks ago, and SLU stayed in my home. So I have a little bit more intel than any of you four have on this SLU team. Now, it's a 7-10 match. Don't let the seeding fool you. Any seasoned bracket expert knows that 8 and 9 and 7 and 10 matchups are pretty dang close. So you could potentially see an SLU upset as the 10 seed here tonight, but do not let that discredit Texas A&M. All their players have been playing in tournaments during the break. They've been grinding. I've been getting pinged in their Texas A&M esports server for getting players on for tournaments and stuff the past 3-4 weeks. They both have great players. SLU and Texas A&M are all very, very player based. When they came home from day one of LAN, Zoro immediately asked 3Z Breezy for VOD review. Immediately. We had to go to a showtime of the Minecraft movie, and we were almost late because 3Z he had to send the VOD to 3Z Breezy. So I think that SLU can get the win here, but I think Texas A&M will put up a good fight. They've already played in the past 4 weeks against one another. I think they know each other's, ins and outs a little bit more than any other of these first round matchups. But that is definitely one of the matches to take a look at for me. That is it for our focus matchups of round 1. Let's move on to let's see, how many minutes do we have? 20 minutes to our unfocused matchups. No, our top dark horses of the day. Fellas, who are your dark horses? Who do you see maybe from a lower seed that could potentially sneak their way into top 6?
What? 3Z, what are you
It's a
doing?
lasso.
I'm riding a horse, bro. I'm riding the dark horse.
The
Up
dark
bracket.
horse.
Right. Okay.
Dark horse.
Big
I like
Katy
it.
Perry.
Giddy up.
You all can take your horses. I'll take my stags. Antler up, folks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Fairfield here. I think they are still underdogs, right? We've hyped them up. We thought they might actually be, a team that can compete here. There's potential where they can do it today, right? There's potential where any team can do it today. And I think the real interesting thing is that we haven't seen many of these teams for the past 3.5 weeks, right? So what have they been cooking? We'll see. It's all about the goalie and midfielder for the Stags and their brawler that they're putting in the basket and carrying along.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, I
Probably
don't know,
a noob.
but probably.
Not necessarily. Not
yeah,
like us,
give me the
Thursday.
Stags.
Not like us.
Oh my gosh.
Not like us. Us S tier winners get it.
As your winners understand the assignment.
Oh, Borg. Poor Borg, man.
Poor Borg. Poor Borg. Oh no.
My bad.
Vaughn, you're chilling like a villain right now. Who's your dark horse?
Well, first I just want to share something interesting. You know that the earliest documented fire hydrant patent was destroyed in a fire, and so it's impossible to verify who actually invented the fire hydrant because the patents were destroyed in an office fire. Isn't that funny?
This a Snapple fact? Is this a Snapple fact? Did you
It
get
could be
another
from-
fact from Snapple?
Could be from anywhere. I don't know. But it is funny.
Insane.
And I'll elaborate more on it because originally it was. The original fire hydrants were made out of like wood. They were like mostly wooden. So anyway, most
Why
people
would
think
you do that?
most people think it's Frederick Graf Sr. that should be credited, but no one can verify it for sure.
No,
This is
hang
bad
on.
Been
when
anyone.
lost.
It
I
could've
don't
been
think
anyone.
you're supposed to be credited for anything for building a wooden fire hydrant.
Yeah, this water will just seep through.
But it's the idea.
What?
Well, no. Okay, guys, just
That's not how
because
wood
it's wooden
works.
on the outside doesn't mean it's all wood. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
know?
Okay, fair.
Well, what do
but-
you mean? Yeah, I just heard it would seep through the wood like the entire thing. I just,
I
Right,
thought the
but the
entire
whole
thing
thing
was
is
made
gonna-
out of wood.
the
Why
thing
not?
itself
The
is
whole
going to
thing
get
was
on
made out
fire,
of
no?
wood.
Not if it's like far enough away from the house that's on fire, or the building that's on fire.
When
It's-
is a
it's-
fire? Okay, guys, I just
It's
want you
wet
to like
enough to
picture.
be.
Guys,
Ugh.
guys, every fire hydrant in your life is positioned. When is the last time you've ever seen a fire been able to be contained in a city and it was reaching the fucking fire hydrant? The fire hydrant's like pretty far away from all of the buildings. Like there's usually a whole sidewalk and then the building. Like it's not gonna like the little. There's no magical fire spirit from a Ghibli movie that's gonna like run over and touch it to make sure it goes up in
Ghibli
flames.
movie.
Car
again,
crashes
so.
happen, Vaughn.
What'd you say? Car crashes?
Car crashes happen.
What? Sir,
Thanks.
before we
Thanks,
get off this
K-Bot.
tangent, when
That's
was the first fire hydrant invented? What time period are we talking about?
The model
Is there
late
some
mid.
codes?
Mid-early 1800s.
Yeah, okay. So many fires happened in the mid to early late whatever 1800s, like the
Vaughn,
Chicago
Vaughn,
fire.
Is there a point here?
Was there a point?
No.
Okay, right.
Who's
I
your
just
dark
wanted
horse,
you-
man?
Vaughn was
I just
sharing a
wanted you
cool
to know
fact
that,
with
like,
you
that's
guys.
Excellent.
That's it.
That's a cool
I'm
fact,
just
thank
trying
you.
to inject some whimsy, like our S tier winner 3
Amen.
suggested.
Thank you. Okay,
So,
you know what?
time.
Thank
Maybe
you.
maybe if you guys studied up on the history books, you would be able to make more accurate predictions like this guy right here. Expand your brain, kids. My dark
Actually, can we talk
horse.
about who had the most correct predictions this season for
No,
for
no one
games?
cares, bro.
actually?
No one cares. Last season was the only season that mattered.
Hey, I'm
let's
down.
think
I'm
here.
down. I'm down.
My
That's
dark
crazy.
horse is. Mm, I don't know, man. It's like it's so hard. Do I
It's
like
the
muster up?
Jaw fuel.
No, it's
Oh.
not. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, guys, he's not in it
Like
today.
I'm just trying to figure out who's taking a game off NJIT. Ah! Okay, I just get that off my plate. It's UT Nerd Boom. They're my dark horse.
Vaughn,
We haven't talked
Dark
about
horse.
them.
Okay.
Dark Horse is
Dark
a
Horse.
team outside of the top 6.
No, K-Bot. In my world, the dark horses. Is there anyone with a hope, wing, and a prayer to actually win, other than NJIT? So that's my narrative. So I'm gonna say UT Nerd Boom.
Wow.
Because I played against
You
Mickey
prompt.
Middleton and Mr. Flambeau in like a grillion tournaments by now. And I don't know if we're trying to keep like a respectful like tone. So if anyone's watching my stream last night though, They know exactly what I think about Mr. Flambeau's skills, especially compared to my teammate at the time, Shianzu. If anyone wants to know how I feel about Mr. Flambeau's skill, they can look up my clips in the last 24 hours. Someone clipped it. Or someone can link it to Bestie and Slot. I just won't repeat it. But anyway, Mr. Flambeau's a beast. That's what I'm saying here. And you have to be a beast to take down Katsuna, which is the final boss here. I mean, obviously everyone knows, but I was comparing positions. If you want a random top 6, then Slew. Woo! Go Slew!
Woo!
Gatewayt.com. Gatewayt.com.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Vaughn. Borg, who's your dark horse?
I'm thinking 2 teams here. I think.
Rooney.
Okay, wait. Question: to get to top 6, do you just have to make it to the semifinals, or go through the loser side?
Make it to
You don't have to-
semifinals
You don't
is
have to win the
top 4.
semifinals.
You don't have to win the semifinals.
Correct.
now.
Okay. Well, the real one, like in terms of their actual chance, would be CU Boulder, because I think looking at the bracket, they have the most likely chance to get there because with upset potential. But so that's my real answer. But then as I gotta do the biggest Lakeland fan, Lakeland's taking down NJIT. They're going to the semifinals. They have a plan and they're gonna execute it. They know exactly what to do. NJIT ain't got nothing on them.
Soren,
Okay.
you are asking for Wisconsin pride. Borg's got you covered.
Borg,
I don't have any of
you
that, but I
covered.
have Midwest pride, so I can give you that.
W Midwest.
All right. W Midwest. W Midwest. 3Z. Not in the Midwest, but in the West. What's your dark horse?
Yeah, not the Midwest. SMH.
Yeah.
Ew.
Well, it's
Yeah, more like
pretty
the
warm here.
sleepy
3Z. You
West
should
Coast.
visit. I heard you were cold. It's warm here. It's like
Yeah.
50 degrees.
It'll be warm in a few hours when the clouds part and the sun graces my
Yeah.
divine eyes. I don't know. All
I
right.
just got a notification that said temps to plummet. That's hilarious.
Beautiful.
Sending warm hugs your way, Borg. Okay. Let's see. Dark horses. Well, I already talked about Boulder a little bit, who I said was an even darker horse than St. Clair Saints, who is number 5. So we won't talk about either of those teams. I think the Stags Lakeland game will be interesting because whoever wins this one could also win the next one. Probably not, though. I mean, NJIT is a freaking beast of a team. I know, it's like, why have all this whimsy when NJIT exists? It's so hard to be a whimsy warrior. when
Why do you think
NJIT
Vaughn's laid back in his chair right now, contemplating life?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
reading Twitch chat.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to the other side of the bracket because NJIT isn't there. We're gonna talk about honest this like lower part. We have UT Nerd Boom, you have U Alberta, George Mason, Auburn A. Nerd Boom is 3, George Mason is 6. I mean, I don't even know. Like, it has to be a team outside the top 6. All right, go U Alberta Esports School.
Yeah.
W's
Yeah.
Koalas.
Koalas.
Shout out my Westy Pride, NASA West Season 1. Best Western. Go Zenith.
Best Western. Best
Yeah.
Western. What a callback. What a callback. My dark horse is going to be the George Mason Patriots.
They're
Look, Spartan-
sixth.
They're
No,
they're 7th.
they're
seventh.
sixth.
They're
No.
7th. They're the 7th seed.
Ah,
They
they're
qualify.
sick.
They are
They're
the
sixth.
sixth seed listed on the bracket.
Shoot. Okay, then I'm going SLU. Going SLU. Look, I had this whole argument about how GMU will make it through because they, Spartan is in the goal box again and Wiggly Wobbly's back and blah blah blah. But you know what? I'm going with SLU. They did it last year. They can do it again.
Extremely loud and correct buzzer.
I think it works. I think they can make it work. I think they can get some
Who's-
upsets today.
Who's the brawler?
Grant.
There ain't no brawlers.
Grant
Grant _OS.
No, for GMU. It's
It's rabies.
Wait. Is it rabies or blue?
I think it's
boy?
rabies. It's rabies. It's rabies.
Okay, shout
Oh,
out
it's
to Choky.
probably going to be Rabies, Wiggly, and
Rabies,
Spartan,
Wiggly,
right?
Spartan. Yeah.
Choky.
Rabies,
So
Wiggly,
that's the
Spartan.
roster they were playing with at the end of the season.
Yeah.
We'll see it.
Yeah,
I'll
we will
believe it when
see
I
it.
see it. Yeah.
We will see it indeed. Let's move on. Top 6. Who is your top 6? Who's going to make it out of day 1 and compete for a title tomorrow? Let's start with K-Bot.
Dylan, I have no faith in anybody.
Whoa.
My top 6 are the top 6 seats.
What's new, man?
Okay. Chalk.
What? What's
You know what?
Frizzy
I mean,
do?
K-Mod has no whimsy
I
and it
got
hurts.
nothing.
Crazy
That's
how much
real.
whimsy he
That
has.
is pretty
negative
real.
whimsy.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here to bring
I
some
mean,
whimsy into my top
I,
six.
I
I got whimsy.
I don't have a
Hella
lot.
whimsy.
I really don't have a lot. Maybe teams will come out and surprise us. Slew maybe has something up their sleeve, right? Cracks into top 6, but I've got the top 6 seeds. That's that. I think the other part of the reason too is the way the brackets panned out. St. Clair should make top 4, right? Sorry, Weston.
I don't know.
To be fair, you never
St.
know.
Clair
But
should
yeah.
make top 4. I rate UTD actually relatively
What
high.
about esports and
UTD,
OSU? They're gonna play
St. Clair.
round 2.
Yeah, and judgmental difference is going to happen, and
Go emoji.
so
Peanut Enjoyer clearance, low diff.
That's fucking fat.
Oh yeah.
Noob.
yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith here. I'll just take the top 6 and move on.
On beat for free is crazy.
All right.
He's been doing this for
Vaughn, stop
No,
it.
no, no.
What are you doing? You're ruining the sanctity of the TCL pre-show.
Our viewership
Yo,
is down.
what sanctity?
We need to see those grippers.
What sanctity was this
Vaughn,
show? There
Vaughn,
was nothing.
Yo,
Vaughn, which
Put
of your
him
6 little
down.
piggies is making it to day 2?
Oink,
put
oink,
those
Alright,
hellhounds away.
oink.
Big toe NJIT. All right, big toe NJIT. This one right here.
Oh
UT Nerd Boom. I can't move all of them because
no.
I'm
You
not
can't
that
move.
guy.
Yeah, I was about to say if you can move all
Hold
of
on.
them, that's very impressive.
This one. Which one's this one? I'm trying to think of my teams. Esports at OSU.
What the hell?
Oh, also, yo, guys, you want to hear this crazy story? Listen to this.
Oh
Reddit.
my God, we have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll do it at the end.
Do it at the end.
All right, I'm at 3 out of 6. Other set of teams. Blue Blazing's team, whatever that one is. That's 4.
UT Dallas.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, huh?
Let's see. I said
the hell, Barry?
NJIT, the 2
What the hell,
Texas
Leon?
teams that are relevant.
The hell you are?
Peanut Goat Nut Enjoyer. That's 4.
I don't think you can say that.
Goat nut.
I definitely can say it. I will say it.
We're
There's
going off
2
the
more
rails.
teams.
There's
What
2
is
more
even
teams.
left. Slew.
St. Clair.
Fuck it.
Oh,
W Slew.
Slew.
No, I'm gonna have
Slew?
I'm gonna have-
Okay.
W Slew. They always make top
That's
six.
all Yvonne.
That's
That's actually
Yvonne.
true.
Even if some of them hate me, I'll always love Slew from time to time. Jokingly hate me. Sometimes quotations. Sometimes it's real. I don't know. I have a weird relationship with those people. I just get it. Oh, they just love to hate a fella. And then what's the last team?
Weston said, perchance a classy CU Boulder.
Perchance a snowball's fucking chance in hell.
Yeah.
Weston doesn't have the GF buff.
Oh my gosh,
didn't
no
know.
way.
That's
Yeah,
messed
bro
up,
is
man.
single
Oh.
AF. If he wins though, maybe. it'll work
Bro,
out,
you're
so.
telling him he's gonna lose and he's single? That's fucked
Oh
up.
my
man.
Yeah.
god.
Maidenless. Last team.
Justice
we wanna
for-
come back to you,
justice
Vaughn?
for Neff.
You fell asleep.
Dog shoeing.
We'll do St. Clair. We'll do St. Clair as the last team.
All right,
so
thank
that-
you.
There you go. You can move on.
Thank you, Vaughn, and all
problem,
10 of your
guys.
grippers. Borg, what is your
I'm gonna
top
have to
6?
keep this one short, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's not much I can. I mean, I'm already overwhelmed right now, but I'll keep it short. I got a classy. Who's making it out of Winterside first? Lakeland University, baby. They're taking down NJIT, getting that first spot into losers semis or winners semis rather.
Okay.
Then we're gonna go with St. Clair. Then we're gonna go with UT Dallas. Then UT Nerd Boom. And then over in the losers bracket, we're going with NJIT, who realized their mistake, get back through into losers after defeating CU Boulder Strikers, Weston in shambles. And then on the other side, it's going to be SLU, who take down GMU. I just called the entire bracket. You don't even have to watch anymore. You're welcome.
Actually, no, you should still watch, but like,
No, don't watch.
no, stop, Borg.
It's not getting better than this. It
We need
just
to cut him off. We
literally
need to cut him off
just
the feed.
reached peak.
We need to cut
It
it.
just
That is-
reached peak.
that's
It's not
actually
getting
kind of
better.
real.
Like,
That's
I'm
kind of
sorry,
real.
guys. Season 2 is not better than Season 1. in terms of-
Sometimes the
I don't
like
even know what I'm saying
losers
anymore.
top 6 quals are like pretty close.
True.
Just take like an hour
So,
break,
like-
all right?
Yeah, take a couple hours and come back.
All right, 3Z. Who's your top 6?
Yeah, I'm out here looking at the bracket, like trying to figure out where teams are gonna go, and these guys are just Whimsy Max full Bronco Billy mode, just yapping off their gourd style. So
Bronco
I'm gonna
Billy
do the
mode.
same thing. Okay, here we go. NJIT Esports at OSU, UT Dallas. Hold. UT Hookem. And then
Nerd boom.
3Z
And
Breezy
the-
something incoming.
and then
What?
Yo, Threezy, someone's have a schedule here. I'd like this top 6 to be predicted quickly, please.
Please.
All right,
No.
let's try to be like
Done.
let's try to be like the rest of
Let's
the
wrap
deck,
it.
buddy.
you
Yeah.
went to the market. Come on now. All right.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
clip
for
for
my
life, by the way.
Hey, I'm just injecting some whimsy in the desk.
Hey man.
my final
With my
two and my final two teams we'll go with Lakeland and hey Boulder, I got you. Weston, get it done. Shout out to Neff.
Love it.
Robert Barron,
Love it.
get it done.
Love it.
That's facts. Robert Barron Brawler Jr. I don't know.
Beautiful.
Go Strike.
Beautiful.
Go
I have a top 6 written down, but then I looked at the bracket and I'm like, I don't think this might work. So I do have a slash. It's not a top 7. Don't bully me about it being a top 7. It is a top 6, okay? NJIT, UTD, and UT Nerd Boom, 3Z Breezy, something incoming, St. Clair. Locks. I'm just going to say it. They're locks. They're all primed. They're all ready to go. I have full confidence they'll get into top 4. The final 2 is either SLU or GMU. Pause. GMU may be able to make it through losers bracket and might have to face off against SLU before top 6. But if other upsets go along the way, we might have an SLU get into the top 6. That's why I have a slash there. I will say GMU over SLU in that scenario, but I had SLU in my original top 6. And then OSU Esports at OSU, they make it in through losers, I believe. And then we'll have a very fire day number 2. We'll see how all these top 6 work out. But Vaughn, before we head out, what's your fun fact?
So there's this Reddit post that reminds me a lot of Threezy that I'd like to share if we have time. It's
Yeah,
about,
we got 3
It's
minutes.
about armadillos.
Okay.
No.
Have you ever heard Threezy
No.
speak? Okay. My
No,
son,
I've never heard him speak.
14, watches a lot of video game streamers on twitch.television. I personally don't find them entertaining, but I can understand why some people, in parentheses, like my son, do. I like for context, like pretend like this is me writing this.
You're my
about
dad?
Threezy. When he goes, Bombard,
No,
Clark,
Vaughn is
Kappa,
Threezy's
Chungus, Riz Max Deluxe, whenever you hear Threezy say stuff like that. Okay. Over the past months, he started using terms like, and I quote, hog, job-aided, and kappa, which I guess are terms that are used in the scope of twitch.television. I don't have an issue with my son using these terms, but it's gotten to the point where every sentence is in Twitch speak. We were having dinner and my daughter, age 12, was talking about how she got accepted for a summer program with the local animal shelter. And my son, Threezy, said, hog you, easy clap.
Fuck you, easy clap.
I told him that it was getting out of hand, and this wasn't very acceptable. He would have to communicate normally to his parents and his family, CCL. To that, he said, weird champ, feels weird man, normies, omega lol. Until Threezy learns to communicate like a normal human being, I've blacklisted twitch.tv from the internet for the time being. He's hysterical now, but I told him that I would blacklist it if until he stopped using his Twitch speak, but he's refusing to stop for now. It's all he says, so now the website is banned. Am I the asshole?
Chat, is Vaughn the asshole? You can decide after we sign off. Next up, right here on Bestie and Slot, we've got Lakeland versus Fairfield. It's gonna be a banger matchup. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, for top 6, day number 2. Adios, everybody. Have a great day. Peace.
Good luck, have fun.
Yay!
した日々説明のつかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を言いさしたは修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指豪華に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない言葉の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎は消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収める
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCL Collegiate Corestrike League. I'm Borg, and I'm joined by none other than Threezy Breezy. Came in for the last-minute sub here. He's sick, but he's ready to step in. How you feeling right now, Threezy?
I'm feeling all right. I've made myself another cup of tea, and I'm excited to watch this match between two teams who have already played once this season, and two teams that, on paper, are actually kind of fairly balanced in some ways, with Soren goalie, and Dropletto on the other side, the forward. Two players who have both placed second in number of S tiers. So two very strong players, accompanied, of course, by Etihan and Witchings for Lakeland, and then EDA Phoenix and Strages for the Stags. And here we are loading in already. Witchings on the Vice. Let's talk about that, Borg.
Yeah, so I do know a little bit about Witchings. I have played against Lakeland a little bit in scrims recently, and I have been seeing Witchings, getting better playing, getting a little bit more used to the game and the competitive scene, and has been doing pretty well, I think, overall. Definitely not, I would say, top midfielder level, I would say, in these playoffs, but can definitely hold their own. And as we're seeing them right now on this Vice, kill comp for Lakeland University, which is actually really interesting to see because Soren, who's definitely known for the kill comps, but Lakeland never really been a huge kill comp team. Sometimes they'd run it here or there, but usually they run more like core control. Etihan loves the Asher, loves the X, stuff like that. But they're just going full shoot them right now on this Deadeye start, and right now it is going pretty well. But Etihan needs to be careful as could get taken out here, but a good ultimate could be denying that for now. Dropletto now incredibly low, uses a great evade to stay alive for now. EDA Phoenix keeping the core forward as long as possible. Flip coming out, but Witching Etihan are keeping it so forward pretty much this entire point. Soren now walking up, but finally Strages and Dropletto going to be relieving the pressure on their net. But as I say that, Etihan comes in with a great play on the Zentaro. Explosive dash range going to be helping out there to get the last barrier. EDA Phoenix now is going to be in trouble. No energy, but Dropletto and Strages find both the barriers for themselves here. Soren now has to use a defensive Amy turret in order to play the game here, but Etihan takes out the goalie, and now it's a 2-on-3 power play for Lakeland University, throwing everything at them right now, but Strages with a great clear, going to be holding strong, and they managed to actually stay in this for the time being, 3Z. And score! EDA Phoenix!
There's the bomb. Puts it in. EDA Phoenix, I mean, crazy KO there by Etihan, and you saw it come out, the damage pressure, but it wasn't enough. Soren flipped a little early there in that point, taking the eject button back, almost had the save, but hey, you gotta be on one here if you're Soren in this backline, right? This is a bit, like you said, a bit more of a finesse comp, right? Damage is actually kind of hard to pilot nowadays. Not that it ever was super easy, but there Etihan, that Centauro stagger bar is a little bit small. If you get hit by a couple abilities, you gotta be careful with that evade button. As Witchings is now staggered, and Strages looking for the orb here.
Yeah, managing to stabilize for now with that orb. Witching still going to be laying on the pressure. And one thing, speaking of last goal with Soren needing to be on the ball a bit, that's kind of just been Lakeland's eternal struggle this year in general, and really Soren's conundrum that he's been trying to solve is limiting his aggression as much as possible, because in Nassau and in his professional team, he's used to playing with Katsune. He's used to playing with these players that can, walk back and play goalie if need be, can keep the core forward and won't lose the ball randomly, but, not to... No shame to Witchings or anything like that, but just not the same caliber of player, right? And so Soren has to be a little bit more measured in this goalie role, not step up a little bit too much, or he will get punished. Almost gets punished there, but Dropletto not quite able to find that goal. No barriers on each, and EDA Phoenix misses the strike, sadly. Core going just a little bit too fast. Witchings getting the credit for that one, as they're tied up now 1-1.
Yeah, that's, I think, how this game is going to go. A bit back and forth. That's how it goes with damage too, because it's straight. You already see, and look at that, just crazy bomba. I mean, the stagger bars are crazy enough. Tycho the knockbacks as well. I mean, that just like fried my brain, that sequence. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, the damage coming out, and then the knockbacks as well. The unstaggered KOs for the Asher, for the Estelle, and there goes Strages off the craziest psychopaths, and Etihan puts it in past Phoenix. Sorry, I mean, that was just a crazy point. But to my point, like, this game is going to be super back and forth. Dropletto can get these dash punches. They can find the knockback KOs with Juno and Estelle. And then on the other side, obviously, more staggered KOs. Oh, and there's not a KO by Sword. There it is. Yeah, back to you, Borg. This is going to be a crazy game.
Hey, welcome to casting kill comps 101 here. You think something's going to happen and the opposite happens, and it just gets crazy in an instant, as we're seeing right now. Double power play here for Lakeland University. Triple power play now. Technically 4 if you count all the KOs that they had. Winning the first set. Witchings with the last goal. And it's going to be Soren with the first pick in this draft. But yeah, I mean, the Stags have a chance, though. I mean, Dropletto is a very good player. Has the explosive entrance on the Asher. Has a lot of surprise potential with these dash punches. But
yeah,
this draft, though, really interesting.
We didn't even talk about the start, by the way. It's a certified Bumble-clad Deadeye start, and then you have...
I did say Deadeye start for the kill comp, but yeah.
And then Van Brace Asher here is interesting as well. Whoa. Usually see.
Missile prop Juno with strike shot. Juno. Those slimes are going to the other net.
Yeah, the primary's probably gonna go to Nardia if I had to guess. It's gonna be going cross map here. AB extra special is pretty good. Let's see what else. Dropletto getting glass cannon, not what you want. He's kind of getting oppressed really hard by this KO comp here. Witchings with ad rush as well, and there it is. They proc it. Dropletto just not able to proc Fan Brace, really not able to survive. Here's Lakeland on the power play, but they end up losing their last barrier to Strages. Well done.
Here's the difficulties, right? When you have a new team, your best, your star player being the brawler, it's a bit difficult. Sometimes they can just get denied. If you run a kill comp like this, if they're not in a position they're able to survive most of the game, they're just getting bullied. It's really difficult for your team to succeed. But now Dropletto, a little bit of payback, going to be the one bullying Witchings, taking them out very quickly. But Etion answering with an insane KO on the goal line on EDA Phoenix. Now the flip on Etion, putting it in that bottom corner. X-Kiss, well done, young man. You just performed in the power play. Oh my goodness, that was insane.
Brawlers get it done. Etion just went crazy mode on it. The Zentaro looking good. I mean, who says he can't play it? Looking like a freaking beast, Borg style right there. A little bit of Leo magic too, if you will. That was insane.
Yeah, score going back and forth here, but a great breakaway from Dropletto, getting both barriers now onto Lakeland University. So Stags finally have a chance to get a point here in this set to try to get something going. They get the KO onto Soren. Now another power play for them, and Dropletto puts it in. Pretty simple, just tap it in. They got the lead, they got the breakaway. They survived for a good couple seconds. Pretty much their game plan.
Yeah, if Dropletto's alive, they have a good shot because Strages and Phoenix will get the core up pretty easily if they're alive. And there goes, that's the asterisk. There goes Strages. You can't get the core up if you're dead. And yeah, there you see the double elusives coming out. But yeah, that's kind of the game plan, right? If Drop is alive, and if the members of the Stags are alive, they have the better core control, right? Juno and Estelle is a pretty good backline for keeping that core up, and then Dropletto can just finish pretty easily against this Amy. The one thing the Amy and Vice are good at, though, is keeping the core away from an Asher. With that double range abilities, kind of hit stun, keep the Asher away from the barriers. Look where Dropletto's having a position. It's at the midline. It's away from those barriers, but here's Strages pushing it up past Witchings. If Strages can win these midfield interactions, get to Dropletto, force out flips like that, keep this ball in the corner, Bozo Bunch style, that's what you'll have to see. But there's the beautiful flip coming out from Witchings there. The forward connection to E.T. Han, who puts it in topside. Nice pass.
Yeah, great pass there for Witchings, filling this midfield role very, very well for this Lakeland squad. And Etion, as always, one night was in a drunk tournament and called himself the Duncan Brawler. He tried to spell drunken and he misspelled it, so I just call him the Duncan Brawler now. That's how I know him as. So Etion getting it done. Not quite able to get that KO, though, onto Dropletto, who very experienced in this brawler role, going to be surviving for now. Actually dealing a lot of damage themselves onto Witchings. Might be killing Witchings here. Takes out Witchings, and now the Fairfield Stags on a power play. Soren using pretty much everything in the wheelhouse in order to keep the core out for now, but it's not going to matter as now E.T. Han goes down and the damage comp is getting damaged. The Asher and the Estelle surviving and managing to put out even more pressure than the Vice and the Zentaro. So we'll have to see if they can put it in, though, and they will. Dropletto with that explosive entrance, going to be dashing forward with that passive, with that, that barrier beam as well. Just putting it right past Soren. Not really much you can do there. And Stags, I mean, finding their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think if they continue to scale here, I mean, you already see Strages. Wow. Okay, you see them getting absolutely one-shot by a Vice and Tarkov with the corner. As I was saying, Strages already has Stagger Awakening in Reverberation here, and Dropletto, with the passive on the secondary, can avoid a lot of damage. With the Vambrace can heal like that last point. Oh, nice strike by Etihan. Wow, really creative use of the Psycho Drum. I love when players, especially like brawlers, will use that to score, because there's some really unique angles you can use. As Strages, though, takes a second barrier, Dropletto puts it in. So that's an even score down sets 1-1. Like I said, Dropletto with the Vambrace can heal a lot. Strages already with the Stagger Awakening, and then EDA Phoenix doesn't really need too much stagger on the Juno in the backline, right? Maybe in the corner to not be staggered, but I think the scaling here for this Asher could be scary. It's just up to Lakeland to kind of keep stacking their damage and deny some stagger. So we'll see what they go here. The recovery drone denied. Dropletto, I mean, just goes Stinger.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want Stinger. To be fair, it is a Vice and a Zentara, right, that could pick up that Stinger.
Yeah.
Zen just takes up the stacks. The Vice gets the prime time. So not really too big of a deal here in general. I think Stags getting the slight edge in that draft with EDA Phoenix. You know, Spark's definitely helpful with that cooldown for the Juno, very important in the back. And then Strages with that Stagger Swagger, just being able to survive as long as possible is huge. Because Dropletto is surviving just based on the fact that he's playing Asher and he's Dropletto, so he's just good at surviving. Strages maybe doesn't have that luxury playing that Estelle, so Stagger Swagger going to be all but securing that one here as we're getting into the play. Witchings yet again pretty low, but a great play from Etihan in the corner. Not quite the board flick, but close enough. Putting it in that bottom side. EDA Phoenix not quite there in time, who has been doing pretty well, I think, this game so far on the Juno. I think a pretty big comfort pick for EDA Phoenix, but if Etihan and Witchings can just keep that core forward, it's going to be extremely hard just for a Juno as a character to defend against those, you know, the Zentaro and the Vice, but it's not going to matter when the Zen is just completely taken off the map. Dropletto has been making insane plays with this explosive entrance this game on these super incredibly long dash punches with this Asher. Now Witchings going down Soren, though, with a hero play, getting a great flip, getting that barrier now on the other side. They're in a power play, though, the Stags, so they have a chance to bring this one right back. Soren now trying to do something, but he can't get it past two people. He can't get it past one, but he does get it past Dropletto to keep it clear for now. The Slime in the back corner going to be keeping it forward as well. And Etihan now, he has one chance. He has a counter push, but no, he's not going to be able to do anything with it, as EDA Phoenix has this flip as well. He's going to be super hard to break through, and the Stags are trying to do everything they can, but Witchings has something to say about it with a great pass. Etihan, who has a cool bounce, trying to get this goal, but a great flip from EDA Phoenix, using that to save it for now. Soren bringing that core on the bottom side. Etihan is in position for so many of these passes, but he's just not quite able to put it in. Dropletto now incredibly low, getting taken out by Soren. It's now a power play for Lakeland. Can they get another point in this set? We'll have to see here, as they have 6 seconds until Dropletto is back up. Etihan incredibly low, needs to be careful, but he might just put it in now, as Witchings is the one that's going to get the goal credit. A great little primary, and then a strike onto the bottom corner. Not much you can do there. Lakeland trying to come back.
Yeah, I just want to say, great composure that point from Soren. In the open net, faced with some KOs. His brawler struggling to convert early on in that point. Great composure there, just to keep getting the core forward, keep getting it to Witchings and to Etihan, and they end up converting Witchings as well. Keep stacking damage on Dropletto. That's kind of their game plan, right? Keep the core forward, keep it away, keep hitting Dropletto, keep the core away from him so he can't heal with his Vambrace. Keep stacking that Deadeye damage. As you see it here in the corner, Strage is getting staggered. Stagger Swagger healing him up, though, as Etihan continues to poke. Now it's Dropletto with the evade burn, but Soren having to turret on defense. And now it's kind of swung the other way, but Etihan almost in the corner, trying to convert there. As Witchings and Dropletto kind of battling for damage here.
Battling for damage is kind of the name of the game here, and it's going pretty close for the most part, surprisingly. You'd think that Lakeland would have the direct advantage, and usually they do, taking out Dropletto, but it doesn't matter because Etihan just gets beamed onto that bottom side by Strages, who keeps the play going on his own. Needs to be careful. These Deadeye Estelle beams are definitely no joke. Etihan comes back up, all is well, but the barrier is now gone for Lakeland. Flip there from Soren, trying to do something. Actually hits it straight at EDA Phoenix, who walked a little bit up, so was not seeing that bottom shot coming. So a great call out from Soren, the experienced goalie on Lakeland, who gets that first pick, gets that second set for Lakeland, and now gets the edge onto the Fairfield Stags. And look at all this KO that he has to choose from, 3Z.
Yeah, a few clartation devices here in the draft. Heavy impact, 1-2 punch, rapid fire, prize fighter. Opting for the 1-2 punch is fair, especially against a Juno. But Juno does get the rapid fire. Rapid fire, spark of focus for the Juno. Gonna have a little bit of CDR, but then the heavy impact, interesting choice. Strage is opting for a Mark 4 control. Training there, the aerials over the heavy impact, proceeding to the Vice. And then the Zentaro denying away the build different, rather than picking the prize fighter, which I think is fair because he's been dying a little bit. This Witching's build has gone quite good.
Yeah, I mean, not denying the heavy impact there is definitely a bold choice, especially because Strages was doing so much damage as well with that Deadeye. So the heavy impact would just be a direct upgrade, but now going to be paying the price for it. But hey, it's a gambit. If they can somehow stay alive and dodge enough spells, they will have the edge with that aerials on the Estelle, and that's a great first little point for them as they take out ET Han. They have a power play early on. Witching's doing a great job of keeping it up for now, and Dropletto with that second stack on the prize fighter. I mean, ET Han and Witchings need to be careful. This Asher can be killing from a long ways away, 3Z, as ET Han trying to make a play on this bottom side here. Gets the barrier in the end after a great play from Witchings, keeping it forward for now. Strage is incredibly low, going to be taken even lower by Witchings coming in here, and a great save from Soren, keeping it out of Dropletto's hands for now, as the Amy gets the KO. Soren with that flip on there. Board flip from Meteon going a little bit wide. Not quite what you want to see there, but it's okay because you're still in a power play as Witchings needs to be careful. Standing right next to the Asher. That's in the danger zone, but channels the ultimate anyway. Just plays the guitar. Whoa, ETA Phoenix. Oh my goodness, everyone's dying. Witchings dying. Etion almost dying. Getting that orb in the backside. Going to be surviving for now, but Dropletto might just put him away here, but no, manages to live until the stagger comes back up. Soren doing an incredible job winning every single strike war against Dropletto. Does not want to use that flip whatsoever. Going to be using it to get in that top side. Etion puts it in the top corner, and oh my goodness, Lakeland with an insane comeback on that point managed to get the goal. Oh my god.
Soren just, I mean, he put Dropletto to sleep, made him a little dizzy there with those saves. My goodness. Just, I mean, Soren is playing so well, so composed, and the Tycho Chaos, he's cool as a cucumber, calm in a storm here as ET Han is just taking so much damage, and Centauro a bit weak for him. Here he comes.
Oh my.
He's out of here. Soren has to hold again. I think it's just up to Lakeland, really. They have to convert these power plays. They're getting so many of them. They just have to convert. Dropletto opting for the orb. BC's going to miss out that scoring attempt, and Soren's going to hold. Now ET Han is back, but he gets it. With the barrier beam and puts it in. Anything can happen on Tycho. The bounces just send the core right back your way. Maybe right after you cleared it, too. You don't think it's going to come back to you, and it does. So 1-1. Anything can happen in this fourth set, Borg.
Hey, and anything can happen in the CCL, the 8th versus the 9th seed. It's been a pretty close match all so far, and Soren trying to prime his team from the goal box here in order to take this game, this first game in a BO3, of course, so definitely not over yet, regardless on who wins this one. Witching's now getting incredibly low. Strages has the flip here, so can set up this barrier take. Doesn't even use it as he just passes it to his brawler. Dropletto doing so incredibly well for himself this last point or two at getting it past Soren to get these barriers, forcing out the flip now onto Soren, making it really, really hard for Lakeland to defend. And a great double flip there, actually taking out ET Han.
Oh my!
And saving the barrier. Soren now going down from Dropletto. Dropletto doing so much knockback, but Soren keeping it still for now. A great ult from Witchington to keep things stabilized. Etion comes back up, but can they save this one? They do. They win the strike war. The one strike war they needed to win against Dropletto. Going to be saving it. A great save from EDA Phoenix, but it's only going to be for the time being. A bomba from Witchings and Soren on to Dropletto. Witching Soren trying to put it in the top corner, and they do put it right past EDA Phoenix. ET Han. He's shining when he shines. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, getting KO'd a lot, but whenever he gets the core, he's doing something with it.
Hey, and that's what you want from your brawler, right? You want to bounce back through adversity, right? Hey, you might get knocked down, but what's more important? The way you get back up, and that's what ET Han is showing right now. Receiving that pass from Witchings. Great forward synergy. I'm really, really liking this duo. You remember when ET Han used to play with Mouse, Min Mouse, their old duo, Witchings and Soren, a little miscommunication there in the back line, but Yeah, the old forward duo. You know, we had questions about Lakeland coming in with their new player. Witchings is the new player going down there. So a power play here for Lakeland. Or for Fairfield.
Yeah, as you were gassing up Lakeland here, sadly, Witchings did go down to the Strangers Estelle on their own net. Pretty much Witchings now back up. No more power play. Dropletto, though, has the core. Trying to make a play out of it, but not quite going to be doing too much here, as Soren does have that core flip. Going to have to use it, though, and oh my goodness, Dropletto does so much knockback with that prize fighter, with that explosive entrance, and with that stacked up glass cannon as well. You can't forget about Soren now getting that last barrier, even though they're on the backside of a power play. Witching's now incredibly low, but it doesn't matter because Dropletto's shot placement is too good onto the bottom side. Strage is doing an incredible job this game at getting the core to his brawler in Dropletto, who is doing pretty much anything he wants with it. And Strages as well has been pretty much surviving a lot of this game too, so definitely well played here, using the positioning there on the barrier in order to survive, and then using the beam, helping out Dropletto to get that KO onto Witchings, keeping Fairfield Stags in this game. Really just great masterclass from the midfield on the Stags this game.
Yeah, I agree. Strages is putting in some work here. Aiding Dropletto. Oh my, what? I didn't catch that. Yeah, okay, this climb. Yeah, these missile prop Deadeye slimes. Strike shot too. Outside the damage, but for the range are really clarting here. Dropletto with the card of his own. Gonna be striking it in there after the barrier beam onto Soren in the net. And now we're going to set 5 just like that. Fairfield have clawed their way back in this game with the help of that prize fighter. But it's EDA Phoenix here with a little bit of CDR. Perhaps they can pick up some more here. Maybe a second spark, maybe a twin drive, perhaps?
Yeah, they got the twin drive here. They got the super surge possibly for the Amy as well here. So I'm assuming Soren's going to be taking that super surge. Maybe the twin drive? No, going to be going the super surge. Fighter flight onto the Asher, going to make it even harder to kill this Dropletto guy now. Even though it was hard before, it's even harder now. Might now going over to Etihan, which not quite what you want to see on the Zen, but because he has 2 Size Awakenings, it's going to be giving him a lot. Spec getting denied from the Vice, and Twin Drive going to be going over
Okay,
instead.
So it kind of makes sense, because if he took Twin Drive there, he would be denying his Vice like a pretty usable training. So I completely understand that Might of the Colossus take there. And you see Dropletto absolutely getting just one shot in the corner. Full clarted from full stagger there. Witchings here is now staggered again. And now it's EDA Phoenix who's KO'd. So Lakeland here with a double power play as Dropletto respawns.
Yeah, Dropletto respawns, and Strages actually holds. The glazing I did earlier was not for nothing, as he gets the core forward, gets both of his teammates back up, and keeps his barrier alive. So well played to Strages, but that's still not the end of this debacle here for the Stags. Witchings taking out Dropletto yet again, who, even though he has the fighter plate, it doesn't matter if he can't even run away from this damage. As EDA Phoenix goes down yet again, can we get another Strages hold? And it looks like we can for now. Witching's going to be using that flip for nothing. And Soren trying to get his core forward to Etihan, and he does, but then he actually, he doesn't take the goal. Goal credit going over to Etihan anyway. But a great little clear there from Soren, saving the point for Lakeland. They had pretty much full momentum the whole time, but it started to look dicey at the end.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what happens when after you get like the 4th KO of the point and they just keep holding. But hey, once you get 1 KO, it becomes that much easier to get a second, right? You have 3 members with damage. They only have 2. And you can just keep stacking that stagger as Dropletto keeps looking for these dash punches. That's their key to victory. And as long as he continues to miss them, Fairfield's going to have some problems here. Strage is barely healing, but is still going to get KO'd regardless. And there goes Dropletto. And like I said, it's a Clark fest here. Bombo Clark's coming out from Lakeland. And hey, it's like early 2-0. In the set. They're not really looking back. They're not blinking an eye here. Shaking off that last set. Dropletto with 0 prize fire stacks. This Soren build is quite frightening.
Yeah, the Super Surge really opening up this Amy build, allowing him to do so much more damage on the kickoffs here, putting Dropletto back just a step or 2 in tempo. And then Etihan, I mean, the Might, usually it does not feel like that big of a deal on the Zentara, but you have to keep in mind, it's actually giving him 37 power right now with both the Size Awakenings, and he has that Siphoning Wand. He's doing a lot of damage to the members of Fairfield right now as Dropletto goes down yet again. Witchings and Soren just doing so much damage to him. They get the barrier anyway, though, as Lakeland now need to get something from this power play. They only have a couple seconds, and they might not be able to do it as Straight as an EDA Phoenix going to be holding at least one of the barriers here, but no, ET Han with a great play getting the second barrier here, and this might just be it as EDA Phoenix goes down in his own net, but no, Heroics from Dropletto, the explosive entrance, going to be getting him the strike war he needs to put it in the bottom side. Great play to keep the Fairfield Stags in this game.
Brawlers get it done. Dropletto showing off his composure there. We're talking about Soren being composed all game, but it's Dropletto there staying cool as his teammate is KO'd and finds a KO of his own right there. Elusives the Vice ult, but it's still going to get damaged by it. Now has to duck and weave a dodge and dive, but is KO'd regardless by the glitch pop there off the Tycho bounce. So going to get that prize fighter back down to 0.
Yeah, back down to 0. Dropletto kind of just trying to claw at Scraps right now in this set in order to get any of these points. And Scraps he runs in after the KO, and he manages to get both of the barriers here with help from Strages, who now lose the barrier on the other side. EDA Phoenix needs to get into gear here, needs to hold this goal for just a second. Let Dropletto cook, give him the time he needs as Witchings incredibly Strages managing to heal back up. So Lakeland now probably not going to be getting a power play anytime soon as Fairfield have the momentum right now. Dropletto with all the core control in the world, trying to do something with it, forcing the flip out of Soren, and now gets the core right back from Strages, who keeps getting that core to his brawler over and over again. But it doesn't matter if EDA Phoenix now manages to find the flip, though, not going to be choking. And a great play from Strages with the Tycho bounce and the Crystal Thorns, putting it on the top side. I'm not sure if he even meant to do that, but it worked anyway. Set 5.5 in this game 1. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, gals, the non-binary pals, holy smokes, it's a set 5.5 on the Tycho Temple. And Dropletto gets saved by the drum, but it's a Vice ult coming out there looking to KO him early. ET Han getting low now, Borg, but it's Dropletto who's still staggered, barely surviving.
Still surviving for now, but not for long, as Witching, Soren, and Etion all kind of take him down. But as we've seen, usually they get the return KO. Strages with the beam, managing to do heroics and finding that last barrier as well. But needs to be careful here as Etion looking for the flip, but no, misses it. A great evade from Strages, gets the orb as well. He's surviving for now, but EDA Phoenix somehow goes down in the corner. I didn't even see how that happened as they have another power play for Lakeland. Can we see more heroics from Dropletto, from Strages? They lose the last barrier. They have to survive for now. EDA Phoenix comes back up, but a great ult from Witching is going to be zoning everybody out for now. Etion trying to put it in, but he can't do it as Dropletto looking incredibly low, getting down from Soren and Witchings. Slimes all in the corner. They need to slow it down. 3Z, they need to be careful. Lakeland could still throw this game, but no, they will not. As a great dash from Etion, pass up to Witchings, putting it in the top corner. Looking real dicey for Lakeland there, but they managed to pull it through in the end.
Yeah, that was some cinema there on the last point. You saw flashes of greatness from Strages there. One strike on the barrier, one beam on the KO, all at once sparking magic for Fairfield, but it just wasn't enough. The KOs from Lakeland. Wow. 59,000 damage from the Vice, 53,000 damage from the Amy.
Look at the Soren stats.
Yeah, I mean, Soren with 138 saves, 350. I mean, you can see it. You can see it. I don't need to read it, but that.
Oh my god.
That is just absurd from an Amy goalie in 2025 to see those kind of numbers. You normally don't see that many saves, but Soren just keeping his composure, as well as 8 goal participation on 62 shots. I mean, Soren's a friggin' beast. I don't know really what to say other than that.
Hey, captain for a reason, leading this team to victory.
And that's how you get it done. Dropletto, with 11 KOs of his own, just barely 1 point off, right? It doesn't go your way. You get a bad bounce on Tycho. You get KO'd when you don't expect to. So a map with a little bit of high variance, maybe just some crazy things happen on Tycho as we saw that game. Also a Deadeye start. More than welcome. I love watching damage games, watching Deadeye games. But maybe not a damage start next game will be in the favor of Fairfield. We'll have to see. Right? Because we weren't expecting Lakeland to play this style of KO. So we'll see if they continue or if they adapt to other starts.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting here. It's fun. I didn't even know Lakeland was going to play KO. I'll be honest. I told everybody, I said I scrimmed them. I said I'd seen some of their games. I mean, they didn't play a single KO game in like the 5 scrim games that we did with them. I don't think. Actually, maybe it was one, but I don't really remember, to be honest with you. So we'll have to see where this goes, and on Tycho of all places too. So interesting little wrinkle in the game plan there for sure. I'm trying to see if we have the information of the next map or the next draft. I'm not sure if we have that available or not, but until we do, we'll just keep yapping. Oh, there's Josh, little Gramella in the back. Everybody say hi. Hi, Josh. Hi, Gramella.
Oh, Saya put something in the chat. It would
Let me check.
seem.
Okay, we're going to Gates.
Going to Gates.
Going to Gates of Obscura, and then if Fairfield win this one and it goes to 1-1, we'll be finishing off on the Atlas Labathy. So some pretty, to me, pretty exciting maps. I like Gates a lot. Last Gates of Obscura, Knowers Know. Definitely one of my favorite competitive maps to see. But I actually think the Stags have a little bit of a better chance on this map, to be honest. I think if Strages can keep finding Dropletto the core, Dropletto, if he gets in the corner with a lot of his characters, that's kind of where Dropletto shines, right? He's really good at these beefcake brawlers, these huge, just like size machines, you know what I mean, that are just going to keep it in the corner as long as possible. Soren, who's really good at these ranged goalies, going to be the weakness there for sure. So we'll have to see if they can abuse that, or if that is even real. You never really know what's going to happen here at the CCL. We might see some craziness come in. We might see, I don't know, we might see a Finney from Dropletto. Who knows? Maybe he's in the goal box. I don't know what's going on here as we're loading up here. It looks like blue side for the Stags on this Gates of Obscura, and we should be having that draft very soon. Very, very soon.
And I'm getting insider info here, a DM from Soren. Your team, Luna, has been locked in, which means we might be seeing some more bombas come out from some more cards here from the side of Lakeland as we see the draft. Extra specialized start. Holy moly. But it's going to be an Atlas locked in for the side of Fairfield. Wait a minute. Is that an Atlas forward?
We will have to
what's happening here?
I don't know what's going on here.
Atlas. Red alert.
Oh my goodness, it's an Atlas midfield.
Iron Spear in the CCL. I think this might be a first. At least, I don't know. You know what? Maybe Gramella's played it before, actually. But regardless, this is a crazy composition. Usually you see Strages on Amy, but Dropletto here on the Amy, EDA Phoenix on the Juno. And then kind of more standard here for Lakeland. I believe it's going to be Soren on the Luna, Witchings on the Estelle, and Etihan on the Signature X.
Oh, okay. Extra special start makes sense for sure.
Yes. The only people to go, actually, no one went specialized. Okay.
No one.
That's interesting. And Etihan here went siphoning wand, so just trying to continue to stack the damage. Double mags here for the side of Fairfield. I think it's just going to be a corner game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a corner game. It's just going to be Amy hitting it into the corner to Strages and Witchings getting it into the corner versus Etihan, or for Etihan rather, as we're seeing it right here, getting both barriers. Now the Duncan Fist on his signature X pick, going to be getting that double barrier here. Cross clear now from EDA Phoenix. Ballsy, but not going to pay off as Soren and Witchings keep it in that top side permanently into Etihan, who's getting that first goal for Lakeland.
Yeah, I think Dropletto or someone on Fairfield, whoever handles the drafts, I'm assuming it's the captain. As he gets the KO there, pardon me, saw the damage come out and said, hey, let's lock an Atlas. But it's going to be an Atlas forward here, so we'll see how that does. I'm not too fond of it on this map, at least in the midfield position. But hey, Dropletto getting it done on the Amy here, getting both barriers. Going to receive a Luna nuke there for his trouble. So no elusive here. Going to be looking to avoid getting KO'd as Etihan starts to wail on him. The Durkin Fist, as you would say. The Dropletto winning some strike wars, trying to keep it forward.
Keeping it forward for now. It's actually interesting, even though they're kind of playing the Amy and Atlas, you'd expect the Amy to be midfield, but Dropletto is just basically playing it like a brawler here. It doesn't have the pummelers or anything, but is standing full brawler positioning in the front while Strage is standing on the midfield line with those magnetized souls, keeping it forward for the Amy to cook, and cook he does. onto Soren, calling out that bottom clear there with the glitch pop, hitting it right in that top side past them. 1-1 now, tied up in points, and
Yep.
pretty interesting game here. I mean, with the extra special start as well, it's going to be all about explosiveness, right? Like, which team can hit the core forward, get it in the corner, and then start dumping all their cooldowns, because with all the knockback in these teams, with Lunal, with Exalt, with Emil, with all this stuff here, they will be able to find a lot of these random KOs, but no KOs so far. A lot of damage onto Strages, but a quick little Atlas ult should fix that up right away, but not even going to need it, actually, as Dropletto just hits it right past Soren. I'm not sure what happened. Soren maybe didn't have his strike up in time, but a great job from Fairfield to just get the momentum early on.
Yeah, kind of grabbed it back after that first point. They're figuring something out here. Something fierce. That's what they're cooking with this composition. Dropletto finding these KOs, though, very opportune. Finding these turrets in the corner to secure these barriers. I'm expecting another one here, maybe saving it for the goal, looking to just play it with his strikes. And there's Strages with a great primary. Great ball movement here. Strages back to Dropletto. Oh my goodness, Dropletto and Strages, little tiki-taka showtime. Bozo Bunch reminiscent right there. That was some insane passing. And yeah, they're up early.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way this Strages guy is allowed in OSAS, by the way. Like, this guy is so good. Like, that whole sequence that he just played on that bottom side, layering all his cooldowns perfectly, putting the strikes exactly where he needed to, and then as soon as they started putting the attention towards him, he passed it away to get the assist with Dropletto there. So great job from Strages, really. I mean, last game as well was doing well, but this game seems to be unlocked on this Iron Spear, the Atlas midfield. And looking at the draft here, we are going to see a little bit of damage going on to the Stags. More cooldown onto the Juno as well. Going to be helping out for sure. But we do see the Might onto the X. We do see the 1-2 punch onto Soren here. And Witching is going to be in the aerials onto Estelle. So I think both teams kind of getting what they want here, but a little bit more unlocking potential here possibly for Lakeland, who, if they can just get that core forward one time, I feel like it'll be way easier for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the aerials as well for the Estelle unlocks a lot of core control. I will say, though, EDA Phoenix getting more CDR on this Juno is going to help Dropletto as well, the additional KO pressure with the heavy impact, as well as the cooldowns, but it's Lakeland who finds a KO there. So that's a good sign. As you see another KO come out, the pocket rocket from Soren finding, I believe it was Strages there.
Phoenix.
Sorry, EDA Phoenix in the net. But yeah, both Strages and EDA Phoenix getting KO'd there. The early on Atlas res saved Strages once, but couldn't save him the second time. So these KOs coming out of nowhere here in the second set. I mean, they did pick up some damage with this 1-2 long Soren, and with the Might of the Colossus, that'll be good for ET to scale with as well.
Yeah, if they can just keep the pressure up as well, even though this Atlas does have the extra special, it's not really like a whittled down damage comp like they did on the last game as well with all the poke they have. They don't have a lot of poke. They have a lot of explosive KO potential with the Lunal, with these combos, with the X dash punching onto you, with the, you know, the Quangles on the Estelle, and they get a KO here on the EDA Phoenix as well, and they actually just get the goal. Witching's on the bottom side exactly where he needs to be, putting it right past Strages, and Fairfield managed to find a road bump here after that really clean first set, not quite able to find their footing in this next one.
Yeah, you kind of saw it last game too. We said it was going to be back and forth, and you know, this game as well, we expected this to be more one-sided just because we weren't sure how the Atlas would perform here. But it seemed to be good in that first set, not having the same effect here in the second set as ET Han KOs EDA Phoenix again. And it's a 3-0 set for Lakeland here. Finding these KOs, I mean, just out of nowhere, like they probably had close to 10 KOs in 3 very kind of short, quick, dominant points with Deadeye Prizefighter here on the table.
And let's just be honest here. I think I know what's happening. We both know what's happening here, Throozy. Lakeland have unlocked the hidden bully the new goalie with X strategy. One thing that I think I see a lot of newer goalies struggle with is actually positioning in the back of their net. And one character that absolutely just completely abuses this is X with that bell ringer. If you can just sit in the back of the net while the goalie's trying to make these saves, they're trying to make all these close call decisions. They're not focused on where they're standing. They get to the back of their net one time. It's actually about 3 times now, actually, so far in this series. And Etihan just puts him away, but putting away Soren, who tries to make a play on the forward side there, getting put away by Fairfield. who have this power play, who have the Iron Spear, who have the Amy ult. They have everything to get both barriers, but not quite going to be able to get the goal yet. As a great blink from Dropletto, they're going to be getting them a good shot at it. ETHon now on the core with the top side, but EDA Phoenix gets there first. Soren now almost gets called out by Dropletto yet again by these glitch pops, but a great save nonetheless, keeping it out for now. Only one more barrier to go here for Lakeland. A great try from ETHon, but a great strike from all three members of Fairfield. Going to be keeping up the barrier for just a short period of time, but it's not going to matter as it goes down anyway. And a great pocket rocket from Soren putting it through the portal. ETHon doesn't even need to get his hands on it as EDA Phoenix is not there in time. 1-0 now for Lakeland as they're starting to really come back in this game.
Yeah, I was impressed there by how Strages was playing through the portals. Dropletto a little miscom there, just with some abilities. You really have to, pick your spots here. Oh my, ETHon dumping their whole kit into Strages, but Strages says, hey, I'll just pop the res as Dropletto does indeed get the barrier and Strages flips it in. So, hey, Fairfield looking to bounce back.
Hey, looking to bounce back, pops the res, pops the flip, pops the shot. Gonna be getting that point lickety split for Fairfield Stags here. That's a great little combo there from Soren. Really, really quick on those Luna combos this whole game here and getting the KO from it. But actually a great answer from ETHon and a great answer, even better, for Fairfield to take out ETHon after taking out Strages. So a good little trade there from both teams. Probably not going to be seeing too much here unless Soren can do something with it on this dash, but no, not going to be too much here as Witchings puts it on that top side, but really just dumping the core for now as teams are starting to get their footing yet again. But a great bell ringer from ETHon, going to be punishing the clear from EDA Phoenix and going to be keeping the core on the bottom side. Soren almost flips it with the secondary to get it to his Brawler, but the Brawler cannot put it in, at least just yet. Witchings and Soren keep getting it to this X, keep getting ETHon these chances, almost gets another one, but great job for the members of Fairfield to fall back and help out their goalie, who is in dire need of assistance, as this X is just absolutely sitting on him for the most part this whole game. Not going to be getting too many KOs, but going to be pressuring him nonetheless. Dropletto now doing God's work on the top side with a great hit stun on the glitch pop with the flip, getting both barriers now. The Amy primed and ready to get this goal, but you're going to have to get past Soren. You're going to have to get past Witchings in order to get it for now. And that might just happen with the dash, but no, not quite going to happen just yet as a great strikes from Soren. Great saves from Soren, keeping it away for now. ETHon trying to beat up EDA Phoenix, but EDA Phoenix is finding his footing here against the X, managing to get the saves and managing to get the clears over to Dropletto, who finds it on the top side. Soren not quite able to get there in time, and the Stags are on a comeback.
Yeah, EDA Phoenix just has a Brawler in his face right there. ETHon just wailing on him. The Durkin Fist striking again, but it's Dropletto who strikes here early at this fourth point. And now the power play here for Fairfield. Great saves, though, by Soren, but the glitch pop by Dropletto outwits him in the corner there. Witchings clears it away with the beam and gets KO'd, but recovery drone going to keep him alive.
Keeping him alive for now. One thing I definitely see from the Brawler of Lakeland that EDA Phoenix is starting to wake up to a bit is he's not really quite standing on the core side. He's kind of just beating him up. And so if EDA Phoenix can just man up, not actually care too much about getting beat up, stay in his net, take a look at the core, walk in front of the Brawler. That's kind of the trick out of this scenario here. And it's working wonders right now, keeping the net safe for Fairfield, and Dropletto and Strages is making Lakeland's net a living nightmare for the defensive side of Lakeland, going 3-1 in that set. And they might take this game too. We might be going to Atlas Lab 3Z. We'll have to see.
Don't speak so soon, Borg. We're seeing a lot of damage. A lot of damage in this draft. And what I will say is I love these two teams. I love Ivy Weston. I love watching these two teams. They just keep trading blows, right? Fairfield, the first set, right? In a 3-3-2, maybe 3-1. Lakeland, 3-0 the second set. Here we go. Fairfield, 3-1 the third set. And now we're moving into this fourth set. Stagger Swaggers online. The twin drive for the Atlas. Stinger, Juno, Luna with the extra specialized. You see that Awakening come back around. But more importantly, Super Surge, Deadeye, Heavy Impact, Dropletto. Gonna be hitting like a Mack Truck Deluxe here, Borg.
Mack Truck Deluxe coming in here. Dropletto definitely has all that damage, but so does Soren, getting that specialized training with the extra special and the prize fighter and the 1-2 punch. Basically everything for the damage if he can land the abilities. Going in for now, not quite going to be getting too much damage on that play there, but keeping the core forward is Soren. to help out Witchings, to help out Etihan, who is just getting absolutely beat up by Strages in the bottom side here. W Atlas on the top side, putting Etihan away. And now a great power play from Fairfluid here. Going to be trying to get both barriers, and they do. Dropletto, I mean, taking some pages out of NXTD's book or something, just doing so well on this Amy, keeping the punishment, just punishing basically every single mistake that Soren is making in the net. Everything that the Luna can't cover is being covered by Dropletto. Great save from EDA Phoenix, but no, Etihan's just covering it for now. Strage is going to be buying EDA Phoenix some time for now, and that's all the time you're going to need when you have Dropletto as your brawler who puts it in every time he has the core. This guy's popping off.
Yeah, absolutely. Great flip there from Strages to Dropletto. Like you said, it's just popping off and say, oh my god, Bombo Clutch! Soren, extra specialized, just drops a nuke there on the evadeless Strages at the start of the round, but great clear by EDA Phoenix. Good composure here in this power play situation. As Dropletto dashes in, but gets only staggered for his trouble. Is fighting both barriers though, and is being healed by the Atlas ult. Does not evade that Luna nuke, so back staggered again by Soren, proccing that 1-2 punch off the specialized nuke. Dropletto though looking to put it in, gets hit stun again though. Great hit stun from Lakeland here, just trying to keep the score away, but it's Dropletto barely doesn't get that goal. Soren keeps it out here as Dropletto is still staggered. It's Witchings who finds the barrier and the KO there, taking a page out of Strage's book from last game. So Lakeland now with the power play.
Lakeland with the power play. Witchings getting his one back on Dropletto there, who seemed to be outclassing him pretty much the entire point so far, but finds the KO, finds the power play, and Etihan finds the goal from Soren on the pass on that bottom side. So great job from Lakeland to stabilize things for now. They needed that point so bad after losing the last couple. Now Dropletto, I think they found their new focus. Kill the Amy. Do not let Dropletto play the game, which definitely I would say is a pretty good strategy, as he's been popping off pretty much all games so far. Great Amy turret into the Iron Spear as well, but a great flip from Soren, going to be denying literally everything on that push. And a great save from Witchings and Soren there as well to keep things out a second time. Now Dropletto looking incredibly low, but Etihan cannot find the finish, but yes he does. There's a little bit of an accidental teleport there from Dropletto right into the Duncan Fist on that top portal, putting him away. Great pass from Witchings to Ethan, trying to get these last goal here, or the last goal rather, as the barriers are both gone, but it's going to be hard when you don't have your midfield anymore, and Dropletto has all of his cooldowns in your net. Strage is the Iron Spear running forward. Etihan has to keep it out for now, needs to block a pass, needs to do something. Man marking Dropletto is going to be the play of choice for now. Witchings comes back up right in time. Dropletto now getting pretty low as things are slowing down a bit, but a great blink from Dropletto, but no, not quite going to be able to connect with the core there. As the core, accidentally goes right to Etihan in the top side. Great from Witchings to just get the goal himself. And Lakeland, I don't even know what happened that set, but somehow managed to find their way back into this.
Yeah, well, hey, set's not over. 2-1. Lakeland gotta clutch up this fourth or potentially fifth point here. Soren butting heads with Strages there on the clear. Yeah, like you said, they've been finding these KOs on Dropletto. The Alice has to kind of play to res, but Dropletto almost finds his KO of his own as Etihan here secures that first barrier, and Soren with the boost finds the second one. So Lakeland mounting this pressure early.
Yeah, mounting a lot of pressure. They've been doing a lot of great core control in these corners, as they're doing right now, finding a KO as well onto Witching. Soren now gonna have to do everything himself and managed to get that first clear, but a flip from Dropletto gonna be all but securing that point for the Fairfield Stags. But the good glimmer of hope here for Lakeland is they do have the flip on the X, who has been wreaking havoc in the goal side. But at the same time, for the Fairfield Stags, EDA Phoenix has that flip as well. So we'll have to see who is going to blow it first, who is going to get it first. It's actually Ethan going to be going first, and going to be getting punished as EDA Phoenix now returns the favor just for the damage. And it's going to be pretty much going up 0-0 there in barriers. Only 2 flips going down. Another save from Soren. Actually, not quite a save, as it's going to turn into a mishandle of the core, as both barriers are going down now for Lakeland, and Ethan is going down as well. Witchings needs to find both barriers, and he does. He manages to find the hero play. Now Dropletto trying to end this set now, trying to end this game, and he does. It's going 1-1, and we're going to a game 3. Breezy breezy.
Yes, we are, Mr. Borg. We are going to a game 3 indeed. Soren making a bit of an oopsie there on the Luna, his brawler getting KO'd. And I think just spending a little too much time forward on EDA Phoenix, that Juno can just do so much. They can just jump past you. They can primary, they can ult. There's no really point to be standing there, especially when you're playing for damage. I think they started to figure it out, but just not consistent enough with the strategy. Only finding 8 KOs as a team, and Dropletto did that by himself with 8 of his own and 8 goals to match. Dropletto, definitely the MVP, the man of the match there. Strage's honestly impressive performance on the spear. 138 redirects, 56 shots, definitely just keeping it forward. 1 KO for his trouble, and then EDA Phoenix in the back. Impressive composure, honestly, to deal with a brawler sitting on you as a newer player. Kind of got off their goal line a little bit, stepped up, took charge of the match, wasn't phased by that aggressive playstyle by Etion.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm surprised at is how many KOs Dropletto managed to find while getting focused and man-marked the entire game. Like, literally had Witchings on him pretty much a majority of that game, just man-marking. Won majority of the strike wars, managed to get a lot of the plays going forward, get them in the corner, and then as the classic Gates of Obscura goes, you get 2 creation characters and you put them in a corner. I mean, that's a recipe for success right
That's
there,
true.
as we
That's
saw
true.
in that game. Great job to EDA Phoenix as well, I want to highlight. Getting the, as Weston put in the chat earlier, getting the Brawler CCL initiation here and passing with flying colors. I mean, struggled a little bit in the first set, was just kind of getting killed in the back of his own net, but maybe some realization or some coaching from Strages or Dropletto, realizing, hey, maybe I shouldn't stand right on the goal line, walk up a little bit, walk in front of the X, try to figure out, a little bit of how to stay alive there, I guess, is the best way to do it. And does so. I mean, 57 saves, 135 redirects, does his job. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. So good job there. Etihan not quite able to
Absolutely.
find the performance he needs there for Lakeland in order to pass this one. Witching struggling a little bit as well. So they need to find their footing as they go back into Atlas Lab. But hey, Atlas Lab is it's Soren territory there. 3C Breezy.
Yeah, he definitely likes that map. I think we'll be able to control match a little bit better. Like you said, this corner offense coming from the Atlas and the Amy was just too much to handle. As a Luna, you really have no resources to deal with that. Your only recourse is to find those KOs. And the Atlas ended up, they KO them in sets, right? They won that set by KOing them like eight times, 10 times. I don't remember. They got most of their KOs in that set, or they got 8 KOs, right? But after that, kind of got difficult to continue to stack those KOs. And I think Atlas Lab is maybe a potential for more damage than the
Oh,
Gates has.
look at the
As we
start.
see the start, it's going to be heavy impact. So maybe not a Luna game for Soren, but maybe back to the Vice for Witchings, maybe an Amy again. But you see the Amy being a pretty high prio pick. Apparently, Dropletto plays at Brawler now, which is crazy because I didn't know that. But yeah, for Soren, as well as Strages on Fairfield. So definitely looking to see an Amy prio here early. Fighter Flight as well means that you can kind of get away with some stuff that you otherwise couldn't. Some of these more speedier characters, some of these more less stagger characters with Fighter Flight. When they get staggered, they get their secondary back, so they can run around faster. But I don't know. We'll see. This should be an interesting draft. I honestly expect Lakeland to continue taking damage. We'll see if they adapt to ban the Atlas here, though. I mean, I don't know if that's just a lightning in a bottle pick or if we'll see it again from Stratus here with the Fighter Flight. We'll find out, though.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly as the draft will hopefully we'll getting started momentarily as we get the heavy impact fight or flight start here on the Atlas Lab. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a lot of the same probably starts for Lakeland. I mean, stick with the game plan, right? It's Atlas Lab. You get the heavy impact start. You might as well go with some of that those early ideas we saw maybe on Taika with the Vice, with the Amy, with kind of that comfort in here for sure. It's going to be a rune ban for Lakeland on to, I'm not sure if Stray just plays that. I assume he does, so it's interesting there. Definitely a good way to shut down KO is the rune. Puts a pillar down, banishes, walks away, feels good about his life. Pretty much all you need, especially on a fight or flight start, going to be hard to kill. And let's see, Fairfield. They have a lot of options here. I mean, actually going to ban the X. So they don't want Itihan wreaking havoc on their brawler for another game in a row. Not that I think it really mattered that game too much, but that is kind of what we're going to be seeing here. And we are going to be seeing the Vice first pick. Not surprised.
Okay, so a rune ban. Apparently, someone from Fairfield plays rune, or maybe they just are banning it. Lakeland with a Vice, that seems pretty standard. If you're not going to pick Amy first on heavy, you should probably pick Vice. So that makes sense. The Rasmus Amy here, that's what we've seen. Okay, finally something standard here from Fairfield. Not to drag their calm from last game because they executed on it, but just to say that this is what I've been expecting from them, is this Amy Rasmus. If they can get it, of course. Drop Leto, that's one of his best strikers, the Rasmus. And then obviously the Amy as well. For Strages, that's not the one trick, but that's their best striker, right? So Amy Rasmus, definitely a decent pairing, a forward as well as just comfort. And that's what you kind of want. In any game, honestly, not even just in CCL, you want your players on comfort. Juliet Dubu coming out here for Lakeland. I'm not sure what's going on here because I'll say it. I'll be brave.
It's a. I don't even know what's going on either.
I have no clue what is happening here. It has to be a Dubu goalie, and we're playing Dubu into Amy Rasmus, which sounds really hard. Like Dubu is like so good against these stuffers, right? He's so good against like.
Is it the Julie goalie?
Julie Asher. There's no way.
I wouldn't put it past Soren, bro. I would not put it past Soren.
Well, that means that E.T. Hahn is on Dubu forward.
Oh, he has done that. I've seen it. He's no stranger to the Dubithy forward. So I wouldn't be
goalie against Amy Rasmus.
Strike shot Julie goalie. That's what I'm predicting here.
Are you out of your?
Just dash punch the Rasmus, bro. He can't play.
It's what's happening. What is happening here? I mean, okay, it's Soren Dubu.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Soren Dubu. I'm just having a little bit of fun, but
I still think this is gonna struggle, but at least it's better than the Juliet goalie. I mean, you have full comfort here for Fairfield. You have EDA Phoenix again on the Juno. With the fight or flight, gonna have a little bit of speed. Not really too good for the Juno goalie, to be honest. Better for midfield, but here we see it. 3 fight or flights drop Leto, opting for the speed over the damage. Same thing with Strages. 2 heavy impacts. E.T. Hahn with the pummelers.
Battle of Concepts.
Battle of Concepts, and then Soren not opting for the heavy impact though, not opting for that damage, even though he went Pauldron's Dubu. Pauldron's Dubu into Rasmus Amy. We'll see how that fares here.
Hey, it's going to one-shot him anyway. And with the fight or flight, he's just getting that roll right back at him, right? The reset on the fight or flight. So I definitely don't think that's too big of a deal here. Etion getting that first barrier. The help of Witchings on that top side, who gets that Vice back and is going to be very happy, I assume, to be playing the Vice here in this game for sure. Lots of damage coming through on that character, especially with that heavy impact start. Strages, drop Leto, doing what they do, getting that second barrier, putting Soren in incredibly uncomfortable positions as an almost KO going down here on the drop Leto. What a great flip from Strages. Going to be putting it right past Soren onto the bottom side. The Dubu not quite big enough yet in this game to save that one.
Yeah, great flip there from Strages. Lakeland trying to stack damage onto drop Leto, but they only have 2 characters that can kind of shoot him, right? Rasmus does not have to interact with the Dubu if he doesn't want to, right? That's the strength of the Rasmus into this Dubu Pauldrons. Like I was saying earlier, you typically see it into other picks, but hey, they say, hey, we don't care about drop Leto. We're going to KO Strages anyway. On the Amy, a bit more squishy than the Rasmus. As we see Witchings and Soren here working into the corner. Soren looking at the wall, does drop it down, and there's Witchings with the... Wow!
Ooh, wow.
Okay, they do get the barrier, but that was a great hold. temporarily. Oh, and a great play from ET Han, little double dribble, puts it in bottom side. Well done. We've seen some good mix-ups from him this series.
Yeah, finally. I mean, the first game he was mixing up like crazy on the Zen. Second game he was putting the the brawler gene back in with the X sitting on the Collegiate type of strategy, and then finally we're back to the finesse of ET Han on the Juliet with that flip, with that redirect, with that KO now onto the top corner. EDA Phoenix standing absolutely zero chance against the knockback from this Pummeler's heavy impact Juliet here. Great power play so far for Lakeland University on that top side. A great hit stun from ET Han, allowing the shot from Soren to go in on the top side. And it looks like Soren's got a chip on his shoulder with that emote, trying to prove that last game was a fluke. They're trying to put this set away quick.
Yeah, Soren not too happy to lose on the Luna last game. Whimsy overdrive, it would seem, but here goes ET Han. Does get the first barrier. Nice little pass to Witchings there. Keeps the top barrier. Soren, yeah, on this Pauldron's Dubu, feeling a bit mischievous as ET Han does find that second barrier and finds and the flip. I mean, great combination there from ET Han. Impressing me so far on the Juliet board.
Hey, what's even harder to play against than the X as a new goalie? The Julie. Dash punch is OP. That's all I'm going to say as we're getting the draft in here. Now, Julie is weak as we're getting the draft yet again here. Knowers know I take explosive here every day of the week as Julie, but sadly, ET Han is not a knower. He's taking that recovery drone away from his Dubu, who wants the size. L play, in my opinion, there for sure. Ariel's going over to the Vice, going to be giving a little bit more space there. And then the Stinger actually going over for EDA Phoenix. Wants to fight back against this Juliet. Not quite sure how the draft for Fairfield is going to be going up. I think if Strages can keep the points going long enough for those stacks to come online, maybe Fairfield have a bit more of a shot for sure. But I think Lakeland still have the advantage. But as I say that, Caster Curse Dropletto basically doing absolutely everything in order to get both those barriers. But ET Han yet again finding another KO and finding another power play for this Lakeland University squad. Now bring it to that bottom corner, getting that first barrier. Vital keeping it forward for now, getting that second barrier. Soren is there in time to save the core. Almost gets the goal there with that static electricity there on to the Vice passive. Not quite going to be getting the goal there at all, though, as, Dropletto almost getting that goal there. So
another roll.
The roll reset from Soren, going to be doing wonders here in the goal box. Dropletto now has to survive, but he can't do it as Juliet, the best KO confirm in the game with that Juliet ultimate, and has the flip as well for this goal secure. So it should just be all but curtains for Fairfield here. As yet, it is Witching's great pass on to ET Han, who flips it right in past everybody. And it looks like Lakeland are kicking it up into overdrive right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Vice style. ET Han, I mean, getting away with these pummelers with the heavy impact start can kind of convert in these KOs, and Strages just has to be a little more careful, right, with the stacks. You pick that up, you gotta kind of play a certain way. Oh no, as the double bear comes in for Lakeland. It's kind of falling apart here for the Stags. Soren finds the little clear. Oh, a Sad Boys clear. Can't find the second one, though. And ET Han here moving in, trying to find it. But yeah, like I was saying, I think you just have to be a little more careful here if you're Fairfield. You got to stay composed, keep it in this corner, and find those KOs. And there it is. Power play here for Fairfield.
Power play for Fairfield. ET Han trying to answer with a power play of his own, but not quite going to be able to find the KO onto Dropletto. Great saves from Soren, though, on the Dubu. Going to be keeping them alive for now, and a great roll. Going to be keeping a Dropletto staggered. And with the fighter flight, going to be resetting that roll as well. So Soren is sitting pretty in the goal box right now. ET Han, though, not sitting too pretty. Has the recovery drone, but not going to matter too much if they're just sitting useless in the corner. Dash Punch going to be getting some damage onto Strages, which is going to help them a little bit, but Strages is so fast with the stacks on stacks, he's able to do basically anything he wants anyway. Needs to be careful, though. Mike just gets KO'd completely with the Juliet ultimate, but no, a great save there from EDA Phoenix, actually, using the slime to save. Oh no, going to be saving Strages for now, but it's not going to matter too much as ET Han is finding a killing spree right now, finding the double power play. EDA Phoenix now 1v3, and it's not going to matter. Almost gets it with the strike shot, but not going to be able to get in front of ET Han there, who just strikes the core in. And it seems like Lakeland, their comp is basically stall for as long as possible. You'll get the KO and you'll just win.
Yeah, couple KOs, couple Clarks coming out there. for the side of Lakeland. Honestly, you love to see it. Juliet Vice, not a commonly played forward duo. Going into this, I thought, yeah, this Amy Rasmus will just kind of dumpster on the Dubu here, but they're finding enough KOs to the point where it doesn't matter, and E.T. Han is just, yeah, you see it there, flash, 8 KO streak. I mean, E.T. Han is clorting right now, ladies and gentlemen. Sealing the show, level 7. His teammates both level 5, and just puts it in by himself, says, I don't need that Vice ult. Oh, and he's gonna give him a kiss. He's gonna give him a kiss for.
Oh my goodness, level 7 Juliet, E.T. Han with the chip on his shoulder from last game. The Oki strategy not quite working out for him, so he picks the Juliet. He's putting the fries in the bag. This guy works at Five Guys. He knows how many fries to put in there, and it's too much right now for Fairfield to handle.
Absolutely, too many fries are going in that bag, and he's putting them in by picking up the Huss hat, denying that stagger away, keeping it for himself. The recovery drone stagger swagger Juliet will not be KO'd. I can tell you that. And if they are, it will be by the Strage's Super Surge. Pauldron's Dubu picks up the big fish to deny from the Rasmus, who in turn denies the rapid fire and picks it up for himself, which leaves Witchings with the Deadeye. We see, though, again, these Juno missile prop slimes are going to be going quite far.
Yeah, quite far. Just like we saw in the Tycho game, definitely had a lot of value in that one. We'll see if EDA Phoenix can kind of replicate that success here on this game as well. Witchings now just taking out Strages rather across the map with that Deadeye heavy impact on the Vice ult. Doing a lot of damage, but also getting hit with a lot of damage now is Witchings, where Rasmus definitely putting him in a bit of a predicament. Strages surviving as long as possible. E.T. Han just kind of waiting for the Juliet ultimate, hunting him in the corner, doing all he can. Doesn't even need the Juliet ultimate as the punch is going to finish it off. Dropletto getting the last barrier on his own, but Soren still has his own net in order to defend, so it's going to be enough as the ultimate comes out for E.T. Han. The flip coming out for E.T. Han. I'm going to do a pass, but no, the pass is not going to be able to matter because the goal barrier gets in the way of Witchings' shot there. So the game still goes on as Soren, who has the flip, who has basically everything in the back corner, trying to do what he can in order to keep the core forward, but actually completely just, I mean, I'm caster cursing everything right now. Uses the flip for no reason, misses up on the clear. Dropletto with the punish on the clear as well, putting it onto the bottom side. Fairfield find a crazy point.
Yeah, Dropletto, nice primary there to kind of read the strike from Soren, who, impatient, right? The slimes were in front of him, just tried to clear it away, but Dropletto there to punish with the primary. And that's kind of the key, right? This damage will come out. The goalie knockback saved EDA Phoenix right there. I was sure that would KO. Regardless, Lakeland kind of needs to, Fairfield needs to do a good job managing these KOs, preventing them if possible. But in the power play, Rasmus and Amy both can kind of do a lot to keep the core forward and to maybe punish on a power play. Rasmus has a lot of success when the enemy team is in a power play, just punishing their positioning. As you see there, though, the flip coming out from EDA Phoenix to clear. And now it's Dropletto who's getting staggered, but so is Witchings.
Yeah, Witchings taking a beating pretty much all game. The target of focus for Fairfield Stags has been Witchings this whole game, but Witchings been doing a pretty good job at surviving for the most part, and E.T. Han giving him enough time in order to play the game. But as I say that, going down to the middle here, he can only survive for so long, but E.T. Han has some cooldowns coming up soon, might look to KO Dropletto here. Gets the dash punch, getting the damage, has the flip as well, popping the flip from mid-court, but no, not going to be able to find the shot. EDA Phoenix was there in time, but a great pass from Soren, getting it over to E.T. Han, but no, a great clear once again for EDA Phoenix, who seems to have E.T. Han's number at this point for the most part. A great play there from Dropletto, almost putting it in, but a great job from Witchings to be there in time. Now that he's back up, E.T. Han looking incredibly low, but he has the recovery drone still. He has the Juliet ultimate. He has the KO and the goal. He's doing everything. Witchings gets it to his brawler for the 10th time, and that's all you really need in order to put it in past Fairfield.
Yeah, E.T. Han with the sanitizer there. Onto Strages. EDA Phoenix having a hard time defending against these Juliet ults, and E.T. Han just setting them up so well, kind of on the goal line here. Kind of has to keep that core away in these situations because Juliet thrives so well when the core is on the line here. Soren missing the roll as E.T. Han finds another KO. My goodness.
Another KO for the Juliet, who has all the damage you need. Heavy impact. That's it. That's all the damage you need. And you have a Vice midfield to do most of it for you. So Itihan sitting pretty right now. So is Witchings, who manages to actually survive Dropleto's
My
KO
goodness.
attempt and then come on the comeback here. Itihan getting that double dash punch for the power play. Witchings now getting that ultimate to get the second KO. Itihan putting it in the back corner. It's explosive from Lakeland right now as they are putting Fairfield Stags away.
Yeah, absolutely. Just crazy gameplay coming out here from the Vice Juliet. Very, very explosive duo. You'll kind of see moments where it'll be a lull, like right now, where nothing's really happening. The Vice will shoot out a chain lightning. The Julie will throw a punch, as you see right there. And then, out of nowhere, they'll just pop an ult. They'll pop a dash punch, and the entire Fairfield comp will go kablooey, as you see right there. There goes Itihan with the ult to set Dropleto off. It's so dirty work there. Stay into the net, give a Dropleto the business. Might need to worry about getting the core forward as EDA Phoenix tries to clear off the flip, but it's Witchings who it gets a final Clark onto the goalie. EDA Phoenix getting KO'd there off of the Vice ultimate. And that was a pretty dominant performance from Lakeland. I doubted their comp, and I was wrong. They definitely executed that pretty well. A lot of KOs coming out. Normally you'd see a Juliet maybe go fight or flight there and opt for some speed and some scoring. But they trusted in Itihan to get those dash punches, and dash punch he did. Great damage coming out from Witchings as well. 21k apiece for both the forwards. 13 KOs. Itihan definitely man of the match there for Lakeland. Impressive performance. I was impressed with Fairfield throughout the series. I thought they played really well. So, hey, going into losers, I'll look to them to make a little bit of a run. But now it's Lakeland. Probably going to be facing NJIT. Let me check the bracket here. Yep, NJIT 2-0'd U-Tulsa Hurricanes. No surprise there, as they will go against Lakeland in the winners quarterfinal.
Yeah, great job from Lakeland here. Looking a little bit shaky in those first two games, almost going down on the Tycho game. Kind of, I would say, would be a throw if they lost that Tycho game. They were in full control and they managed to lose a lot of random points. So maybe just a little bit of a warm-up game. The second one not quite going their way, but this last one, complete dominant performance there from Itihan and Soren, especially locking up the goal box and breaking the goal box respectively. But I want to shout out Witchings as well, who definitely is in the hard position here, going in as, you know, the midfielder, one of the harder positions in the game, I would say, in order to make an impact on, and coming in as the lesser experienced player, managing to survive that game basically against all odds while keeping the damage up, keeping the passes to Itihan up the entire game. And then we saw at the end there, managing to get the finisher with those Vice ultimates to end Fairfield Stags' chances in this winner's side. But, you know, well played to them. They're going over to NJT, a little bit of a harder test in this next round, and it's not over for the Stags yet. They still have the losers run, and I think they definitely showed some teeth there. They showed that they can do it. They can put up a bit of a fight, so we'll have to see how far they go. Good luck to them. And I believe we will be going to a little bit of a break here before the round 2 of this CCL coverage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the round 2 of play. Welcome back, everybody, to the winners quarterfinals. The winners here will be getting into the top 6 next, or not, I was going to say next week, actually tomorrow. So no next week here. We'll be ending the CCL this weekend. I'm here now joined instead by Threezy Breezy, instead now by Saya, giving me a little bit of a play-by-play break. Going to be hitting the color cast a bit. How you doing, Saya?
I'm doing great. I watched a previous game. It was crazy. The first 2 games down to the wire in the first one. The second one very close as well. We saw some Atlas midfield IME brawler on the gates, and I know that Soren really wanted to do the gimmick. You know, the Luna thing where you go through the portal and you fly backwards back in the same portal.
Yeah.
He was really trying to pull off that gimmick. Didn't succeed, but got the win in the end, and really incredible play by Soren. But we have a different game here. We have esports at OSU versus the St. Clair Saints, and this is a clash of 2 of the better CCL teams here.
Yeah, a bit of a, not really a storied rivalry, not really a rivalry at all, honestly, but an old school CCL matchup, I would say. Different players, but same school names here. OSU Black looking to secure their dominance yet again. I've been playing well all season, played well last season. Always a pretty solid roster, I would say, overall. And then there's the St. Clair Saints, who, after a little bit of a roster swap, figuring out their roster situations here in the early bit of the season, kind of on a tear now with Judgmental in the goal box. So excited here to see how the game's working out. Going to be seeing that Luna ban away from Judgmental for OSU Black on this Deadeye start. So definitely no stranger there, no surprises there, rather. But yeah, kind of an interesting comp from both sides. We're getting like the Amy Sure Classic here with the Finny to back it up. So pretty strong comp for OSU Black. But then we're actually going to be seeing, is that Juno goalie?
That could be. No, but
no, it's not. Vice
yeah.
goalie.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting matchup that we have on our hands here. I'm really interested to see how it ends up panning out, but importantly, with both goalies being damage focused, being relatively glass cannony, this is sure to be a more explosive match than the ones that we've had previously, and we've had some pretty explosive matches in the last set, so it should be pretty good here.
Yeah, pretty explosive indeed. And when there's a Vice in the game, you're going to be getting random KOs for the most part, pretty much all day, as Judgmental now on that Vice. Definitely, I would say probably his second best pick. You have the Luna, you have the Vice. He's good at the Atlas too, but definitely feels really good on these eject goalies in the meta. Storm TFT going to be taking out, I believe, Lapulation on the Asher early on in this game, hitting level 2s early. Names AH now getting punished on that top barrier, and it looks like Storm's going to be putting it in with the help of that Juno Slime.
Yeah, lots of help from Shiraisu on that one, and really, this is a matchup of 2 teams of players that have seen success, not just in CCL, but outside of CCL too, right? Of course, Judgmental, the most storied name as of the recent history of Omega Strikers, but players like Storm TFT, who was in Nassau a long time ago in the far past, and of course the OSU roster doing quite well in qualifiers. But we're talking about action here in Lepulation. The most recent rising star finds the goal here. That guy is on the grind, and he is showing up once again.
Yeah, great little call out there on the clear for that top side. Runs forward, calls out the clear, gets that strike onto Judgmental through a pretty explosive barrier take right before that as well. So Lapulation definitely taking that rising star name and taking it literally here, as Names AH, Peanut Enjoyer, trying to figure out the defense though for this roster, as the X and the Juno are pretty difficult to hit it through.
Yeah, looking kind of difficult, especially with the defensive composition here. But as the triple take comes down, it's an offensive push here for esports at OSU across the center. The black hole helping, Lapulation pushing forward and getting an amazing pass, forcing out a double flip. A bit of panic coming out from the side of the St. Clair Saints as Peanut Enjoyer calm, cool, and collected in the corner while the brawlers duke it out. But the barrier falls nonetheless. The Storm TFT in the perfect position with the flip,
and
dies
won
for it, but still gets the goal here. And it felt like esports at OSU was in control for that entire point until they let it slip once.
Hey, that's all it really needs, right? That's all it takes when you're playing a ranged goalie against this Juno, against this Vice, 2 very explosive characters that if you let them have the core control just for a second, sometimes they can do a lot with it, right? You see these slimes going in, you see these, you hit a Vice primary into that teleport. The Vice then catches her own pass into the ult. Like, there's a lot the Vice can do here, and there's a lot these Slimes can do, as we're seeing right now. Names AH is struggling against Shiro Aisu and these incredibly well-placed Slimes, and Storm TFT just pretty much brawling for his life the entirety of this game. Great saves from Judgmental there to keep things out for now. It's definitely hard to play against the Asher for sure as this ranged goalie, but Judgmental's showing us how to do it.
Really just playing keep away, hitting around the Asher into open space and interrupting, but this time Leplation getting some possession, but Storm drops back all the way down on the defense to help defend, but the core gets the Leplation anyway, and with the cooldowns coming back up, that Asher is such a massive threat right now. Judgmental trying to supernova out, finds a strike war, the key to making the saves, and Shiro Aisu accelerating the core forwards. So many Slimes in overtime, Storm TFT setting up, but it goes back to Peanut Enjoyer, but Judgmental catches the out clear from Leplation a little bit too hasty there, and that means that the offense swings back in the favor of the St. Clair Saints, but Leplation in position once again, the middle wide open, and Judgmental, so experienced, knows that the center clear is wide open.
Yeah, center clear is wide open. Judgmental not really struggling at all right now on the defensive side, and Names AH, on the other hand, struggling to really find some good clears here. I feel like esports at OSU Black are struggling to keep core control as the Junos just jumping everywhere. There's Slimes everywhere, kind of running interference. Storm TFT's man marking somebody. They need to figure out a way to actually separate and get these passes stringing, or else I feel like St. Clair Saints are just going to run all over them.
Especially with that heavy impact. Judgmental, not just the cooldowns, but the damage as well. Everything accelerating for this team, and the X going to pick up that Stinger. Specialized training also an option at this point in the game, and it is just a damage-heavy draft here for the side of the St. Clair Saints, and I think they're going to put it to very good use here.
I actually don't hate the specialized training on to Peanut and Joy here on the Amy. If they set up one Amy turret, like that Firewall Sentry in the corner with an Asher kind of at the spearhead of it, you can't really tank it anymore. The specialized training makes each bullet of that Amy Sentry hurt so much, so you have to be playing away from it, but that is if you tank the shots, and Judgmental not trying to take any of those shots as he still loses the barrier, but keeping his life for now as the offense starts to swing the other way.
Offense swing, Leplation dangerously low though. One ability could do that. Asher in as a Chain Lightning buys some space for Judgmental. Storm TFT on the hunt. Peanut Enjoyer chasing with the glitch pop with the knockback from the center, but gets knocked back by the slime into the top wall, and now Storm TFT free reign over the offense, but what a triple take by Names are hard, not quite enough, and the car sends it backwards, but not a double barrier just yet. Barely staying alive is the goalie of OSU, and Leplation setting up with the pass splitter. Good core stop, trying to maintain possession here. Not quite enough though, as Judgmental finds the saves, finds the clears around the Asher in the corner, and that's the power of an experienced goalie, right? So much confidence to same side clear it against the Asher, knowing that there's a gap here, while Storm TFT continues the offensive Slimes, force out the flip. Perfect strike timing after the bell ringer coming out from the X here, and with two flips available, the St. Clair Saints are in full control of the offense, and this is just a formality as Storm TFT with the patience finds the goal.
Yeah, great patience there from Storm. Pops the flip at the perfect time. Names pretty much just has to gamble, and gambles wrong as the topside shot from Storm going to be putting them through, getting the first point of this set. And one thing I definitely want to just note is the fact that we didn't really talk about this earlier, but both forwards for St. Clair Saints have the Vam braces, so even though the Finny might be getting some damage in, Peanut Enjoyer on that Amy might be getting some damage in, they're not really able to get some kills, but you don't really need some kills if you can keep the core control like that and get it up to your Asher. That just stuffs it straight through Judgmental. And one thing you noted earlier, the experience from Judgmental to be cool, calm, and collected on these clears. It's almost impossible to be cool, calm, and collected when you have an Asher in your face with an Amy ult behind it, right? So they need to find a way to keep it out of the corners there, and I think St. Clair will do a lot better, but it's hard when your goalie actually just goes straight down, and now both your barriers go down. It's a power play as well. Can they get the goal? Can they come back here? Actually, not quite. They managed to find the clear for now. Judgmental comes back up, but they're still in trouble. They're still in trouble as Names gets the goal credit on that one. Shiro Aisu not quite able to find the out clear, and now it just like that, esports at OSU Black managed to turn it around.
Yeah, it's a really awkward goal there. I think in the scramble to try and catch the core at the very end, an ability from the St. Clair side ended up hitting it in, but you can't really blame them when you have to get there in time. But the thing is, these creations, like you mentioned, are really coming into play, overwhelming Judgmental as calm of a goalie as he is, eventually that there are too many creations to deal with, and I think that OSU has realized that and are coordinating a lot better now. They've adapted, but Shiraisu and Storm, if you let them play, they do still have that offensive prowess, but right now, OSU is not letting them play. Laplation cashes out the flip, cashes out the set, and a coordinated emote sends them to the draft.
Sends them to the draft. Definitely doing a lot better, just like I talked about last draft. They managed to find a way to, I guess, work around the Slimes, work around Shiraisu, find a way to keep core control, and now they're winning for it, right? That's the whole comp. Keep it in the corner, keep core control. If they can keep the get core forward, I mean, Vice can't really be teleporting forward to do anything. It's just stuck in her goal net. But one thing that's going to help her while she's stuck in her goal net is that rapid fire, probably the best in slot here in this draft for the Vice. Sai is getting denied now by the Finny and the Asher away from this X, who's taking Castellash just to try to get a couple more ult hits in with that Stinger as well. A little bit of an awkward X build, but still going to work out in the end. Laplation looking incredibly tanky with that big fish and the double spark. Names getting a little bit more impact damage, going to be helping out a bit. And then Peanut and Joy are actually getting the twin drive, so might help a little bit with the offensive pressure. But looks like the Castellas from Storm actually putting in work, getting Peanut and Joy down to 1 HP and actually getting the KO.
Oh, but a good snipe takes the barrier here. If Names Are Hard can survive this interaction with patience, catches a dribble out, they are still in a decent spot. The respawn ticking down and the passing lane's not open for the St. Clair Saints here as Storm continues putting on the pressure, but it is only a slow X for the moment. Peanut Enjoyer dashing forward, still finding an opportunity and doesn't even need any extra abilities. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed to the bottom corner.
Yeah, perfectly put in the bottom corner there after getting taken out. Peanut Enjoyer, you know, in the break room, kind of getting a little bit of the nerves down, relaxing, getting that game plan figured out, and immediately putting in the work after the respawn there. Names AH going to be trying to deny it for now, but Storm with that X going to be finally getting some value, getting some KO value in the corner there against Laplation, who has kind of been the, I would say, kind of the key point for the offense on esports at OSU Black. Get it to the Asher and let the Asher kind of do the work. But if you can keep the Asher busy, keep the Asher KO'd or at least staggered, you're going to be making that work a lot harder. But as we say that, super full health here, going to be making it really hard for Judgmental to play the game, as Shiraisu and Storm TFT are just struggling to get this last barrier. The defense for esports at OSU Black has increased tremendously.
Absolutely, and of course the offense with the creations is staying as good as ever, but with Names Are Hard zoned away, so much damage KO'd. It is now an emergency for OSU. Can they survive Storm TFT? That's the barrier beam down, cooldowns ticking down as we speak, and the dash barely missing the core at the top wall. It is a goal for the St. Clair Saints as they look to find their footing once again.
Yeah, I mean, St. Clair, they just need one opening, and they can get this offensive pressure rolling as esports at OSU Black. I mean, they have a lot of pressure. They have a lot of offense of their own with the setups of the Amy turret, with the Asher in the corner. But if one of them gets taken out by Storm, or if the goalie gets taken out, or if Peanut and Joy gets taken out, it's so hard for them to stabilize, as we just saw right there on that point. But when they're healthy, they're getting some crazy offense here. As Judgmental with a great clear, going to be saving it in the last bit, couple seconds there rather. Trying to get some offense rolling as well, but not quite able to find it as Storm TFT manages to get the last barrier there with the Castellas, just keeps beating up Names AH, and this Castellas is putting in so much more work than I thought it would.
I'm really getting the value here. Has the flip available as well. It's deja vu as Storm does it the same way he did before to the top side. This time a triple take there, but not enough to cover the entire net, of course. St. Clair Saints, it looked bad for them, but now they're the ones who are only one goal away from the next draft from a big lead in this series.
Yeah, looking for a big lead here. St. Clair, if they can win this set, they're pretty much primed and ready with this next draft in order to get a little bit more, just get a little bit more power, get a little bit more cooldown in order to help them get this lead. And getting the lead they're trying right now as they get one KO, and the second KO is only going to be in a matter of seconds as Storm TFT manages to find the second one. But Laplation trying to do everything himself, but no, a great power chord from Judgmental going to be clearing it and allowing Storm to get the finisher. That's the second set secured for St. Clair Saints and their first pick in this draft.
It was so close to Laplation, a touch away, but now as the draft comes through, it is the St. Clair Saints in full control. So many scary awakenings here, and it is just, there's Stagger, of course, there's the Spark, but there's also a lot of utility, like that extra special, and that 1-2 punch, a possibility for the Juno and the Vice or the Aimi. So many choices here.
Yeah, I think the Juno getting that 1-2 punch gets a little bit more speed on the core, going to be making it way harder for Names and Peanut and Joyer to keep control of this core on defense. And then the extra special from Judgmental, that's what I was saying earlier, just a little bit more cooldown on this Vice is going to be making it so much easier for them to actually defend against this Asher pushes. And then the Spark for Storm just makes it so he can be involved in so many more plays with that Spark of Agility and the Spark of Cooldown, more damage as well, kind of as the byproduct of that. So I think the draft win definitely goes over here to St. Clair Saints, but that doesn't mean that Esports at OSU Black is out of it just yet. They got the prime time on their goalie. They got a little bit more health on Dilapidation, as well as the cooldown from Reverberation. They have some teeth here. They have a little bit of tools. Let's see if they can make the most of them.
That's the question, though. Lapilation going in, the Glitch Pop going in as well from Peanut and Joyer on the other side, but it's not quite enough as Storm just constantly lingering in the goal box, putting on the damage. Judgmental in position. So much core speed, though, from that big finish, and Lapilation trying to send to the bottom corner. The angle is not quite there, and Judgmental is staying solid here. Shiraisu, of course, taking a lot of damage, but still has a recovery drone, and with that, it is such a stable defense here, unless Lapilation can find some magic, but it is not looking to be the case, as Storm walks the core forward, doesn't catch it there. Names are hard with the flip available, but Storm putting on the pressure constantly, forcing out that flip. No more energy, cooldowns dwindling, and the slime's getting scarier and scarier. It's overtime. The 1-2 punch Juno controls the entire map, and Storm, so much damage to Castellas, like you mentioned, just enough to get the KO. And St. Clair Saints, they have scaled too much, I think.
They scaled a little bit too much, making Esports at OSU Black's job very, very hard. As Storm TFT, all he needs is a flip, putting it right in between the forward and the goalie of Esports at OSU. And they have tools, but do they have the time, Saya? As it feels like it's dwindling every single second when the Juno hits it forward, when Storm TFT pops that ultimate. They don't have the time to spare. They need to make plays quick in these sets or they're going to be dwindling down.
A lot of meter on the side of the St. Clair Saints here. They could cash out, but the combination of the Firewall Sentry and the Asher does mean that the flip stuffed out. The barrier is taken. Lapilation's in position. So much stagger on this Asher. Can survive despite a ridiculous amount of burst coming out. But the same cannot be said about Names AH on the other end. A flip forward. Storm a little bit too hasty on the strike, but it's still the goalie critically low. Lapilation, possession in the corner, but Peanut and Joyer to the bottom side. Doesn't have a cooldown and your goalie's gone. This flip has to do everything and it just rebounds off the center. Shiro Aisu now in position, but the abilities aren't connecting either. The core speed picking up, but the respawn's coming in here.
Respawn's coming in, and they managed to survive this power play for now, but you never know when the next one's going to happen. Like I said, they're on a timer, as Names can only survive for so long against this X with Stinger, with that spark of cooldown. But this is a good start, managing to dodge a couple abilities for now as Shiraisu trying to keep the core forward and away from Peanut and Joyer and Lapilation, especially Lapilation now trying to get into this corner, but Peanut and Joyer now messing up the blink, and it's going to cost him as Names does not have the tools to stop the flip from Storm TFT, who is just doing everything for the side of St. Clair. Names really needs to find a way to survive this.
It's so difficult too, right? Bani, not very good in those melee interactions, can get body blocked quite easily. The triple take's basically the only reliable tool, and even that's on a long delay. No blinks, no speed boost to run away, and it is just overwhelming that Storm's not even moving an inch. Like, Storm's just pressing the cursor towards Names are hard, and that's the entire gameplay right here.
Hey, that's all the gameplay you need when you have enough damage to get those KOs. Securing the orb, all Names can do is just run forward, and this is actually what I want to see. Let Names run forward. Let Names kind of play a little bit more offense. Peanut and Joyer can back up and take away the goalie job for him. But that looks like that's not what they're going to be doing right now. They want the goal now, as Lapilation and Peanut and Joyer are doing everything they can to get it. But no, they're on a timer. They lose their last barrier, and now they have to find some magic. They have to find a miracle, and will the glitch pop be it? No, Judgmental with the last second save. Going to be getting it forward to Storm TFT, who now forces Peanut and Joyer to pop the flip. And even though there's no power play anymore for the St. Clair Saints. They have the energy advantage, and they're primed and ready to steal this game. Storm, TFT with the finisher on that top corner. Going to be putting it away, securing game 1 for the St. Clair Saints.
It was very close in the beginning, but once St. Clair Saints took a little bit of a lead, got the scaling in, and got their game plan rolling, like you mentioned, a little bit of cooldown, a little bit of damage, all that they needed to take over completely. Judgmental and Storm TFT, a ridiculous amount of damage and 10 goals. Storm, 0 assists. The game plan was very, very clear, and they got the core to Storm so often.
I actually like the way the X built too. I think, taking that spark, having a chance to scale. Most X's now, they like to take the size, they like to take things like that, but he found the stinger, he went for cooldown, and it kind of just worked, right? I haven't seen Castella's X kind of being meta in a long time. Most of the time you kind of just ignore it. The extra couple punches don't tend to mean too much, as the whole point of X is just to deny space. But that game was just all damage. That was old school X right there, baby. Full damage, just keep punching the goalie until he dies, and it kind of worked wonders for the St. Clair Saints here. And so I'm curious now how esports at OSU Black are going to shift their strategy coming into this next map.
And the next map is Night Market, so does that really tell you anything about what they could possibly be doing? Because it is pretty different from Atlas Lab, and I'm pretty sure that the game plan will also change from the St. Clair Saints here.
Yes and no. I feel like Night Market is different from Lab, but the way that St. Clair was playing it wasn't really like abusing the Atlas Lab map too much, right? I feel like you can kind of do the same thing on Night Market. It might actually be easier for them to do it on Night Market because they have the speed in the middle for the X to play with, for the Juno to play with as well, if they decide to go for those similar picks again. And then Vice, obviously just a really good pick no matter what, especially when you have Judgmental playing it. So I think it's just going to be difficult for esports at OSU to adapt to it, and it's going to be on them in order to change their strategy rather than, I feel like, St. Clair changing theirs. X obviously going to be really, really good on this map as well. So I'm curious to see, are we going to see the Peanut Enjoyer Estelle? Maybe we'll see a bit more of like an explosive type of comp with, these Estelle blinks. Maybe Names AH plays a melee goalie or something that can fight back. I think that could be an option for sure. And it is going to be another Deadeye start. Am I seeing that right?
Yep.
That's insane, because that means they have to ban Luna again away from Judgmental for the most part. I feel like, especially as his main character as well, kind of what you want to see in terms of starts. So not the luckiest set of awakenings or rolls of awakenings rather for OSU, but they're going to have to make do with it.
Yep. I double checked. I made sure that these were actually regenerated, and they were. That's crazy.
That's unlucky. And maybe that's why we need awakening bans. So, hey, put your thoughts, put your ideas in the Bestie and Slot Discord. Maybe we can add some awakening bans into competitive. We'll see. As we're seeing the bans come through, it's going to be an Atlas ban for St. Clair Saints and a Luna ban, obviously, for esports at OSU Black. I feel like the St. Clair Saints with that Atlas ban, they're telling me they want to run KO again. That's what they're telling me. They don't want the Atlas to survive the punishment. They want something to get beat up. They want something that will secure, or rather succumb to the pressure of the St. Clair Saints, to the pressure of Storm TFT, who I want to shout out, by the way, has definitely been adapting into this brawler role pretty well. I think back in the day, I believe they played midfield, right? Weren't they a midfielder?
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah, they used to play Amy. They used to play midfield.
It's really funny because Shiro Isu and Storm are both like really known as IME players, and they're both on the same roster. So
I think Storm adapting into this brawler role quite nicely, as they're going to be securing the Asher here, the Amy for Shiro, as we just talked about going in, and then as I said earlier, Peanut Enjoyer with the Estelle. Going to be pretty happy with that pick as well, and it's going to be Erasmus Estelle, so it's going to be a pretty strong forward duo, and then obviously Names AH with the Finny as well, pretty much known for that pick, but will they be able to survive this time against the Amy and Asher instead of the X? Maybe a little bit easier, but I feel like it's still going to be quite difficult if they can get the ball rolling. And then Judgmental back on the Vice. Same type of strategy, I believe, here for the St. Clair Saints, not changing too much. The only thing really changing for esports at OSU Black is the forward pairing. Instead of the Asher Amy, it is going to be the Estelle Rasmus, a bit more explosive, a bit more dynamic, a bit more options for plays. Will they be able to actually make those plays? We'll have to see as we're loading into this Night Market game too.
Yep. A lot of things stay the same, but I think esports at OSU trying to change the outcome of this game. We'll see if they can do it. It's not going to be easy, though, because St. Clair Saints feel very, very locked in at the moment, and their game plan as well, right? The draft strategy, very, very clear direction here.
Yeah, pretty clear direction. They have their strategy. I mean, that's pretty much what you need in the CCL, right? You're not facing, you're not facing the super best in the world, right? You're facing a couple of people that might be considered best in their positions, or at least top 5 in their positions, but the teams are new. They're not practicing as much. It's all about, can you have your identity and can you perform that certain comp identity consistently every single game? And it looks like the St. Clair Saints are trying to do it again as we're getting started here. First point of the second game, or I should say the first team to win this game, rather, the team that wins does get into the top 6, does qualify for tomorrow, and will play a match later on today in the semifinals. So teams are fighting right now for a spot.
It's really difficult too. Like, you want to be in their winner side. You do not want to fight through the loser side, because there are some scary teams that will drop to losers after this winners quarterfinal round, right? The matchups being NGIT versus Lakeland, St. Clair versus Esports at OSU, UT Dallas versus SLU, and UT Nerdboom versus George Mason. It is not easy down there if you lose this match, and I think St. Clair, they want that guaranteed top 6. They want winner side, and they're getting the KOs already. And I only just realized that the IME discussion was even more relevant than I originally realized. They've swapped it.
Me too. I didn't realize as well. Thanks for bringing that up. Storm actually the one gonna be on the IME. Maybe Shiro wanted to get the brawling game, and maybe they wanted to show their flexibility as a team. Could be a bit of a flex, but definitely interesting all the same. I don't think it's going to matter too much here, as like we were talking about earlier, both of them very, very experienced on the AME judgmental there, making a little bit of a mistake. Not sure if there was a little bit of lag there, a little bit of brain lag. Something happened there. No strike coming out for the save. Laplation, well-placed primary anyway. So I'd say well played to esports at OSU, securing that first point.
Yeah, and with the energy relatively even as well, it's not like they spent a lot of resources there. Of course, Peanut and Joy are forced to use a lot of evades, but better to use evades than to have your energy erased by a KO. But it is also 3 flips on the side of the St. Clair Saints here. Laplation looking incredibly low, going to be flipped off the map perhaps. Still being kept alive for the moment as Peanut and Joy tries to find some offense, but it's the Storm TFT show as Shiro Isu still kind of playing a little bit of midfield, despite the role swap here.
Yeah, you can never take a midfielder out of the midfield, as a wise man once said, as Judgmental comes in with the teleport, getting that barrier, getting that ultimate in the backside in order to find the save. Laplation looking incredibly low, but I doubt they'll be going down anytime soon as they're healing right back up. Shiro trying to find the pass to Judgmental, but Judgmental not quite able to strike it in time, but a great play nonetheless, or rather a great try nonetheless, as Laplation and Peanut and Joy are both looking incredibly low. Shiro low on energy, but should be healthy-ish for now. It seems like St. Clair is struggling to get the confirms on this barrier and on these KOs. They might still be feeling out the little roll swap here as we're getting into this game, but last game they lost the first set pretty single-handedly, almost, or not single-handedly. They kind of just lost the set pretty clearly, and then they came back later on, and we're seeing the comeback here right now as Storm TFT finds that first KO and Shiro Isu finds that barrier. The net is open for esports at OSU Black.
The one thing, though, is the offensive reliability, right? Shiro Isu was, of course, the backbone of the midfield, and I think we're seeing a little bit more uncomfortability on both ends of the offense here for St. Clair Saints. They had a lot of opportunities in that last point, but in the end, Laplation's the one who takes it with only one chance. In the previous game, a lot of it was Storm just being that reliable scorer while Shiro Isu set up the opportunities, but I don't think we're seeing that here.
Yeah, not seeing it here too much. I'm curious why they did this. I wonder if it's because Storm is uncomfortable on the Astra maybe, but they thought it was still a better pick, or whatever, I guess, reason it is. We'll never know unless the players tell us later on. But for now, all we can do is speculate, but doesn't matter too much. It's judgmental. Getting that barrier, Shiro Isu getting that KO. They managed to turn it around, and they managed to find both of these goal barriers, trying to get a point in this set. Just, keep the levels close, keep this fighting, give them a fighting chance a bit, rather, as Peanut and Joy and Laplation are just looking so incredibly strong on this offense so far.
And Shiro Isu using the barrier beam to negate once again, the big finish. Trying to set up the pass splitter as well, and perfectly uses the pass splitter to split the net, top and bottom. Names are and Peanut and Jordan not able to get up there in time, and those kinds of goals are what we want to see from St. Clair Saints, right? That kind of offensive reliability coming through from Shiraisu. More of that, and I think they will make this game look like the previous one.
Yeah, taking full advantage of the small mistake from Peanut and Joyer there, kind of letting Asher get a hold of that core. Not what you want to see, but it's only 1 point, and they already have 2, so esports at OSU definitely primed and ready with both those barrier takes in order to take this first set, try to set themselves up with a good draft. We'll see in order to win this game. Shiraisu getting that first barrier, though, not going down without a fight. Pass splitter going to be making it hard for Names H to clear, but they managed to do it anyway. A Storm now with that flip. Judgmental now with that flip. Have the tools in order to tie up this set. Lapulation now trying to make it difficult for them, trying to run interference on this offensive side. Great strike on the bottom side. Judgmental with a great, even greater flip. Keeping things controlled for now, and seems like they're holding.
For now, but there are a lot of cooldowns being burned here. If Judgmental can get a clean pass through to the other side, the barrier beam coming through, and finally Judgmental has to take it himself, but the KO is huge. The power plays have been really important for the St. Clair Saints as Peanut and Jordan goes for a bounce off the center, not quite hitting its mark. That would have been an amazing goal, a clip-worthy moment, but right now it is just stalling, and they do manage to let the respawn come through from Lapulation, and it is just St. Clair Saints, they can't get it to the other side of the map, and even when they do, Peanut and Joyer always has that blink cooldown to send it back away. Finally goes to Shiraisu, but just goes back to Names AH. Finally, the core drifting to the bottom side, and an early strike from Peanut and Joyer. Let Storm TFT take advantage. Good heads-up striking from the St. Clair Saints, and we're at a 5th point here.
Yeah, at a 5th point, St. Clair Saints have kind of brought it back here. They're scrapping as Storm TFT finds a pretty good play with that cyber swipe into the strike onto that bottom side. So it's not over yet, and I think with the draft, if the Amy or the Vice can get that first pick, it will look very, very dicey for esports at OSU Black, as Judgmental level 7, by the way, doing so much right now in this game, just waiting for their forwards to start kind of getting their act together, get this synergy a bit together. But as I say that, losing their last barrier is not going to be good, as esports at OSU Black are primed and ready to finish this game here, still holding a barrier strong as well.
Yeah, still holding a barrier, and that open net, such a dangerous place to be, as now Judgmental. Good flip, but no meter remaining. Firewall Sentry, though, finds the follow-up, and oh no, Peanut and Joyer. Shiraisu with an opportunity, but doesn't capitalize there. Now Lapulation, the scariest member on the map, almost has a flip built up, and St. Clair need to play keep away. Shiraisu pushing forward, the triple take doing so much work, and Peanut and Joyer dropping back just in time. Peanut and Joyer doing everything right now in the midfield, but it all comes down to one shot with the open nets here. The bounce off the center. Lapulation with a perfect redirect to the top corner. It's 3-2, and esports at OSU get out of that set alive.
Somehow managed to claw themselves back. That was looking a little bit dicey there, Saya. I mean, St. Clair Saints finding their footing a little bit in those last 2 points, but not quite able to finish it up, as esports at OSU Black managed to get the set win and the heavy impact deny. If they won the set, then they would have gotten a heavy impact on that Vice. So not the greatest thing to see there. Vice going to be taking with a stagger swagger instead. And now Peanut and Joyer with the fighter flight. I mean, esports at OSU going to be getting a lot of tools for them in this set. But as I say that, I mean, Storm getting the explosive entrance is definitely nothing to scoff at as well. I think the Amy is looking a lot scarier now.
It definitely is here, and if Storm can capitalize on a lot of those opportunities, it could be good. Shiraisu also, with that size, is going to have a lot easier of a time converting, a lot more presence in the corner. The pass splitter, though, only dribbles the core into the goal gate, not the barrier itself, and that means the barrier still stands for the side of esports at OSU. And if they have that insurance, Names Are Hard can play a lot more confidently up to the midfield. Shiraisu trying to capitalize, but not quite finding it.
Not quite finding it yet, but it's not over, as we get a KO actually on to Peanut and Joyer. Judgmental and Storm doing so much more now that the Amy has that explosive entrance to play with. And Shiro, it's only a matter of time before the Amy can get that goal barrier, gets the cooldowns. Judgmental gets the barrier themselves. as we're playing on the offensive side here. And a little bit of a mistake there. Names AH actually trying to strike it, but the pass splitter going to be winning the strike war for Shiro. And that's a point going over to the St. Clair Saints.
Very, very well played there. And the St. Clair Saints, it doesn't even look like they won the point if you just look at the meters, right? Their energy is so incredibly high relative to the other teams. But forget about that if you're finding the barriers so quickly. Shiraisu as well, defusing the big finish without using the flip. But it's an uphill battle for the St. Clair Saints here as Lapalation's in position, finds the strike to the middle, a panic flip from Judgmental, and Storm doesn't cover the bottom side. Peanut Enjoyer sees the opening, finds the shot, finds an even up of the set here.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication. I think Judgmental thought Storm was going to pass it back up to him, and then he clears it out from there. Misses the flip for it. Storm not quite able to adjust to that bottom side in order to get that save, and now getting completely staggered at the cost of Lapalation's flip. Interesting little play there. Gets a flip of his own, but it doesn't matter because he goes right down to the piercing shot from Estelle. And now it looks like, oh, actually, as I say that, Shiraisu finding a flip kill of their own, and a great little turnaround there for the St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, and Judgmental still with the passing mindset here. It wouldn't have been a barrier take had he taken the shot himself, but sending it to Shiraisu, and now Storm TFT is back, trying to find an opportunity, is a supernova, and will find the barrier. Lapalation, another crazy angle attempted with the hook, but not quite this time. The Crystal Thorns, a lot of pressure to piercing shot, the barrier is gone, and Lapalation could be the hero here. So much pressure in the corner, solo offense basically. His names are hard. Finally, you mentioned it in the last game, but the rotation forward coming through. It's the opposite stagger situation, but it sets up Lapalation with a big opening with the Death's Touch. I'd like to see more of that from OSU.
Yeah, OSU managing to survive the timer, as I called it last game. Shiro staggering names, but not quite able to find that kill. But the difference between this game and last game is you have the Rasmus, you have the Estelle, you have a lot more playmaking potential to find these 2v2 goals, and finding them they are so far, as that first set went incredibly well for them. And now these last 2 points, they've been getting a lot of options, making Judgmental's life so incredibly hard. And now Shiro coming back for the help on to the defensive side. Feels like they're kind of just putting them, you know, like kind of hamstringing their playstyle here. It's hard for them to really get the core forward if all three of them are back.
Definitely not the easiest thing here as the triple take comes through. Storm TFT in a bit of trouble, but finds the strike around both members of the defensive core of esports at OSU. Finds the flip right before the triple take can form as well. Storm just hit into open space so well there.
Hey, maybe Storm should just play Brawler as Amy. You know what I mean? Like, Storm's in finding these KOs, or finding these goals rather, finding a lot of this forward pressure in that Brawler mindset. Just keep the Amy a bit more forward, let the Asher play a bit more core control-y, you know, space denial type play style, and maybe that'll just work better as we're seeing it right now. But as I say that, Storm going down to Lapalation and Peanut Enjoyer here. Kind of all three of them getting a little bit of a piece of that KO. But it is still an Asher on defense, so we might be able to see a little bit of a hold. But no, the last barrier goes down, and now Judgmental is open, or left with an open net.
Open net for the Vice, not the place you want to be. As a great hook from Lapalation at the last possible moment, it feels like. Mixes up Judgmental, who, honestly, you wouldn't think that a goalie like Judgmental would get mixed up by just a Rasmus hook, but Lapalation delayed that really well.
Yeah, Lapalation definitely playing a lot more confident, it seems like, on the Rasmus this time around. Was doing well in the Asher last time, but a lot less, I guess, playmaking potential that could have happened on the Asher character compared to the Rasmus, who, against the Vice, definitely feels really, really strong. But let's see if this draft can change anything. Shiro getting another spark. That's the second one, so a little bit stronger there on the speed and the cooldown. One thing I'm worried about, though, I think the size from Lapalation now, and the Rasmus has been dealing with so far. Rasmus has been doing what he's been doing so far with 0 size. Now that he has a size awakening, it's just going to be way easier, way more, I guess, reliable for these plays to happen. And Peanut Enjoyer now at the prime time as well, just giving him so many more chances in general. Names AH with the triple spark. I mean, it feels like esports at OSU Black are just primed and ready to take this game too, and they're off to a great start.
Off to the races as Lapalation once again making the most of the strike reset on the hook. Shiraisu being brought down a little bit low as well. No meter available as Lapulation and Peanut Enjoyer combine for the crossfire onto Judgmental. Now 2 goals away from a game 3 here.
2 goals away for the decider to be played here. And if they do run the decider, I do expect them to kind of go back to their normal positions, as this role swap has just not been working out for them fully in this game. Not sure if it's the role swap, honestly, or if it's maybe just the comp difference. Lapulation on this Rasmus been kind of looking really, really good. Name's a lot more open now to play when there's not an X just standing on them. And Storm struggling to really find their footing in this midfield role. Judgmental trying to do so much in the goalie position, but you can't do anything if the core is just permanently on your side. There's only so much the Vice can do, and Lapulation puts it in yet again. It is set point, game point for this game 2.
Well, we're nearing the end of this game if Esports at OSU continues what they've been doing, and Lapulation off to the races continues, putting on the pressure, but so much damage now, and there comes the Supernova. Judgmental finds a KO, but that's still a barrier take, and if Names are hard and Peanut Enjoyer can hold a little bit here, and with the flip coming up for Peanut Enjoyer, it should be very doable. They are holding, they're stalling out the respawn, but 2 barriers still go down. The flip is burned, and not the greatest spot for Esports at OSU to be, but right now they are still stable. Find the passing plays, trying to advance the core, but Storm TFT finds his way forward with a cyber swipe. A brief moment, a rare misplay coming out from Lapulation as he hits it right to the Aimi, but still, they're still 1 goal away. They still have 2 more tries here.
Yeah, still dominance overall from OSU. A little slip up in the beginning, getting KO'd there by Lapulation allowed Storm and Judgmental could kind of capitalize on it, but still incredibly hard for them to find this core control. But as I say, the Storm with a great play and a great glitch pop going to be keeping it forward for now. And we'll have to see them with a little bit more of this offensive pressure. Judgmental now with the Firewall Sentry moving forward with it. Shiro trying to walk forward as well, missing that pass splitter. Not going to be quite able to get it, but there we go with the barrier beam, getting that final barrier for Esports at OSU. And it seems like finally now, I don't know what happened, but I mean, St. Clair has woken up.
They have. Shiraisu with the flip available to the top side, trying to find a passing play to Storm. A strike war 1 to the bottom side, but not into the goal here as the meter is being burned. Lapulation finds the barrier. Judgmental and Storm, a bit of miscommunication perhaps. Both out of position, it feels like, and it looks like OSU wants to capitalize. Flip available for Names are hard. Lapulation running forward. The pendulum swing not going to reach from there as the Firewall Sentry brings some stability to the St. Clair Saints offense. Judgmental sending it forward, but a triple take. So much pressure in the midfield. The core going around the world, and Lapulation continuing to put on the pressure. A perfect hook from Lapulation as Peanut Enjoyer takes the shot. We're headed to a game 3.
Head into a game 3. I mean, they managed to do it, Saya. I think Esports at OSU redid their strategy a bit. They found, you know, a little bit of a different forward comp that works for them. Something to I guess, punish the Vice a little bit more in this game, and succeeded with this. 7 goals for Lapulation, 2 for Peanut Enjoyer, 3 assists as well. Lots of redirects all around, and Names AH were just thriving that game, in my opinion. Lots of saves, lots of easy saves, not really getting KO'd as much. Without the X being there, it was very, very easy for them to play, and I think we're going to need to see a back to basics here for the St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, the role swap was interesting, but I think that even in that game where they were on opposite roles, we saw flashes of the original roles in both those players, right? It was not looking as smooth as the first game there, and I think if they go back to it, they'll have a much better shot, this time on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, Taiko Temple, a bit more of an explosive map here. Just kind of like Atlas Lab, where anything can happen with these explosions, and rather, instead of the explosions, we have the bounces of the drums. Not really sure who I'm going to favor in this one. I don't really know. I think it just depends on what they play here. Maybe they ban away the Peanut Enjoyer Estelle. I feel like the Estelle was working so well for OSU, and Peanut Enjoyer is so good at that Estelle pick. Definitely probably their best character overall. And I don't know. I mean, I would say we need to see them go back to their main roles. We need to see them go back to their old strategy, what they were doing. Maybe we see an X here. Maybe we see, I don't know, something that we saw in that Atlas Lab. But either way, I think they're going to change something up for sure.
Yeah, and taking a look at the start is Twin Drive Prize Fighter here, and this time the St. Clair Saints opting for blue side after they picked red side in their first game here. Do you think these awakenings are going to warp anything, or do you think it's not going to be that big of an effect here?
Well, Twin Drive's always good for the eject goalies that Judgmental plays, right? So that's definitely just going to be really, really good for him. Or if they choose to pick the Atlas as well, Twin Drive's just good for that as well. So nothing too out of the ordinary there. I feel like Prize Fighter is one of those awakenings on this map that can just spiral out of control. It's really, really easy to find KO finishes on this map as any character, because all you need to do is hit them against one of the barriers, or one of the drums rather, and they just go flying into somewhere on the map. They go somewhere and they get KO'd. So if you can start to get those prize fighters stacked, it's going to be way easier for you to get these power plays and then subsequently win the set. So I'm curious to see what we're going to get. I'm feeling it's going to be similar stuff. Maybe we're going to see another Luna ban. That seems to be the OSU's plan this game in general. I think if they let Luna through, they're in trouble with the Twin Drive, so they definitely can't be doing that. I do think Storm's going to go back to that brawler position after last game. I feel like that's kind of just par for the course here after the mistake of last one. And then for OSU, I assume they're going to try to get that Estelle again. I assume they're going to try to get maybe that Rasmus, maybe a Kazan, maybe something like that. I'm not really sure exactly what Laplation plays. I'm not sure all the picks. We've seen the Asher and the Rasmus. Not sure if they have more in their toolkit, but something that can move the core around away from these ranged goalies that Judgmental's playing would probably be key.
Yeah, we will see how it goes here. I think we're waiting for a bit of a bathroom break, but there's also a big possibility in terms of the melee goalies as well, right? Twin Drive, a
True.
great awakening on especially Atlas and Mako, so that is also something that could be the case, although I doubt that Judgmental will opt for it. And of course, Names Are Hard has also shown that the Finny is the priority pick. On a map like Taiko Temple, there is a non-zero possibility that one of them might go for an Atlas or something.
Yeah, I mean, both goalies, I think, play it, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. I know Judgmental plays the Mako as well. I assume Nane's Age can play it because Mako is Mako. I mean, that's not a hard character, let's be honest, guys. Especially Twin Drive, just hit the core forward, spam your abilities, hold that secondary, let your forwards do the work for you. Definitely a pretty strong pick here overall. Lots of room. I think if this were a Nassau game, or if this were like a, you know, if this wasn't CCO where the teams do kind of have that core identity, I feel like this could go either way with the Twin Drive start, with that prize fighter start as well. You know, lots of things the teams can do, and it looks like they actually are going to be banning the Estelle. They did, maybe they listened to the stream, who knows, banning away the Peanut Enjoyer Estelle, did not want to deal with it yet again, and it will be that Atlas first pick for Judgmental. They don't want Names Age to play it. They want to still beat him up, and then Judgmental with that Twin Drive going to be thriving in the back court here of his own net. Still going to be a Luna ban as usual for OSU Black, and they will be getting their 2-3 here on red side. Curious to see what they do. I assume it's probably going to be maybe an Amy Asher again, just like they did the first game, but maybe it's a bit better because it's Tycho this time. Other than that, I'm not really sure what else they play. It's actually going to be Erasmus. Is it going to be Erasmus Amy? Is it going to be Erasmus? I don't really know. I mean, other things you could play with the Twin Drive start or the Prize Fighter start. You could play the Vice. You could play even like a cheeky Rune. Rune's really good on this map. That might be something interesting. I'm not sure if Peanut Enjoyer has that in his back pocket. It's actually just going to be securing the Finny for now. Wait for the midfield pick for later. Let Names kind of on his signature Finny pick. But that does open up the option for an X, for something to just sit on the Finny yet again. That worked so well for them on the first game. We'll have to see what they end up actually picking here.
Yeah, I think if St. Clair just reverses their first game forward duo, I think that they'll find a lot of success on this map, and they will go for the Asher instead of the X here. That last pick is going to tell a lot of the story of this game, but like you mentioned, I really liked how Storm piloted the X. The game plan was really, really straightforward and very effective, because even on the IME game, we saw that Storm was finding a lot of good strike placements as well. So if they're not swapping, if they're still on that Shiraisu Asher, I don't like this draft as much.
I don't like it as much, but maybe if they do the Asher Amy again with the same roles, maybe Judgmental being on the Atlas this time will buy them a bit more time to stabilize and actually get an offense going. The problem last game was that the Estelle Rasmus is just such a strong forward duo that it's hard for the Vice to hold that by themselves, right? But an Atlas, I mean, especially with Twin Drive, is going to have no problem in doing that, right? So now with the Estelle off the table as well, I think they'll have a bit of an easier time playing this game, especially if they have practiced them, you know, on that little role swap there with Storm on the Amy. But I feel like Storm played Asher before. I think I've seen him play Asher, and I'm not really sure why they don't just do Amy X here as well with Storm on the X. It worked so well for them the first game. Maybe there's a specific reason why they're not doing it. Not too sure. Is actually there's going to be the Kai coming in. I do know Peanut and Chore has a Kai, but interesting time to pull it out with the Rasmus especially. Lots of core control, but not a lot of projectiles in terms of the beam and everything that Estelle has in her kit. The Kai is going to be a bit slower on the get up, but might, you know, scale a bit more as they get speed.
Definitely going to be an interesting game here. We'll have to see how it goes. An important third game between the St. Clair Saints and Esports at OSU coming up here. As, yeah, like we hinted at earlier, the melee goalie being locked in. Maybe it's time for some business from Judgmental here, because Amy and Asher, this time it's Storm on the Brawler, and we'll see how this iteration of the roster goes here.
Hey, there's always the chance that they just wanted a BM. Storm wanted to get an Amy game in for fun, and then they realize now that maybe that's not going to quite work against this OSU team. We should respect them a bit more and put the fries in the bag, as we say around here. As we're getting into this first game, everybody's running Twin Drive. No surprise there, as Storm starting us off with the first barrier take.
Quick barrier take, Shirlaisu looking confident as well as Storm. It's like that second game never happened with how they're piloting the offense here. Just absolutely ridiculous in terms of coordination. Judgmental, of course, on that melee goalie, finding a much easier time on the defense compared to the Vice. And with both barriers going down, it's still looking dangerous. Names are hard playing a lot more confidently as the big finish, the final tick at the very edge as the core circles around. What a brilliant goal from the goalie.
Yeah, great job from Names walking up there, playing, you know, a little risky, but definitely worth it with that Finny ultimate. You know, Atlas using all the cooldowns just a second ago, so nothing to get it away out of the Finny ult, and Judgmental now losing both barriers immediately as Shiro and Storm need to like mount a comeback here as they themselves get both barriers, and now Shiro has the flip, but it's not going to matter as Names messes up the secondary and it puts it into his own net. A little bit of an unfortunate error there, but that was insane. That was only a 16-second point there, but all barriers went down.
That was incredibly quick. Both points pretty rapid so far, but I think if Judgmental starts getting the bearings on the Atlas once again, we're going to be seeing a lot longer in terms of defense from the side of the St. Clair Saints, especially with the flip coming up as well. But with Storm taking a lot of damage and Judgmental already losing a barrier, Esports at OSU is not letting off the gas right now. They're continuing to press forward, and Laplation has a lot of agency on this Rasmus, a lot of ability to set up his own plays.
A lot of ability to set up his own plays, but it's hard to set up the plays with no energy now after burning that flip. Judgmental sitting pretty in his goal box with the flip and with that twin drive. Definitely needs to, you know, after playing a couple games of Ice, you gotta go back onto the melee playstyle, right? You need a set or two, maybe a point or two to warm up. As we're seeing the flip come in here, holding it for now. Storm not quite able to get that second barrier here, but Judgmental, the one actually going to be losing their barrier first. Amy Ultimate not going to be getting anything here as Names and Peanut and Joy are going to be defending. And it looks like Storm and Shiro are just kind of struggling to keep it in the corner against Names this game.
Yeah, Names is playing a lot more aggressively, a lot more confidently, and we like to see that. Judgmental not reaching the core in time, not even going for the strike. And that's another point for the goalie of Esports at OSU. This team is coming alive. I think a comp focused around mobility is exactly the right fit for them.
Yeah, the mobility is definitely putting St. Clair on the back foot. Shiro and Storm are struggling to keep the core, like, actually controlled into a corner the whole time. They're struggling to string these passes and get it safe. Storm there, a little bit of an unlucky strike onto the bottom side, just giving away core control. Needs to keep it on the one side, just like this with the Firewall Sentry. But another great clear from Names, going to be denying them everything, and another great save from Names, going to be keeping it out for now. But the offense continuing for St. Clair, getting that first barrier. Judgmental now holding strong on the bottom side, losing the first of his own, but one's all you need when you're the Atlas here on this Taiko Temple map. Storm trying to look for a KO. Laplation looking incredibly low, but probably not going to be going down for now. Might go down to the Shiro Isu Blink, though, but not quite. Just going to be staggered for now. Needs to be careful as the Atlas has some knockback of his own. But it looks like things are going to stabilize here as Names forces out Judgmental's flip, forces out Peanut and Jorah's flip, and now things are going back to neutral.
Oh, but a crazy bounce off the top side. It's the St. Clair Saints in a bit of advantage here. The firewall sentry set up, and a good shot by Storm perfectly into the bottom corner, right between Laplation and Names. We're at a 0.5 now, even though it felt like OSU had all the momentum. The moment St. Clair Saints find the core in their hands, I think they can do a lot with it. The question is just, can they get it in their hands in the first place?
Yeah, getting the core into their possession has been a challenge so far, especially with these starting awakenings being twin drive. The Kai and this Rasmus have so much speed to work with, and this Finny has so many secondaries to deny, but now they finally get into the corner and they get both barriers instantly, just like you said. Peanut Enjoyer now going down, paying the iron price, getting pass splittered and then getting dashed by Shiro Aisu, who just passes it right up to their forward on Storm, who puts it right in past Names. No cooldowns to be had. St. Clair Saints find this first set, and now might get rewarded with the draft on this Atlas getting the first pick here. You got Monu that you might have to deny here from this Finny.
Yeah, a lot of choices later on in the draft as well, of course, right? Stuff like the heavy impact, the definite possibility.
There it is.
But it is relatively light in terms of Rasmus Awakenings in particular, right? The size not being there, reverberation solid, but nothing to get immediate power into the hands of esports at OSU. There's the Among Titans, but Names Are Hard is going to have to be a lot more careful as well in a lot of the more static plays. And the Kai left with an adrenaline rush. Not a great draft situation for OSU here.
Yeah, not great, and a little bit of a risky one too. Among Titans going over to Names, you're getting a little bit more speed, but speed's not going to matter too much if you get trapped into a corner against an Asher, especially if they can get a speed spark or something later on. I mean, that tiny size for this Finny just going to make it that much harder to actually defend these corner pushes from the side of St. Clair. And Judgmental now sitting pretty with that Monu. Look how big those creations are. They hit a lot harder too. Laplation going to be getting poked down even more this game. I feel like this is a clear draft win for the St. Clair Saints, but draft win doesn't always mean a set win, but what usually does is a KO. That's a great start as Judgmental. Great clear down to Shiraisu, who puts it into the corner with the firewall sentry. Names just too small in order to get a hand on the core, and we're seeing it right there. You cannot keep up with the core when you're that small as a Finny, and the Asher is just going to take advantage of you.
2 strikes in a row, lost to the same Among Titans difference. It is really, really goofy how that happened right after the draft, but OSU punished for that pick, unfortunately.
Yeah, punished for now. Laplation going to have to make some magic happen. I feel like the Rasmus has the most agency in this game, but he's kind of just getting beat up by this Atlas here on its own. So finally getting a little bit of leeway here, almost getting the first barrier, almost missing actually on everything. Judgmental managing to save everything. Peanut Enjoyer now going down. Finally, Laplation gets both barriers, and he has the flip still, so they need to still be careful. Shiro needs to keep control of this core while Storm does the brawler things over to Peanut Enjoyer on the side. Peanut Enjoyer running up for a final hurrah, trying to get the barrage, trying to do something before they go down, but they're actually managing to survive for now, but maybe not for long, as Peanut Enjoyer incredibly low, going down to the Amy Blink, and now it's a power play for the St. Clair Saints.
A big power play coming out, but the net is still open. Shiraisu has a flip available. Dangerous shot coming out from Laplation. And the card from Names Are Hard getting it around. But again, the lack of size is making these corner defenses really difficult for the goalie of OSU. And now with the flip available, really difficult to save. Really well placed by Shiraisu too. Away from Peanut Enjoyer's barrage. 2-0, and St. Clair Saints, they're not slowing down at all.
Hey, they found the draft they wanted, they found the play style they wanted, and now they're executing it. They just look so much better with Storm on this brawler role. It definitely, being a brawler just means being consistent, and Storm, who's been putting a lot more practice into it recently than I assume Shiro has, definitely needs to be on this position for them to be making these dominant wins like this. Judgmental now with the Atlas looking so comfortable in the back of his net, especially after a little bit of a warm-up in those first couple points. 2-0 now for the St. Clair Saints. I feel like OSU has had a lot of chances, especially Laplation, who's been getting a lot of these barriers, but putting it in the back of the net is another story.
Good pendulum swing attempt, but Judgmental has the right timing. Peanut Enjoyer now keeping possession in the top corner, making it difficult. The defensive situation is so dangerous for the St. Clair Saints. The goalie KO'd, but Storm finds a strike ward against Names Are Hard. The court to the top corner, but Shirowaisu blinks up to save it from the barrage and finds a strike around Peanut Enjoyer as well. The respawn comes in. The strike shot saves it in the back of the net almost. The expanse is just enough, and St. Clair Saints, they weather the storm. They're in a good spot now, but maybe not if Leplation is no, barely misangled on the pendulum swing, not finding the goal, and Shirowaisu is the one to flip now.
Shirowaisu has the flip. We might get into another position where we have to get a flip from the goalie, and there we go. Flips traded from Shiro and from Names. Now we're working with nothing but, Names with the speed. Going to be getting there in time, but the secondary is not there in time for Storm to get that bottom side goal with that flip. Man, it feels like St. Clair, a bit of a shakier last point, but still managed to secure the clean 3-0 and are getting rewarded with a lot to choose from here. They have the Super Surge, they have the Stacks, the Fighter Flight. They can pretty much pick anything.
Yeah,
and the Spark too.
It was shaky, but they displayed incredible resilience, and they're rewarded with Fighter Flight. That's pretty much unconditional mobility for Shirowaisu now, and the Spark being taken away by the Rasmus. But that size, I think Storm will not be unhappy with that in the slightest. To Deadeye being denied away, as the Atlas is going to do even more chip damage, and stacks on stacks is okay, but it is still the same problems for esports at OSU after the draft.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they can get their Finny stacked, and Peanut Enjoyer with some extra speed, they have a bit more tools, but that's the same issues as before. Names is just so small, it's hard to stop these corner offenses, and now with Peanut Enjoyer going down, they basically have no playmaking potential at all, especially with this Rasmus using all his abilities. Now Storm just needs to tap it in here on the bottom side, but he can't get a hold on the core. Names just letting it fly right through, and that's the end of the power play, and it seems like esports at OSU Black managed to stabilize this for now.
They do manage to stay alive for the moment, but Judgmental in the corner. No, it's actually Leplation winning against two with the Strike Wars coming in. The pendulum swing available very soon. Storm almost gets the hard read there as Judgmental sends it around the world once again. Both Storm and Names can't reach the core as it sails right in. What a good re-angle by Judgmental to keep the speed around the world.
This is the type of Tycho bounces and explosiveness that St. Clair needed to kind of come back in this series, right? Nightmark at a bit more of a static map, a bit more playmaking potential, allowing them to do things. But I feel like the bounces are managing to give St. Clair the edge they need. But as I say that, the bounces losing them actually that double barrier, and esports at OSU Black have the chance to come back here. Now Names running up forward with the flip, trying to keep it away from now, getting a great clear up to Peanut Enjoyer, who has the speed, they have the playmaking potential, they have the pendulum swing, forcing Judgmental to flip, and they're getting the cooldowns out of this Atlas, but they're not quite able to get these goals. The barrier is always going down, but I feel like Judgmental's actually just holding it down.
Yeah, and Storm's now in the corner, almost finding two barriers. Peanut Enjoyer having to drop all the way back down to help, and even then, the hit stun coming out from Storm. A perfect secondary onto Names Are Hard, preventing any sort of defense. The triple take burned on the bottom side against the pass splitter, but the pass splitter once again makes it so difficult for Names to cover the net. One goal away are the St. Clair Saints, and this time it is one-sided in their favor.
Yeah, this is looking a lot more like this Atlas Lab game, but I would say even more dominant as we're seeing Storm and Shiro just perform these clinical offenses on this top side. Judgmental does not seem to be struggling against Leplation anymore, who is now putting it into the bottom side, and Shiro getting the final goal credit and the series win to St. Clair, who's going to be moving to day 2 in this top 6.
A brilliant performance from both Storm and Shiro. We had a bit of an intermission where they role swapped, but when they weren't swapped, they were fantastic. Shiro especially was so impressive on the IME, finding so many glitch pops, so many passes with the glitch pop, self passes, everything. It was impossible to deal with for esports at OSU. Not in that it was impossible to deal with, but in that they couldn't keep it contained.
Can't keep it contained when you're playing a Finny who has no size, and you're playing an Asher who has the size, who has the firewall sentry in the back, and who has the barrier beam to get it through. It's already hard enough to defend against the Asher, but when you don't have that size and when you don't have the cooldowns to actually take care of it, there's not much you can do. I really like the way that they actually changed their draft strategy a little bit. You know, I think they were having a little bit of fun in that second game, doing the role swap. I'm pretty certain of that now. They just wanted to have some fun. They wanted to change it up. for no real reason other than, sounded like a good idea. But get punished for it, come right back, ban the Estelle away to take away Peanut Enjoyer's comfort, and just put the fries in the bag, get that clean 3-0, and secure themselves the top 6.
2-1. I think we picked some bangers because there are not many games going to Game 3 in these early rounds of playoffs. They shouldn't be expected to necessarily go to Game 3, of course, but the ones we have picked have, and yeah, it's been pretty enjoyable so far. But Borg, it looks like we're gonna have to wait for which teams are revealed for the winners semifinal, because those determine who's gonna go into day 2 on the winners or the losers side, and you want to start in that winners final.
Yeah, GMU up 1-0 versus UT Nerdboom, actually. SLU up 1-0 versus UT Dallas. Some upsets actually on the bottom side of this bracket. And then NJIT taking 1-0 already versus Lakeland, as everyone kind of expects here going into this bracket. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in a little bit for these round 2s. We'll keep an eye on the bracket, probably keep you updated in the tooltips here on stream as much as we can. But don't go anywhere. That's it for us, and we'll be back with the semifinals on the winner's side.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCL playoffs. We have advanced to the winners semifinal. We've got two great semifinal matchups to determine top six. Vaughn, how are we doing today? Saw you earlier today. Now we're casting together. How are you feeling, buddy?
That we are. That we did. I'm looking forward to the match. We've got two teams that I don't think you or I are surprised are here. We both kind of. I wanted OSU to maybe to sneak in, but I think we both understood that these two are looking really strong. St. Clair actually just had a wonderful performance with Shiro Aisu playing some of the best Omega Strikers I've seen him play in a while, and the team spearheaded by Mr. Top 5 NA himself. Actually, I don't know if you've checked the leaderboards, but Judgmental is actually been climbing quite nicely. He's actually right above me. So
wow,
I know
there you go. That's how you know,
in the
right?
games. Yeah, no, he's been putting in the games. I'm looking forward to watching these two teams go at it, see if they can make NJIT bleed, Serp.
I hope so. NJIT hasn't had a whole lot of challenges this season, so hopefully they can. This matchup could be a little bit more entertaining. Again, this is also the Battle of the Storms. You've got Storm TFT on St. Clair and Storm on NJIT, so it's going to be a little confusing to cast it, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and we're going to see a battle of concepts here as well, with the side of NJIT going what I like to like. I think this is one of the most quintessential damage combos of all time, with the Vice Estelle, with Zen, with Siphoning One. On the other side, we have more of a creation-based stuff it in comp with the now Duvu and Asher. So even though those champions can do damage, they're going to look to really abuse Storm's lack of defensive options and just constantly use creations and the hitboxes that the backline of Duvu now have to augment Asher's offense this game, Dylan.
All of these players, except for Shiro Iso, have gotten Spark of Strength. Shiro going with Siege Machine instead. Good pick so far, and both goal barriers are down. Can Katsuna grab a goal here?
We'll have to find out if he can. It's looking good. The difference between playing gates when your barriers are down is you're so limited in your movement if you're the side of St. Clair here, because you have to constantly watch out for these portals. You're going to watch Katsuna and Mirimeg constantly play around the portals, and also a wonderful mix-up, as I mentioned him, really putting Judgmental in a bit of a tizzy there. Opted for the strike shot, so no extra size from Pauldrons or speed from Mom Boots. Bit of a quick goal there from the side of NJIT, something we've become quite accustomed to over this season.
Correct. NJIT has pretty much always just been super dominant in their regular season. If you didn't watch the regular season, they did not drop a game. They are undefeated, the second ever CCL team to do so, and are quickly whittling away at Judgmental's barriers here. A good flip by Judgmental. Barely misses that other goal barrier there, but Mirimeg is there on the Zentaro, getting ready to get another chip away. Storm super low. Storm did get KO'd earlier in this past game, so we'll see if they can start farming some KOs here against Storm TFT. Katsuna grabs that goal barrier. Katsuna passes it back to Storm and has this flip. Let's see if the defense from St. Clair can do anything to stop NJIT, but some good positioning here from Mirimeg. Flip misused, and the slash goes right past. Judgmental can't do anything there. 2-0 for the Highlanders.
Something you're going to see that I'd like to draw your attention to as well, if you're watching this game, is the sort of flexible positioning that Mirimeg and Katsuna have. If you've watched these players outside of CCL, they're known, especially Katsuna, for their very aggressive playstyle. It's common to see EKC, which is the team that Katsuna's on, for Katsuna to have the most goals scored, which is, for most teams, actually traditionally the brawler scoring the goals. By contrast, Mirimeg has lots of midfield experience and is more than comfortable sliding into a secondary, more of an assisting position. Even if he's bringing the ball up and doing damage, we'll see a lot of times the Estelle in this combo is going to be the one putting the ball in the net, as there's so many resources that Judgmental will have to expend to deal with the Zentaro primary, the mix-up with his passive. Then Katsuna is going to come in at the back, combo off his abilities, and it'll result in just this overwhelming offense that we've been seeing to start the first set.
Both goal barriers down, though, for NJIT. Maybe St. Clair can pronounce themselves into this matchup, but there goes that other goal barrier on the side of St. Clair. So it's anybody's ball game at the moment. Mirimeg has the core control. The good wall there by Judgmental has the flip if necessary. Katsuna is also teetering on to core flip range here as well. We've seen a lot of this back and forth, especially between the two forward slash midfielders from NJIT. A few core flips come out. Judgmental's doing a decent job right now with this defense. You'd want to see him tighten it up a little more, especially because this is NJIT we're talking about. This is like one of the best team in the league right now, #1 seed overall. You really want to see him tighten it up really quick, but oh my goodness, a back and forth goal there through the portal. Storm gets St. Clair on the board.
And this is one of those things about Gates. I think Katsuna was struggling to figure out whether he wanted to be in the middle of the map for a direct pass or position at the portal. And this is why this Gates of Obscura map can be so different team to team. There's so many different ways the ball can be moved around, and you'll notice that even though NJIT was super dominant at that point, and it wasn't necessarily that they made too many defensive errors, just one big mistake on this map is really hard to correct, as opposed to a more, I will say, traditional map like Night Market. The ball has so many options to move around, like Katsuna's demonstrating to Mirimeg with a nice portal take, that it's really hard to know exactly what angle your opponents are going to take offensively. While this might look like an NJIT point come very soon, Dylan.
Absolutely. Storm is doing a great job in the goal box for NJIT. St. Clair can't really get a offensive lick in. They're just getting the core all the way away from these players. But Judgmental, what an angle there. Another good stop from Judgmental. If they can ride off of the goalie here, I think St. Clair might have a shot. One goal barrier goes down. Almost made it 2 there, but both Katsuna and Storm come back and assist the goal. But Mirimeg and Katsuna grab that goal. 3-1, a good set win for the Highlanders.
Nice patience from the Meg there. It's very common that when Dubu has flip, he's never going to really lose to a... Or when Dubu has log, he's not going to lose to a core flip like that. But since Judgmental got a little antsy and put it out sooner, Mirimeg deciding to wait there was able to sneak the ball past Judgmental while he was in his Dubu ulting animation, making sure that Judgmental couldn't actually core flip the ball out to save it. So that was a really tight window that Mirimeg found there. So I really like that play. And the problem when you lose draft early versus a damaging team is that a lot of times it can get out of control quite quickly. And if they have the better damage, they don't even necessarily have to off into the raw numbers. Oftentimes, the two strongest stats, CDR and most importantly speed, are going to benefit that damage dealing team even more and make it even more difficult to deal with. Funny death there. I'm speaking of damage, but getting taken out by a stray log is always amusing. But this stacks on stacks that just got reset from Katsuna can be a huge deal breaker going into this next set.
And look at St. Clair there, thundering towards a goal here. Then again, NJIT has had very good control over this core, and very good offensive capability with this core. But look, if you keep getting KO'd here, it's not going to look good for NJIT. The Saints have a little bit of motivation up their sleeves here. Katsuna and Storm having to come back, do some defense. And very good defense at that, as Mirimeg does get resurrected, comes back. The goal barrier is thrown down here, and Mirimeg is going to try to slash. We've seen a lot of very good Mirimeg goals, but what a great core flip by Judgmental, saving that core from a potential NJIT goal. They storm down the field and grab another one.
Nice conversion by Storm TFT there, especially. Good eye from Judgmental to thread that needle. We saw a lot of really goofy NJIT mistakes. First, the unstaggered death in the log in the corner, but even worse, Mirimeg died by walking into a formed now primary. And this team of Storm TFT, Shiro, ISO, and Judgmental, right, they're no slouches. These kind of mistakes are going to result in point wins, all right? It's not just a walk in the park for NJIT. And if they keep making mistakes like these, I can see this set getting cleaned up, and it's getting 1-1 equalized after a couple more of points like that, Dylan.
I agree, and to your point, little mistakes can add up. You can whittle down that score easily that way and come off with an upset win. But as of right now, Mirimeg has this core flip, could get something going, but Judgmental doing very good on the defense alongside Shiro Isu. Slashes come out, but no goal barrier to be found just yet. A great block to Mirimeg's core flip there, and Mirimeg says, see you later. Adios. St. Clair has the upper hand here. Shiro Iso super low, as is Storm. There could be a double KO possibility. There goes one. Storm is going to be hanging back a little bit. Just kidding. Double KO from Mirimeg. A great 1-2, and they will start whittling down these these goal barriers. Nice. Here, Shiro Isu and Judgmental staying up for the defense as Storm TFT comes back in. Storm on NJIT has the core flip as well, so it's not the end of the world here for NJIT, but look at that. Grabs the goal barrier, and you've got an open net here for NJIT as Storm TFT grabs one as well for St. Clair. Mary Meg is going to come up and has this, look at the goal flip, the core flip right here. This could be something to use, but what a great wall by Judgmental.
The defense from the Dubu at this point has been immaculate. Oh.
Oops.
Yeah. Scratch that. I don't want. I'm joking there.
My bad.
Obviously, been
My
a
bad.
caster curse, but Judgmental. I couldn't help but even saying something as he did it. He had some real nice strike placement, especially when his team is down 1v3. That's going to be the main difference between these two comps because the Vice absolutely cannot hold the Now and the Asher. So if it's a full 3v3 or even a 3v2 off of a KO from St. Clair, the Vice has to use all of her tools just to stop Asher once, while this Dubu is picked to hold very nicely, which Judgmental has not been making very many mistakes on that front at all. So it's making a real interesting back and forth where it feels like Storm on the Vice has to supplement the damage from his teammates before he gets overwhelmed, while Judgmental needs to hold on, making sure that his forwards don't have too much pressure on them on the defensive end.
Oh my goodness. Storm with the ultimate there, grabs the goal. I was about to KO Judgmental, it looked like. I think he did pop that elusive just in time, pop the core flip just in time to stay in that elusive state, to not get KO'd. 2-1 NJIT. The Highlanders are looking for another goal barrier. Grab one. Weitzel comes out, and the hack and slash will grab a second one. Goal is open for a round-winning opportunity for NJIT, and they will do just that, grabbing this set 3-1 and looking as dominant as usual, but don't count out the Saints just yet.
Yeah, this is the NJIT we know, especially once Katsuna picks up this fully stacked speed. He has complete control over this map. This is one of, I think, his best maps as a midfielder. He saw a lot of success with EKC at the last S-tier LAN out in California on the West Coast. Their team did not drop a single game on Gates of Obscura for the entirety of the tournament, and I think a lot of that has to do with Katsuna kind of spearheading the offense. We've seen him most notably known as a bit of a Juno Luna, like aficionado, but this Estelle he's slowly added to his repertoire is, I would say, arguably the most deadly striker in his arsenal now. And if we're looking at how the draft panned out, there was a lot of survivability trainings that got picked up by the side of St. Clair, but I actually don't think the survivability is the issue anymore. There's just too many important core control interactions that NJIT is winning. The damage is just the cherry on top, Surplus.
And Storm grabbing this recovery drone, especially with them getting KO'd often and frequently, is a very good move here, especially in this Awakenings draft. I don't know if it'll help 100%. This NJIT team looks very, very good, but St. Clair is pushing and trying to get another goal going. If they can get a set off, they could probably start a run, start a route. But that's only if Judgmental and Shiro can keep this core out of that goal. As the core comes back through the portal, core flip comes out. There goes Shiro Aisu, and Mirimeg grabs that other goal barrier, tries to go for a little sneaky angle there, but Judgmental is all over it, read it like a newspaper.
Yeah, this offense never stops, and it's the most exhausting part as a KO comes through. Mirimeg and Katsuna smell the goal. It's looking grim. Actually, Shiro Aisu's managing to put some lifeblood in it, and a great flip from Storm TFT puts a nice shot on it. Brawler in the net is a stereotype that did not come true today. Excellent defense to hold in the 3v2. Now the ball's a bit more in open space as both teams positioning to try to find their first crack at the goal, but Shiro Aisu has a 1v1. Burns the flip from Storm, but it's back to Judgmental, and Shiro Aisu's got it again, if not for the blink, and Katsuna passing down to Mirimeg. Mirimeg misses the strike, but it's back in control of Katsuna, thanks to the portal play on this map of pass, going wide to the both forwards on the side of NJIT. More good passing plays. Judgmental has the strike shot at the perfect time. Katsuna dribbling to himself with the portal, but loses it there, as there's a bit of a jockeying into the positions from both forward duos. Judgmental's got it locked down with the creation down there with Shiro Aisu. The offense just seems to be coming out from the side of NJIT, though. There's no shot attempts from the red side compared to the impeccable defense from Judgmental and Shiro Aisu on the back. Maybe Storm TFT is going to get an option here. He has it, and he converts. Exactly what's going to happen in this matchup. The Vice just won't have as many tools to deal with it, and the Dubu just has to hold on until they get that one good shot attempt. Nice goal from the side of St. Clair.
I do want to make something of note. After Storm TFT was coming back, as he gets KO'd here, as he was coming back from being defensive, the recovery drone did pop, which allowed that goal, in essence, helped that goal be accomplished for St. Clair. So very good usage of those awakenings there, but can't really say that for this matchup so far. There's a lot of offensive output, a lot of damage coming out of NJIT. As sure Isu, Storm TFT are getting a brunt of that damage there. Log comes out, but it just barely misses onto that goal barrier. Storm has this flip here and can use it whenever. But as of right now, both of these forwards for NJIT are going to try to stay in that opponent goal box. Judgmental has a lot to work with here. Good log as well, and a bit of a evade comes out, but there goes the goal barrier as NJIT is setting up for a goal, and they will grab it just barely past the whiskers of that Dubu.
That was a nice shot placement. I think there was a small lapse in judgment, but that's the problem here when you're the side of St. Clair. They're playing very well, but there's a saying that I personally like when I'm playing, which is just shoot the ball and one's going to go in. You can only make the correct play so many times. No one's going to be perfect. And so if you just keep getting shots off, and the control from the Estelle and Zentaro, and the damage as well. Jesus.
What a shot there.
It's just an onslaught that's never ending. Now Mary Meg's going to join in with Storm, make this a 3v2 all on the offense, and they won't let the ball get past them. Shot after shot is going to go through. Dubu Asher known for their defensive capabilities, but Asher also known for ability to transition to offense, but loses the ball to the portals once again. Shiru, Isu, and Judgmental trying to figure out how to get the ball up to their brawler. Storm managing to stay alive for now, but Miri Meg also a threat on the other side of the pitch. Can't forget about him. While Storm TFT is just getting bullied, waiting for the ball. Katsuna is just too fast. When he crosses that midfield line, he's almost 200 movement speed ahead of everyone else on the pitch. Move speed won't matter, though, if it's Storm TFT in front of actual Storm. The flip goes wide. Good stun from Miri Meg. Storm's in the 1v1. This is what they're looking for. Shiro Isu just misses the ball with the primary, but Storm gives Miri Meg another chance and slots it home. Excellent shot in the corner there, deciding just where to put the ball in the right spot to dodge around that Dubu log. And we're looking at an NJIT match point, which is something that I feel like I've said many times over the course of this season, Surplus.
Yes. Many times indeed. This the biggest thing about that last point there is that St. Clair, the Saints, they had an opening there. They whittled down those goal barriers. They're trying their best to get another goal in, but when Miri Meg, again, as you said, passes that midfield line, gets that movement speed, teleporting all around the map, especially with the portals, it's no match for it. Great flip there by Judgmental as the defense starts to mount here. One goal barrier goes down for the Saints. Storm will flip, but it's immediately rejected by Judgmental. Shiro Isu is super low. Goal is open. Shiro Isu almost gets KO'd multiple times. Oh my goodness, but stays alive out of pure hatred and spite. Miri Meg in the goal box here, and what was that? A core flip, and Storm hits the angle at the right time. NJIT goes up 1-0.
Nice offensive play from Storm to seal the game. The timing on that was tight, and you know what? I think part of that has to do with something I haven't mentioned, but I like seeing is in this Vice pick is there was actually a Vice buff where the speed of the primary was increased. I don't know if the timing was that tight, but I like to imagine it was. So reflecting on that game, we had a lot of work getting put in on the defensive end, but it just seemed like it was so hard to get the ball past Katsuna, especially once those stacks on stacks got picked up. It really just changed the face of the game because they were still able to pump out damage, almost 75,000 damage combined from the forward duo, which is like 3 times as much as the entirety of St. Clair Saints. Now, damage isn't everything in this game, right? It's only a part of it, only a facet. But when you have the pressure of the damage and you've got the speed going on, it's just that offensive sequence, no matter how well guarded, never really stopped. I felt like it was so difficult for St. Clair to have breathing room they needed to really win that game. So going into game 2, it's possible that a map that's more straightforward to play, none of the portals that could help facilitate some of that ball movement. Once that's off the table, we might see some sets stolen if we have similar compositions lined up in store. But I'm curious to see how that's going to happen. I'm interested to see if Judgmental's going to stick on these defensive picks. He has a very well known Atlas as well, or if he might try to steal the Luna away from Katsuna in the draft. We'll have to see how it pans out, but both of these players have an infamous Rocketeer in their back pocket for a pick. So I'm curious how it's going to go down in the draft here, Serp.
It is on Atlas Lab, and as you said, I mean, NJIT had control of that match from beginning to end. You did see inklings of promise here by St. Clair, but it was just shut down by the immense amount of damage that was being outputted, the KOs that were happening, and then just the pure core control between these three NJIT players. It was just beautiful. It was painting on a canvas there. As we get St. Clair banning the Luna out first thing, NJIT banning the Atlas. So the siblings will be banned. We will not see any of them in this matchup. Looks like the pick one. Again, St. Clair is on blue side for this one. They get the side select as the losing team. They will be grabbing Estelle first. And I am also very, very interested here, Vaughn. If you were Judgmental and you want to be a lot more defense oriented, do you still go with that Dubu or do you pick something else?
I think it's tough, especially because I'm expecting a Juno on the red side as an answer into the Estelle. You're going to be playing against Primetime or Spark Juno, unless Katsuna goes for a different approach. But that wouldn't surprise me at all. You're going to have to deal with a lot of pressure from what's going to probably be a damaged backline goalie in the Vicer Amy, something that we know that Storm likes to pull out. There's going to be so many difficult interactions you're going to have to win, and this is a map where I actually don't think Dubu can defend the barriers as safely on, as there's ways for him to get moved around on, while a lot of those gates interactions are just straight up into him or straight down. So the Dubu, while great at defense, is going to be in a tough pickle because dealing with all of the control that Juno, and actually it's been picked now, the Juno is going to give red side, notorious for being a difficult Estelle matchup, will be. I would love something that could maybe help get the ball forward more. I just don't know if it's in Judgmental's wheelhouse. We've really only seen him succeed or have an inclination to pick like the Luna, the Atlas, like the Luna and a smattering of defensive goalies. So I feel like if that Luna isn't on his team, I'm not sure if I've seen him pick something that's not a melee goalie, which now we see has kind of blossomed into this going on the Asher, the last Bastion. Now this is a good pick, Dylan. This primetime Asher, if she gets rapid fire or heavy impact, almost unbreakable, impossible to score 1v1. So I like the addition of the Kazan from Mirimeg. I was wondering if we'd see it today. It's kind of a full actually circle coming from the entirely damage focused composition from last game. Kazan Juno is an absolute nightmare to deal with as a goalie. So many mix-ups, so many reaction tests, and you can't make mistakes. Versus a Zentaro, sometimes they'll stop the ball, flip it around, or an Estella. It's very cut and dry. You know what's about to happen to you. But with Juno with the instant redirects, Kazan with the hook, it's so hard to know when to commit to something, especially when you're on one of those slower characters like Asher that you just hunker down on.
Yeah.
The good news, though, is that with that being said, unless they opt for that spark of strength, there will be less power and KO potential on the red team compared to last game. So that's a saving grace.
Yes.
While other hand, I'll talk about it before we get into the game. Why not? I love yapping about characters. Estelle Rasmus, an absolute one-time absolute bitch of an offensive team to play against. Okay,
use your one.
Yeah, use my one. Rasmus, highly regarded. I would say around the high-elo community, top players think Rasmus might be the best brawler right now in competitive. Has all of the. I actually saw someone type this the other day. I loved it. Jack of all trades, master of every one. Feels like there's no real way to go wrong with Rasmus, and he pairs wonderfully with the Estelle. And now you're probably like, okay, but now Asher is hard to defend against too. The difference here this time, Surplus, is the range.
Yes,
Vice was only in danger when Asher was in her face, when now was in her face. Now, pun not included or intended, but happened. Now, by comparison, we have two of the arguably actually the longest range possible scoring characters for each position. And they're going to put a lot of pressure on this Vice if Katsuna lets the ball go by them with Juno. So it's a very interesting dynamic where Kazan and Juno are the best characters in their spot at keeping control versus a bit of a mix-up from the side of St. Clair where they're going to be able to pressure the Vice at a range as opposed to in melee. Let's see how it pans out, Serpos. I'm interested to see the adaptations these teams are going to bring.
Same here. I'm very excited to see what these teams are cooking up, especially the St. Clair Saints, because they need to get something on the board here. They need to get something going so they don't have to go into losers. If you win right now, if NJIT wins right now, if St. Clair wins next map, if it happens, you're on to day 2. You're done for the day. You don't have to do another whole other round of competing there. But there goes Shiro Aisu on this Rasmus. It's looking like it could be... okay, there you go. There you go. Good Katsuna KO there on to the Juno. It's looking like, I think, it's looking like as long as Judgmental can keep things icy, keep things going on this Asher goalie, I think St. Clair can make it work. But again, you're seeing a lot of the same stuff from NJIT as you did last match. You're seeing a lot of this amazing core play. You're seeing a lot of the damage, a lot of the KOs being put out onto the field here, especially as you know, that Vice there for Storms continues to stay up there. However, you do have a Saints open goal here. NJIT needs to defend. Oh my goodness, what an angle there as Shiro Aisu attempts to get that in. Looks like this Kazan,
right.
As Mirimeg can get there.
I've got to bring something to your attention as Shiro
Yes.
Aisu puts it in. There's some craziness happening. First
Yes.
off, there was a role swap. Storm is now midfielding, and
Yes, you're
Shiro
right.
Aisu is brawling. Here's the weirder thing. Both of the forwards have Vicious Vambrace as their gear. I have never seen this, ever, in CCL, where both players... Yo, guys, let me finish my...
Yeah.
Don't score that fast. I had to...
Scoring. Stop scoring,
Don't
guys.
score
please.
that fast. I'm sorry. There is some craziness happening that
Yeah.
one, you lose, your teammates swap positions, already an interesting strategy. Curious to see how that's going to pay off, Cotton. The second, the double Vambrace is a crazy gambit. I guess they want to try to offset the damage that's going to get put off by NJIT, but it's at such a sacrifice to give up all your speed that I think that this might not pay off in the way they want to, Surplus, as 2 goals get scored by the time I finish making the point. So let's see. I don't know how it's going to pan out. I don't know. What do you think? Is the Vambrace enough?
The Vambrace might come into effect. Let's just say that it will probably most likely come into effect. You've got a little bit more range. You were talking a lot about range while we were on this break, and it seems like St. Clair has a little bit more range, especially with dealing with this core control, and they're getting these goals pretty dang fast. Good core flip out here by Storm as well, but yep, there goes the other goal barrier. Both of these have been so fast recently. We can't really get a whole lot of words in edgewise. NJIT looking to get a goal here from St. Clair, but I don't know if it's gonna work out the way that we want. Especially if you're an NJIT fan, of course. Lots of back and forth. Maybe the Vambrace will come into effect. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. You know, you've got Judgmental on this Asher. You've got the core flip whenever they need it. I'm thinking like, there you go. There's the equalizer goal there from NJIT. Does it start now? Do we start seeing the pylon now? Because once you get into the Awakenings, that's when a team can get some gap in between.
Yeah.
Space.
Well, we saw that point, the final barrier and that goal. It's exactly like we said. One of the biggest weaknesses from last game was the Asher just could not get the ball.
Oh.
Beautiful conversion, by the way. Might have to hold that thought because it's in. Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
that's
in.
in.
Guys, NGIT, you're too good. A beautiful sequence. Let's be clear. They're too good. They're too good. How can I talk about the good things that St. Clair are doing when this NJIT squad is just taking it away? Oh, and Size on the Kazan. What a wonderful day for him. That being said, real quick, Size goes to the Kazan. Juno's going to go Stacks. Estelle's going to go Missile Prop because you need to die from Vice. Vice, if I was her, I would probably go Spec from the Rasmus, and then Rasmus will be left with Stinger because it's too risky to go Prize Fighter.
Too risky, and he's going to grab the
What
orb
the heck is that
replicator
orb
there.
rep pick? Okay.
I don't know.
Almost.
Okay,
Almost.
all right. We'll see. If
Let
they're
him
cooking.
cook. Hey, let him cook. Let him cook, fellas. Let him cook. You know what? Let him cook. I'm down.
He's
Hey,
in the lab.
recently
He's
buffed
making,
as well.
He's making some new mixes, some new chemistry, some new combinations of chemicals in here. Let him cook here. 1 gold berry down. Make that 2. And there goes Mirimeg with that KO. Good job by, I believe that was Judgmental who got that KO there on the Rasmus. No, sorry, in the Kazan. I got name bugged, so I can't see the names in game. So I'm confused as all get out. Well, we power through. We will power through there. This offensive coming out from NJIT, trying to get this last barrier to get another goal in. There goes Mirimeg yet again, super low, and Judgmental's trying to get a KO onto them, but it's not going to work out just yet. Both of these teams working to get another goal barrier down as NJIT succeeds on that front. St. Clair needs to stay defensive. The Blobos come in, a lot of they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this core. But maybe St. Clair can figure out how to get a goal, keep the defense up from NJIT. Core flip is out for both teams, and the Juno of Katsuna has a flip too. That flip coming out from Judgmental. Back and forth this core goes, but great defense there by Judgmental. Mirimeg has to pop that elusive to try and not get KO'd. Oh my goodness, the vultures are circling for Mirimeg. Back and forth this core goes, and there you have it. Mirimeg finds the gap, gets it right through, and JIT scores first in this round.
You hate to see such a wonderful point end like that, but it's those tiny mistakes that make the difference. Storm TFT is having himself a nice defensive sequence, just misses the angle he's going for, and of course, you know that Mirimeg and Katsuna will always punish that on offense.
Absolutely. 100% of the time they will definitely do that. 2 goals down here for NJIT, but St. Clair's kind of poking back a little bit, poking the bear a tad. Not if Mirimeg has anything to say about it. Using the 2 forms. Oh my goodness, there goes Katsuna. I think there's a little glimmer of hope here for St. Clair as the offense slows down for NJIT. Here comes Katsuna back into the fray, and you're going to watch this offense just come right off the bench and get to work. You're seeing that core play as well, right? I mean, like, the passes are insane, and they're not being interrupted at all by St. Clair.
No, not at all, but there's a bit of a scuffle happening right now as teams are jogging for position, but more importantly, their stagger meters, as both barriers are going to open up. Storm a bit of a scary spot because he doesn't have his prime rep for defense. What a rare miss from Judgmental. It just kind of drifts in as both Mirimeg and Judgmental don't connect with their primary abilities. So out of nowhere, an NJIT goal is just kind of scored by Storm. Nice find.
Big time results here for NJIT. St. Clair is getting a few gold barriers off, but this this Mirimeg Kazan, got the 2 Ks flipped up there, doing a lot of work here at the moment. St. Clair does have an open goal. As long as they can get a connection, get something going here. If you're a Saints fan, you need something to get going on at this moment. Bit of a Juno Blobo effect coming out here. You're seeing a lot of... Look at how Mirimeg. Look, I can't even form thoughts because how aggressive Mirimeg is being towards Judgmental, especially. This Juno here, Katsuna, has a flip. So does Storm on the Vice. Could use that for defense, but I think they're going to try to use that for offense. Yep, there you go. There goes Storm's. No! Oh my goodness! Katsuna got there just in time, but it's too late. Storm shoots it in with the Thorns. And a kind of a rare moment here for NJIT.
Yeah, and there's the difference between Game 1 and Game 2. If this was that Game 1 comp, that never goes in. But we have the Rasmus Estelle, the hit stun at long range, just threw off Katsuna's timing enough where he couldn't find that avenue to use his flip to save that ball. So we'll have to see if he uses it here on offense. Immediately does. Doesn't really get much out of it, but that's all right. Oh, but Storm and Shiro Iso, on the other hand, they get all of it out of it. They take it all home. Shiro Iso is going to bring up the ball. Not really set up for an offensive push just yet, though. A bit of an equilibrium for teams. Kind of gearing up for the second round is now Judgmental and Shiro Iso are going to try to get the ball out of the corner. A dangerous spot, but for Asher, she can handle it. Miri Meg on offense, looking for a pass to Storm here, who's set up in a spot to score. Hasn't get the ball through quite yet with some nice movement from the side of NJIT. Going to see if this is able to pan out into an offensive sequence. Bit of a cluster at the top side of the map, but Katsuna now fully has his pancakes online. He's going to run away with this game figuratively and literally, but a good flip from Storm saves the point. Through Icy now gets the flip off. Oh, chooses the ult first and snags it with a nice mix-up on Storm. The ult from Vice not able to score or defend the score. And we might just be seeing, dare my eyes deceive me, a St. Clair set win, sir? Maybe?
Potentially.
We might see it.
We did see an almost set win last round. We're seeing it again. There goes one goal barrier apiece for both these teams. St. Clair's kind of coming back here. Oh my goodness, and there goes Miri Meg on that Kazan. Second goal barrier comes out. St. Clair fans, this is your time. Get on your feet. It's coming. Oh my goodness, there it goes. That Rasmus of Shiro Isu gets the confirming goal, and we're all tied up.
And the double Vam braces have spoken, and the man who took Orb Replicator is the MVP. Now, I'm going to do my favorite, which is just blitz through this. Oh, he's going recovery drone. Okay, boom, recovery drone.
Boom, recovery drone.
Then second pick, this guy's going to Spark, probably Spark speed. Boom, Asher, going to get, I don't know, actually, none of these look very good. Monumentalist, probably the best.
Stagger.
Okay, opts for the Stagger Swagger. Classy Aerials. And then, you get Spark of Rezil for Kazan and call it a day. Okay. Kind of a boring draft, if I'm being honest. Though the Spark of Resilience helps a lot. I don't know if you noticed this, Dylan, but whenever Miri makes stepping up, he's really offensive. But this Asher is kind of just clicking buttons on him, and he dies.
Yeah.
So I think if this Kazan is going to be less staggered, maybe could use the Van Braces from the side of Shiro Isu and Storm TFT, but maybe this extra resilience could be the swing that he needs to be able to have more of a consistent offensive pressure. When he's getting hit by these Asher abilities, it's difficult for him to find his footing. So we'll see how it happens in this first point of the set, Dylan.
We will see indeed. A goal is open here for St. Clair. Can capitalize on the momentum that they've created so far. The goal is open for NJIT to grab another goal here and get some insurance here. St. Clair gonna be marching towards this other goal barrier though. Try to get something elusive going on here around Storm, especially. I mean, he's been locking it down so far. There goes the Estelle of Storm on the side of St. Clair. So NJIT have an opening. There will be a flip that comes out. And beautiful mix-up. Beautiful thread of the needle there from Miri Meg.
That was a really nice goal. You saw both Judgmental and Shiro Isu cover that upper post shot that it looked like Miri Meg could go for, but the power of Kazan there is you never truly know what shot he can go for until it's already stinging at your net. We're going to see Katsuna and Miri Meg absolutely destroy these barriers. Katsuna, not a surprise, just too fast to catch, and his stacks aren't even up. This Spark of Agility pickup is making him very difficult to mark, as opposed to, honestly, moving the ball at real fast speeds. There's no slouch in Juno when it comes to core speed. One of the things that she's known for the most, hot shot not being in the pool is no problem for Katsuna this game. So Miri Meg gets a kill on the backside. It's going to be tough. Judgmental might need to use his flip here as Katsuna Miri Meg looking for an opening in the armor. Hasn't found it quite yet. Judgmental rock steady, holding the flip, but maybe needed to use it as the ball is going to get past Storm TFT with Judgmental in a place to maybe help, but it's so difficult. There's too many shots going on the net.
Set point here for the regular season champs. Gonna see if they can get up to a 2-1 lead and start to try to close this out. One goal barrier it goes, and Judgmental does opt to use the flip this time, but a second goal barrier gets the best of them, and oh no. Right behind the back of Judgmental, a 3-0 sweep of the set from the Highlanders. And Vaughn, I think is this? Let's see if this draft is going to be a little boring. Oh, maybe not.
Okay, ready? Here we go. Rapid fire. 1-2 punch for the Kazan, and then you have to deny Spark of Focus for Juno, or else you're fried. Then Juno goes 1-2 punch. Oh wait, this draft is giga cooked for blue
Oh, they're
team.
getting 1-2 punch there.
Oh, it's cooked. It's
Oh, no.
cooked. Oh, Juno has gotten 3 sparks. It is. I don't want to
It's
say over.
over.
I don't want to say over.
It's
but like,
Shio's,
if I'm,
Shio Storm over.
I'm gonna break the like professionalism chains one more time. They are so doomed after that spark. Oh my goodness. Now I don't want to say it's the game is a foregone conclusion. If St. Clair can dig deep, all right,
Nah.
it's over.
Nah.
Sorry, it's over. There's just too much control now.
Way too
That's
much
going
control.
to come out from the offense. And this is not St. Clair playing poorly. There's just some times where there's a break point in trainings and gameplay. And that's what has happened on this NGIT side. It will take the side of St. Clair to be playing 10 out of 10 to be able to match up against this undefeated team with these builds now. And it's going to be difficult. If there's anyone up for the challenge, it could be a top 4 seeded team. But my money's going to be on NJT to close.
It's swaying. Yeah, Vegas is swaying a little bit too much on the NJIT's side at the moment. We are seeing that the Saints are fighting. They got the goal open. They've got a man downfield, and there you have it. Okay, a little signs of life here from the Saints.
It's not over. Hey, it's not
over
over until the final goal is scored. All right. Good pass to Judgmental. Give me the 1v1 to Shiro Aisu. They're not going down without a fight, Dylan. No matter what I'm saying up here, it's
not
anyone's
over until
game.
Jubu
If
sings,
you
baby.
play, yeah, all you gotta do is play your absolute best games of your life, and you can win anything. So I'm looking forward to it. This could be potentially one of the most impressive comebacks in CCL history.
They have to lock in. 1 goal barrier going down here. The Saints looking to calculate another heist of a goal as 2 of the Highlanders are in net with core flip. There goes the other goal barrier. Judgmental can't do a whole lot about that, and there's the kill condition. 2-1 for the Highlanders, and 1 goal will seal it and seal their ticket to day 2.
All right, St. Clair, I'm speaking to you 3. When you watch this VOD back, after you reverse sweep this whole game in the 1-2-1-2 Sad Boys comfort zone, this is where it starts. Good conversion on the double barrier. Still the double barrier on the other side, but no, Judgmental had other plans. Storm TFT, bringing the ball up 1v2. Judgmental, strike shot goes awry, but that doesn't mean the point's over just yet. Forces the flip from Katsuna, but Judgmental once again. There, that's my king. Once again there, Shirice is the one. 2-2. Wait a minute. I don't care about the training, says St. Clair. I care about the Corestrike, baby. Hey,
I actually
let's
pogged.
see a set 5, Dylan.
I actually pogged when you started talking and they started winning. That's crazy. We'll see if they can keep this energy up, and as they do, oh my goodness, look at this clump of St. Clair Saints at the bottom of your screen. 1 goal barrier down a piece. No, kind of light work here. Judgmental has the core flip, will use it, but it goes right back to Meg, who gets another goal barrier. See if the Saints could get a heist in the making here. Here comes the core flip. It goes back to Storm of NJIT. Back and forth. It's a little bit of a strike war. Let's see if this Rasmus can get another goal barrier and open the door for a set number 5. Storm hitting it back towards the other Storm. Oh my goodness, it is just back and forth here. St. Clair is doing a great job with this core control at the moment. They don't want to lose. They don't want to go into the lower bracket and fight another match for the day. They grab that second goal barrier. Meg gets the core flip, but it's stuffed. Rasmus can get the 1v1 here. The core flip comes out from Storm. Meg has control of it, but the Judgmental Asher comes out to save it. Storm and Judgmental in the defensive mode, and it just sneaks by Judgmental. Heartbreaker. So sorry. NJIT moves on to day number 2.
Second there, I was believing, but
We were believing. We were all believing. They're fine.
there's just it's so much pressure in those situations to constantly make every correct play. and NGIT just dominant for a reason. Hey, signs of life from St. Clair. Now that was a game. One small interaction goes differently, and we're staring at a step 5. And I'd like to give credit for that, for sure. I like the approach. I think too many teams are a little afraid to try things that are considered widely by the community to be like troll or unviable. Like, I think there's a lot of vitriol and joking because we're such a small scene that, like, you know, even me, like I posted in Westcourt, I said CCL is the movie because I saw the double Vambrace. But then it was kind of working. Like, it was very clear that they were able to find more ways to survive, more ways to pilot around. But I think the speed that they lost, despite the benefits that Vambrace gave, was something that Miri Megan Katsuna really took care of. And the last thing I want to bring to our attention, actually a quiet performance that game, but very important, was Storm. I watched him more than once.
Which one?
Vice secondary over to the other side of the field and take care of business 1v1 with an Asher. He had some really creative strikes that instead of going right at the Asher, he curved up and around to hit that barrier. And it really got the job done. So I don't think that NGIT could have gotten there without that additional offense from Storm. I really think Storm had a big part to play in that match. So it was very fascinating to watch those two concepts of teams. Congratulations, of course. St. Clair will be going down to the losers bracket, but on a great performance. And then, of course, NGIT, which is not going to shock anyone, very solidly placing themselves into day 2, looking like the team to beat like we all knew.
Indeed. St. Clair does get to play tomorrow, but they will be playing bright and early at 1 p.m. Eastern time. I say bright and early because I don't know sleep schedules. I mean, sometimes 1 p.m. is good morning, so we'll see if they can wake up enough time for that. But St. Clair will be playing tomorrow as well. Next up, we've got a team that's on a bit of a run. The SLU Billikens, the Strikers from St. Louis, beating Texas A&M, beating UT Dallas, now up against a classic matchup here against GMU. It's going to be a great one, everybody, so don't go anywhere. More CCL playoffs are coming up next. Welcome back to the CCL playoffs, and we've got one more winner semifinal of the day, and it is a classic matchup rooting back to the beginning of the collegiate scene. It's SLU versus GMU. We've got SLU coach Vaughn and SLU and GMU fanboy Serp here to cast this match for y'all. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I have ancient reference there, but in the first season of CCL, I was the coach of SLU. I think SLU is the only other team in history other than NJIT to go undefeated in the regular season. I think I'm correct on that, if I know my SLU lore, which I feel like I do. But that team now has a completely different identity. The SLU today, Grant OS, is one of the upcoming stories from the previous season, where he came into the brawler position for SLU, replacing Coin, who swapped to midfield, replacing Trademark. So there's a whole bunch of movement, and now also joining them is Spirit Crab. And this is maybe, without actually not maybe, I know this, SLU has never missed top 6.
Yes, SLU has never missed top 6. GMU, I believe, they got top 3 last year. GMU has never missed top 6. They do qualify for top 6 now, but on which side we will see as we get into this game. You've got Grant on this Rasmus. You've got Zoro on the Kai as usual. Spirit Crab on the Asher, but immediately gets KO'd there. As you said before, you told me to bring this up, by the way, Vaughn. This map is very fun because both teams are either both on offense or both on defense. All 3 of the members will be getting into this game. Spartan grabs that first goal as Feeney. We're going to see if this is going to be a fun little Patriot ride here for GMU.
So you see there, Dylan, that's the interesting thing about Demon Deus that I'm going to draw attention to the viewers. Some mistakes from SLU made the Bears go down early, and that goal wouldn't have happened on another map. Spartan is able to walk up so far, and the same will go for the Fool, if their barriers are still up. Because you can play defense on the barrier while sitting on the midfield line. Like, look where the Fool is right now. He can stand here safely because his barrier's like 3 feet behind him. So this offense is never going to end unless a big play comes out from the side of GMU, which makes Demon Deus one of the most fascinating maps to watch get played. We're going to see if this offense translates into a goal, though, as the Fool and Grant have a nice defensive synergy there. Spirit Crab looking for the ball versus Spartan, but able to keep it at a distance, meaning that he's not going to have a lot of effective play. While Rabies Uwo able to pick up the ball. That's the one and only time you'll see me say their full name. Nice pass coming from Wiggly Wobbly. Makes it so there's an offensive play to be had. The Fool forcing it through. Playing a nice little triangle offense here, courtesy of Phil Jackson. Banished to stop the play. Means that this offense is going to come to a bit of a standstill while Grant gets the ball out. Back to Spirit Crab. Has their one, but Finney always has tools available to them. Really strong pick on this map, especially as the Fool brings it up again. Back and forth, back and forth. No team really able to find their footing here. Just sort of balling it out. A common occurrence on this open of a map when the Bears are down. But some back and forth and a pass, but Rabies, just misses the shot. Great find from Wiggly Wobbly, though. Doesn't detract from the play. Grant getting the ball to Spirit Crab. isn't able to find much. This is a bit of a traditional pick. Asher Rune, combo notorious for being popularized earlier in the game's lifespan. Interested to see if it's going to work on this Spark start, though. Ball back in Spear Crab's hands. 1v1. Spartan does not bend. Now it's back to Grant. Bit more midfield volleying. Not too much going on here in terms of goals scored, but you know these goalies are playing on a knife's edge. Not the training, but their nerves. One mistake means it's over, but the fool. Love the read here that the ball is going to get moved back and forth. He steps way out of his net. That's a play that only a top goalie makes, Sir. That was a wonderful way to put a stamp on that first point.
Indeed. As you were saying about this Asher Rune matchup here, Grant and Spirit Crab love playing this duo. We saw it at the LAN at Texas Tech. We've seen it in CCL in the past few weeks. They love playing this matchup here. And of course, Zoro on that Kai, the Kai King goalie goat. This is a great, comfortable little play here, especially as Spirit Crab gets the KO onto Spartan in the goal net yet again. And there we go, a Spirit Crab goal here, 2-1 for SLU. These guys are playing like they've got sweatpants on. They're nice and comfy.
Hey, a little sad boy Zemo from Grant. Was not familiar with his game, but I might just have to be a bit of a slew supporter of this game. No bias, of course. We're going to see these teams go back and forth on the backcourt. Finny's going to thrive if she can get the ball out, but Rune killers are so difficult to clear against this map because there's no way to clear down against them. Back and forth from the Fool and Grant, having some nice offense, able to move the ball up with the creation plus the Kai barrage to really step it home. Finny's looking for her ult on the barrier here. Maybe can start something, but Grant, another wonderful pillar, this time on defense, keeping the ball forward and keeping the ball off the barriers. While the Fools, maestroing in the back. No real offensive pressure yet from the side of blue team, but Wiggly Wobbly now has an opportunity to bring the ball up with Rabies. That results in one bear. Can they get two? Probably not. Spartans on defense here. It's looking like it's going to be a tough hold, but absolutely wonderfully done. No problems there, but Grant's going to make sure that the ball gets up to Spirit Crab, who secures it with the flip. Love that use. Don't greed that. Make sure both bears are going down. It unlocks your Kai on the offense here. Eyeing up their opponents. Bit of a slower paced game, even though the offense is always happening, which I like. There's no rushing to clear the ball, something that we see a lot in these CCL games. There's no reason to take some time. Make sure you have up the perfect shot. Not too much time, though, as the ball has some real unfortunate bounces. Wiggly Wobbly instantly recognizing that he has an opportunity and puts it through Grant and the Fool. Tying this up. This is a quick one, but I like how these points are going, sir.
That's a bit of a gamble when you come with Rune, right? It might those pillars might work against you a little bit. We saw that there, and the Rasmus of Wiggly Wobbly was there at the right time, right place. One goal barrier. Oh, just kidding. That Zoro flip does negate that goal barrier from a potential pop. Spartan does come back with a goal barrier, a flip of their own to protect their own goal barrier. Here's something interesting about this SLU team. They are very vibey. They work 100% of the time on vibes, not just mechanics. You see a lot of these CCL teams. They are very, very mechanical and precise with how they play. Zoro is mechanical enough to carry this team through the goal net. And then you've got Grant and Spirit Crab to just pick up the slack, get those scores, get those goals in. A very elite team. Last year they got top 6, which was unexpected because they were in a rebuild year after losing Trademark and Coin. But they're back, baby. They are one of the top teams in this league. But I don't think Jimmy likes me talking about that as the Patriots grab 2 here and they're looking to score another goal. Rabies punches it in and wins the first set for the Patriots out in Washington, D.C.
I think my favorite part about that set, Dylan, was there was one player that I felt like was constantly outperforming almost everyone else on the pitch, and that was Rabies. Mm-hmm. One of the stories of this season, in my eyes, was this player blossoming into an offensive threat. I think at the beginning of this season, they were just climbing up into maybe Diamond and Solo Queue, really known for this Vice pick that's fallen off in popularity. And already we see that they're blossoming into a player that's cracked this top echelon of established CCL lore and talent. Like, they have some of the best CCL players in history, Spartan, and as I like to call them, Goatly Gobbly, right? These guys have had some wonderful performances in the past. One of the only teams to take games off of the famous Lakeland Original 3, right? Spartan, Wiggly Wobbly, known for their performances in the NAS pipeline, but the MVP of that set wasn't Wiggly Wobbly, it wasn't Spartan, but it was Rabies. On this pick, on a start that a lot of players would argue is poor for her, this spark of Rezil. So I'm really happy to see that, and we're going to see this offense from GMU continue into this second set, Dylan.
I do want to clarify something as well, because I'm getting flamed in the chat about it. Coin was there for the playoff run last semester, but last year, GMU got the upset against SLU and made them miss, get out of top 6, which was not expected. It's a lot like if NJIT this year just did not do well on day 2. They did make top 6 in spring 2024, but they did not make it into the top 3. So something to watch out for, especially as this SLU team is continuing. Again, it's the vibes. It's a lot of this vibes. If they're not feeling it, they won't be able to perform as well. GMU has this goal open at the moment, and they could probably try to get a goal here, especially with this Rasmus of Wiggly Wobbly going right towards Rabies. The Feeny ult there, not really working out as well for Spartan, or working as intended. The flip comes out from Spartan, going right towards Rabies. Rabies almost there with a core flip. See if that gets generated any moment now. This Asher on the side of SLU. Spirit Crab gets the goal barrier down. Pillar gets it to help it there, but look at where Spirit Crab is positioned. Nope, all that momentum gone with the Rabies goal from GMU.
And that's the second time we've seen it. I have something funny. I like something that I frequently use as some friendly banter between friends, of course. But when I'm playing against my friends and they score on me, I'll be like, yeah, you got to score through my midfielder. But this is slowly becoming a real reality of this match. That's not the first time we've seen Rabies take the ball 1v1 versus Grant, put it away, while the Fool is on the back end. Now Grant and the Fool, speaking of the back end, are playing some defense here. Nice conversion from Wiggly Wobbly. He's got a lot of pressure. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4 abilities. Wiggly's burned 1v1. This looks like Rabies can now take it away, but a perfectly timed flip from the Fool makes it so that's not the case. Gonna take a lot of damage, but he's so fast once his momentum boots are charged up that he might be able to navigate this successfully with a nice pass from Grant. Make sure it's an open net. This is exactly what SLU wants. They need this Kai the freedom to move the ball up the field without being chained to the net, and he's going to do it right now. One pass, not quite enough to get past Wiggly Wobbly. 2 versus 1 in the top, but Rabies is not backing up. There's no pressure on this Vice to get KO'd off the side against a Rune Kai. Now Rabies once again just controlling, taking over the game. They can't be stopped. Little pass from the Finny won't really result in much. The Fool now has his choice of what to do 2v1. Can't force it through at the top side. Now Spear Crab's going to come back to help, burning the flip from Rabies, the ult. Back and forth, doing a little bit of showtime passing. Wiggly Wobbly has the mix-up here, but the Fool's not going to be swayed. That's a barrage to save as well, and a pillar, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Wiggly Wobbly gets the ball back from the offense that Rabies generated and puts it through with a classic strike primary. This is a GMU-dominated second set, Dylan.
I cannot agree more. GMU is doing a great job. Mid-season, they had to swap up a little bit of their roster because Wiggly Wobbly finally came back. Spartan was midfielding for the longest time, for about 2 or 3 weeks. And then once Wiggly Wobbly comes back into the fray, Spartan can move back into the goal net where they're more confident. And then Wiggly Wobbly is able to support in that midfield, leaving Rabies enough space and positioning to do some more of that forward and brawler mechanics there. So GMU doing a very good job, and another set there, 3-0 this time for the Patriots. GMU thundering their way into this third set.
And Rabies once again, the story of this game, I'm really seeing a breakout performance from this player as they pick up Vice's best training, the heavy impact. And it's off of the back, though, funnily enough, the same way of the first set, what we like to call the slot machine, a Finny card out of left field, just slicing the ball into the net, making sure that things don't go awry there. Stacks pick up lots of speed getting drafted here, prioritized. Some Asher size and Rasmus size to both of them, a firm little handshake between the brawler players, right at the bottom of the XP, where they belong, ABAB. And on the other side, we've got Grant picking up more creation duration. Really important on Demon Deus because they're able to funnel the ball into these chokeholds, and they're definitely going to need to be winning more of their interactions. They're on the back foot a little too much, and I think this extra creation duration is going to help make sure that once the ball is out of the back half of SLU, it's going to stay that way. They need the ball in the Asher's hands, and that's what's going to be the story of this set if SLU's going to have a chance to win it, Dylan.
I think Slew might have a good chance here. Again, earlier today against UTD, they were down 2-0 and got the 3-2 win with a reverse sweep. I don't think it's over yet, but goals open here for GMU, and it gets right past Zoro, the fool. Not gonna make it in. Another goal here for GMU. They're 2 away from taking this set one in dominant fashion. Let's see if they can clean up a little bit. If SLU can get some cleanup here as they continue on in this set. Rasmus pick is very, very fun here from Wiggly Wobbly as one goal barrier goes down for GMU. That makes it 2, and SLU has a shot. This Zoro guy, Fool. The Fool has a core flip. One goal barrier goes down, make that 2. Great positioning there from Rabies, and oh my goodness, SLU might be able to make something work here, but no! The wasted core flip! Nobody's there! Nobody makes it in time! GMU with the match point goal!
Oh, and that's the downside that you have when you pick this momentum boost. There's no eject button to cover your mistake. It's a knife's edge style of play, and that's what happens when it doesn't work out perfectly. Slew is now staring down elimination point, and Wiggly Wobbly wants it to happen now. Takes both the barriers. Finney keeps the possession alive. Ravies so effective in this top corner. We've seen them convert multiple goals there as they're feeding it to her. Uses the chain lightning on Vice to keep the ball going forward. Nice play. Looking for a pass to Wiggly Wobbly, but Asher, the ultimate machine at stuffing those flips. 1v3 while Grant is just stuck in the back. I'd like to see him more involved here. Misses the strike. Now Ravies has a breakaway chance here. Grant has the save, but Wiggly Wobbly, the offense is too much. It just feels like there's no way for Slew to survive this onslaught, and that's a dominant 1-0 start from GMU there, sir.
That definitely sets the tone for the rest of this series. As I said before, both these teams based off of vibes. If the team's not playing very well, it affects the mental. All these players have very good mechanics, but they aren't at their optimal if they're not confident. So let's just hope, if you're an SLU fan in chat, that your team has got a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder. They can be a little humbled here and continue on in this matchup and maybe get some more sets here in the future. Was this just a huge sweep mainly because of the Demon Dice pick at the very beginning?
You know, I think a lot of this is coming off of the back of... I'll say it one more time. I really think that was a Rabies breakout game. I think that this player has gone through the whole season kind of flying under the radar. Wiggly Wobbly Spartan, some stars, some darlings of CCL over the seasons. I remember getting excited and starting the 300 strong chance off of some incredible Spartan gameplay in CCL way back in the day. But now, the blossoming rookie turning into an offensive powerhouse really was the engine that powered that absolute offensive train that was run through the railroad tracks of Demon Deus. On the flip side, there was some good plays coming out from Slew, but I really felt like the synergy or the defensive help between the Fool and Grant just wasn't able to stand up to some, if I'm being honest, kind of fundamentally sound but simple offense from the side of GMU. There wasn't some crazy mix-ups going on, and you have the tools to defend it. You've got the Kai Barrage, and you've got Rune, who's a wonderful defensive piece to any comp, but I just didn't see the ball getting involved as much as it needed to be, and I need to see it more. Now, there's one other piece of that Slew puzzle that I think it's always a team game. I think that Spirit Crab might have had to adjust their game plan a bit and have put more pressure on the side of Wiggly Wobbly or Rabies, because a lot of times on Demon Days you have to play at the edge to get the ball up. So maybe looking for a dash punch or two on the Astra going to help, but it's so difficult because there's just a Rezeal star, and that's not a team that can get a lot of kills unstaggered. Like Rune, it's like you got to banish at the edge. You got a lucky Kai Giga. Asher's really the only thing. So it just felt like GMU had all the control. And Spirit Crab, I know, can get the ball in the net when they've got the ball, but it just didn't feel like it panned out. So we'll see if that changes on Gates. We saw this earlier in the day, and we know that offense can really get facilitated by some pristine passes, whether it's through the portal or otherwise.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what happens and if that can change if the map's different as well, Dylan.
Now, as you said about Rabies, Rabies is definitely making their case to be a CCL Rookie of the Year selection. Just amazing, amazing physical mechanical skill that's there. They've been training their hardest. They've been working hard to be on this team. They want to be here. So that's a great, great add for the Patriots. As we get into our second map, we do have a Spark of Resilience and a Stacks on Stacks to start things off onto Gates of Obscura. If I'm SLU, I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I did just get a DM from Grant that just said "ouch" with an exclamation point. Just ouch. So it seems like spirits are still a little high on the team. We will see as well as we get into it. We've got the Rasmus and the Atlas ban here. Pick one for SLU on the blue side goes to Asher. And we're going to see how this will pan out. SLU, they are a very, very good team. They were, as soon as day one of the LAN was done here in Lubbock, they were in the family room doing VOD review. They have been preparing for this day, for this playoffs, for the last probably 3 weeks, in between doing other tournaments, in between doing Launchpad, in between everything else that they have to do. They're also preparing for this matchup. They might have had to have GMU in their sights, especially because this is a huge rivalry. Both these teams get wins and losses off of one another. So if you're an SLU fan, you got to dig deep here. You got to make sure that if you're an SLU player, you got to dig deep here. You got to make sure that you can get kills and goals and get that defense tip-top shape. The Demon Dice map may have helped a little bit with the offense, especially on the side of GMU, but we'll see as we go into Obscura, because that has the portals. That has its own little fun map quirk as a part of it. We're going to see the rest of these picks coming in here on the red side of GMU. The Estelle and the Dubu and the Zentaro coming out as SLU will pick the Juliet, the Rune, and the Asher. I only can assume Zoro might be that Juliet. Potentially? I'm not 100% sure there. Maybe is Zoro / the Fool the Rune or the Asher? Because I think Grant is still going to be on this Rune. Spirit Crab will still be on this Asher. I can't really narrow it down any further than that.
Yes. Difficult to decide for sure.
Indubitably.
What happens in the game. These SLU fellas, you never know what they're going to pick. I learned last playoffs when I saw them playing Mako midfield. I never know. I just let the character select tell me. So
Grant
we'll
is
see what
that
ends
Rune.
up. All right. Okay. That feels appropriate for sure. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Also, I'm curious to see who takes what training.
Mm-hmm.
The problem here with Rune, I love the character, right? I think it's very well known that if you're in the competitive scene, I love Rune. Play a lot of Rune. He really does not stack those pancakes fast. So if he is going to take stacks here, which he might have to, he has to make sure to be really clean and consistent on the edges, not give them up for free, because if you ever lose them, it takes like 5 business days to stack them back up. So it's really important that Grant keeps that in mind while he's playing around these portals and doing his Rune job. And that's going to be the thing I'm looking for in this game, because the stacks are going to tell the true story. One team stacked versus another means it's night and day. And now that it's not a full Spark of Resil start for anyone, KOs are back on the market, and Estelle Zentaro is, I think, the best pairing for midfield and forward for each of those characters. Estelle loves Zen. Zen loves Estelle. They work great together. All their tools function quite nicely. So we'll probably see that over the course of this game, Dylan.
As the game starts here, a little slow start here as this SLU side licks their wounds, tries to get back into this series and get some more goals here. We did see that the Asher is Zoro and Spirit Crab is Juliet. 1 goal barrier down a piece as we get closer to the first goal of the set. You're seeing this Rabies Estelle going ever so closely into the goal box there as Wiggly Wobbly supports on this Zentaro. Maybe Grant can get a few more banishes in. Maybe there can be some way to slow down this GMU offense. As of right now, the defense is very, very good for this SLU team. As the Centauro of Wiggly Wobbly slaps that one in for the first goal, are we going to see more of just GMU on Demon Time?
I think this is one of those days where you're feeling it. Like, I think Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies are just firing on all cylinders. And it's really quite enjoyable to watch. I love, everyone has their own preferences for OS, but I just love watching well-facilitated offense between two explosive characters, right? Like, everyone's got their favorites, and Dubuwall doing what we know and love for it, but watching a Zen and Estelle blink around the map and make some flashy plays, big fan from my point of view. Now let's see if they can do it, actually. Wiggly Wobbly's going to help on defense, make sure that Spartan has some help after losing the barriers, but Ravi's nice patient. Waits out the strike shot. That was a good ass play. Nice. Wiggly Wobbly Rabies once again going back 2v1. Not able to really break it yet. So it's going to slow down a bit here. While none of these pancakes are fully stacked, the game's going to get a bit of a crawl to it. Both the goalies can't really help on offense like the last game. So we're going to see it slow down a bit as Grant has a nice advantage to facilitate the offense. Burning the flip from Spartan. Now the Fool's on defense, but not really in too much trouble as Spartan's got the ball back in his side. But always has to be careful. You never know when a Rune Pillar's going to pop up. Now the Fool in the 1v1 versus Wiggly Wobbly. Not a problem. Pass through the portal from Grant. Not going to result in anything but a pillar. Moves the ball back up. Dubu almost out of resources there, but Grant in a great position to make sure the ball's going forward. Spirit Crab positioning for a potential shot. The Fool tries to get it out. Manages to succeed and trades another flip for it, so not bad. Grant and Spirit Crab now eyeing a goal. A good banish means this might be an opportunity. Oh, good slam from Spartan. Grant off the rebound, good shot. Oh, Spartan saves it again. Oh, Spartan saves it again. Oh, Spartan saves it again. He can't be stopped. 300 strong. The Fool now needs to get the ball back in Spirit Crab's hands. Hasn't got it just quite yet. Grant back on defense with the Fool, making sure that it's locked down. Oh, that's a pancake stacked down. Rabies passes the ball to themselves as Spirit Crab and Grant have a 2v1 before Rabies is back. Now Spartan has his pancake stacked. Gonna help a lot with this defensive sequence. Watch out for this pillar, young man. Dubuwall early to make sure it doesn't bug. Well done. Now, things are settling down a bit more, though, here, Dylan. Let's see what happens while these teams try to size each other up. Now these pancakes are fully stacked. Nope, Spartan is once again locking it down. This guy cannot be broken at this point. We're going to need some help. And the help comes from a beautiful screen from Spirit Crab, looking like prime Dennis Rodman. Just stop him getting from the ball. What an electric point there from Spartan, though, to keep it close.
Great Dennis Rodman reference there, Vaughn. I can't agree with you more there. That was an amazing screen, especially from this SLU side of Spirit Crab. I mean, it was just intense there. One goal barrier goes down. Make that two for Spirit Crab. Keeps on doing the MVP stuff in this matchup. Seeing a lot more of the defense acumen coming out from Zoro on the side of SLU, and this is where he's most comfortable. He's most comfortable in this goal box, making sure that the core doesn't hit any of these goal barriers, as I cast a curse right there. But no worries, I think they'll be able to get out of this if Spirit Crab can get into a good position and get behind Spartan. Spartan is a very, very good agile goalie, and you've seen it in this past set. You've seen it during this game. Very, very good at keeping the core out of the net. So flip coming out from the Fool as Spirit Crab thunders forward. Great pillar there, and a KO onto Spartan.
Beautiful.
SLU grabs it. 2-1 so far.
I think that the rejuvenation of Spirit Crab, you know, it's funny, as I'm pretty sure in the chat, he said dash punch hard, got it. And he instantly locked Juliet, and he is 100% the spark plug that this SLU team needed for game 2. Taking the immediate threat that he's going to have to essentially give you a dead training for about a solid 90 seconds if he kills you is so effective. Once the stacks go down, the speed makes all the difference. So now on the other end of the pitch, Grant's got to watch out for his. Spirit Crab bringing the ball, accidentally hits it through the portal though. Don't know if that was intended. He's helping out on defense now that Grant's staggered, playing his life. Flip out. Doesn't really amount much, and because of how Gates works, the ball's already back on their half. Oh my goodness, Spartan just took that guy out from half court. Now we've got a 3v2 situation. This is going to be difficult. Oh, but Spartan gives it up. The Fool makes sure he clears that as well, but already the defense is back on pressure. The Dubuwall's been brought down. Shot after shot after shot. It's not going to amount to much, though. Spartan now's on defense. We know that he's going to lock it down if he needs to. Offensive possession kept alive by the ult from Wiggly Wobbly. SLU a bit on the back foot here, but not under too much pressure. Wiggly Wobbly trading abilities. Rabies looking for a shot. Can't find it much. Great positioning from Grant to make sure he's denying that. And Rabies has a shot attempt. Gets the flip out of the pool. Nice pass from Wiggly Wobbly. Nice bait from Rabies.
Oh.
Shot. Wobbly. My gosh. That was a fantastic play from GMU, and it's all tied up. This offense this game done is just fantastic to watch.
Off the charts, and you saw those two defensemen on SLU make their way towards the center, and Wiggly's like, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot for the top ropes. I'm gonna get into that corner there and make it work. Huge vanish out from Grant as it catches that Zentaro and that Estelle of GMU unawares. Doesn't really amount to much though, as you said before. Core flip comes out from Rabies, gets 1 goal barrier, but Spirit Crab comes back, grabs 1 for themselves. Grant looking to get this core around the Estelle, and good job by Spartan on that stop, but 1 goal barrier goes down regardless. Has the flip, can use it for anything, offensive or defensive. Zoro does not have that, so that's a little bit of some insurance there. It is used to go through that portal. But we're going to see if this Zentaro can stay alert for GMU, get the first set going for the GMU roll and the potential GMU route. But SLU isn't going down without a fight. Spirit Crab, super staggered, super low. 1 bad roll here from the Dubu, and it's game over. Estelle, Rabies, trying to get a shot in, but Zoro, the fool, grabs a core flip and keeps it away for now. The Zentaro, though, of Wiggly Wobbly grabs that first set for GMU, a close one. Very, very active on the offense. Let's see what these drafts are going to look like.
Curious to see what Spartan is going to opt for here, because both the goalies are first, and there's nothing that they super love other than some CDR from Asher. Opts for the missile prop for some more offensive pressure. I like this. Means that the fighter flight's going to go to Asher, while Estelle should pick up this heavy impact, but decides to interesting choice to go for the big fish. Giving Julie more damage on the heavy impact was a curious decision. And then Rune all the way in 6 slides a sneaky timeless creator. Such a wonderful addition to his awakening pool, especially on gates. Being able to lock down those tight clear angles, as well as making sure a ball can't go through a portal, is really going to help Spirit Crab continue to have this pressure that he has, while the Fool is doing a wonderful job of locking down defense almost halfway to level 8 in a game where his forwards are level 4 and 5. So that's just the numbers themselves, Dylan, are speaking to his performance in this game on winner side elimination.
I really want to see if Spirit Crab, with that pickup there on the heavy impact, does a whole lot to help out this SLU team. We already have seen a few Spirit Crab KOs in this first set. Maybe if it accounts to more, it can help out SLU and to get them some more goals. But right now, GMU is absolutely suffocating Zoro in the goal line. See if with this flip can get a save at all, or if it will be yet another Wiggly Wobbly masterclass. The flip does come out, but it's going to stay on the side of SLU. Juliet of Spirit Crab working to get into the same access that both Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly have had into their own goal net. Great save by Spartan, and the log comes out too. Good pillar placement, though, helps with getting that 1 goal barrier out as well. Orbs are up, and here's the thing. 1 goal barrier goes down. There we go. I was about to go off into another tangent there, but some more action is going on as we continue. Goal is open here for an SLU goal. Wiggly Wobbly trying to keep things back into SLU's goal, and it's just an absolute mayhem there in SLU's goal. Man, good lord, thank goodness that that Zoro was able to keep the goal away. Goal barrier does go down, and a great shot there by Rabies keeps the GMU oppression going.
God, I just love watching Rabies play this series. It really is. I'm just going to keep bringing attention to this player because I don't think they've been maybe talked about enough, and we should have paid attention earlier, Serp, in the season. This player looks like they very truly belong, and watching them find this consistent offensive 1v1s, sometimes 1v2s versus both Zoro and Grant, has been really a pleasure to watch. There's pressure now on the defense, but the Fool's able to clear it once again, and Spartan calm under pressure as well. And I think the biggest difference here is it feels like the side of GMU have 2 players on offense for every attack. Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly are helping break these barriers together, but on the side of SLU, I feel like maybe it's just Spirit Crab 1v1 with Grant trying to clean up behind him. We need to see an adjustment here from Slew where both players are involved breaking this barrier, Dylan. Then we might see a more offensive back and forth in this second set.
There you go. And as you were saying there, the Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies double team up in this goal box gets banished there by Grant on the rune. It is very interesting to see how this GMU team operates, because every other team, as Rabies gets that second shot there, every other team that plays SLU tries to go brawler-centric right into Zoro, and every single time I usually see Grant come back to help out, or Spirit Crab come back to help out and evade the goal from it. It looks like as if this two-pronged attack is too much for both SLU players in the goal box to deal with. Especially if you know, Grant doesn't have their banish, have a pillar up, have anything defensive ready to go. It's just so overwhelming. Two barriers going down. The attacks are absolutely brutal. Good shot placement there by Rabies, but the core just isn't there in time. Core goes back through and helps out SLU a little bit, grabbing one of those goal barriers. Grant gets good angle, grabs the second. Wiggly Wobbly has a core flip, can make a goal happen at any moment, especially if we get a nice little pass, but no! Looks like Zoro, the Fool, does have to use that flip to get it out of dodge ASAP. Spirit Crab back and forth, little bit of ping pong back here for this matchup. Great wall though by Spartan, and oh no, there goes Wiggly Wobbly. SLU has a shot here with the power play opportunity. Grant might be able to send it up to Spirit Crab, but the flip comes out from Spartan. Again, 300 strong. The core flip comes out though by Spirit Crab, and finally SLU, they get on the board in this round.
Wow. I mean, Blue makes sure they're not going down without a fight. All right, this is a storied school with a lot of history behind it. And they're not going to make sure that, as much as I've been excited about GMU, there's highlights on both sides of the pitch here, Dylan. As long as Grant can get the ball in the corner with this rune and Spirit Crab can continue to find these clutch dash punches, it's anyone's game. Now, Wiggly Wobbly, that's a great evade. We noticed that he's gotten KO'd a couple times from that Asher roll on the side, so I love that adjustment out of him. Spartan gets the ball, finds a wonderful angle, but a Grant OS banish makes sure that the barrier stays up. The last one, Missile Prop Dubu, helping out on the offense. One of the peak strength of that training combination on the character. Now Spartan back on defense. Able to clear it nicely versus Grant and Spirit Crab, not under a lot of pressure, but the Timeless Rune, making sure that this barrier won't go down with the Asher. They're going to have to keep slamming their head against this brick wall over and over and over. Let me come in. Little Piggy's Big Bad Wolf, Wiggly Wobbly. Now trying to blow the house down with his passive. Not going to really find it as, again, KO to the corner. That's one of these things about playing Brawler on this map. It's so easy to get corralled into that small area of the map and taken out. Misdirect from the Fool there, gives the ball back over to the side of GMU, so a stall is going to be completed, no barriers lost in the 2v3 power play. But Spartan's so good at finding that clear against his barriers, something that more goalies should probably pay attention to and note. Very safe way to get the ball out, but this time clears a more traditional style and gets the pass to Spirit Crab as Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies. So effective in this offense, staring down an 0-2 set count, but Grant wins the crucial strike war to keep the hopes alive. Rabies has the flip, looking to do a bit of a combo here off the snipe, a little too far. Bit of positioning back and forth, all ult dropped from the four forwards now. The Fool has an option for a flip, but can't find it. Porta play going on back and forth from Wiggly Wobbly. We've seen this, and a nice primary shot. The Fool isn't ready. All of a sudden, Slew is staring down the loser's bracket looming, and GMU in maybe not what anyone might have expected. I don't know how much GMU talk was going on in the post show or the preseason. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I didn't expect them to be doing this, is what I'm trying to say, Dylan.
I did K-Bot did call me out because I had GMU as a dark horse, and he was like, no, they're the 6th seed. Of course they're not going to be a dark horse. So, I mean, both these teams were on my dark horse selection list there. GMU is just doing such a good job going and beating UT Nerdboom, going out and beating Auburn A in the recent matches here. I mean, both of these teams have been getting fundamental upsets on their route into this winner's semifinal, but only one can move on to the winner's final tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and one has to play first thing of the day tomorrow. Right now, it's looking like SLU, but as of right now, SLU can potentially claw it back. As I said before, SLU got their way into that UT Dallas match by getting a reverse sweep in one of the maps and then making their way back and then getting to this moment right here, into this semifinal. So there is still life. There is still hope if you're an SLU fan, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get there. Only one goal barrier still down. Make that 2 now by Spirit Crab. And Spirit Crab has the flip. This could be an easy setup. Wiggly Wobbly says, nah, I don't want to see that. Grabs one goal barrier with the Slishy Slash. Grant's going to send it back up to Zoro. And there's nobody really there to help out. Spartan doing a great job with that flip. As soon as the flip comes out, the wall comes out. And Spartan doing a great job on this Dubu. The banish comes out to stop Rabies from doing anything. Oh, another goal barrier will go down. Both goals are now open. See if SLU can get a goal in here. It looks like it tried, but Spartan knows exactly where this core is and will defend it as necessary.
Wow.
Great shot there. Oh my goodness, the Wiggly Wobbly into Rabies combo. No core flip needed. 1-0 for GMU and 2 goals away from punching their ticket into the top of day 2.
I think my favorite part about that is it shows both players between the Fool and Rabies were absolutely dialed in. We saw the Fool immediately use Astra secondary, anticipating the snipe but couldn't get it through, while Rabies perfectly places the timing on the Estelle primer to make sure the goal is secured. We've got offense. I like the Fool walking up a bit more here. I think they need some assistance. Grant misses the pillar. Now it'll save one barrier, but the second one's all that matters if we're being honest. Spartan! No! Oh, he's a little too slow. Tries to find it through the portal, but it's not going to work, and now the offense is already back in the hands of GMU, and this is what we see a lot. These flips, while effective at clearing the ball, sometimes with these portals mean it's already right back in the hands of the other team. Flip coming through, but Asher, known for her ability to stuff those, make sure it's a quick denial with the passive and primary. Wiggly Wobbly, the full trading strikes, nothing going to happen yet. Now there's a chance on offense. Good banish, doesn't amount to much. Spirit Crab calling for the balls, got the flip. It's up to Grant, the Fool, to hold down against this offensive onslaught. Get the ball to Spirit Crab. He's got it in his hands, gets the wall out. If we can get one more ball into Spirit Crab, he can secure the goal with his flip. It's the story of this point. Can Grant the Fool get it in the hands of Spirit Crab? He opts for the ult. Not able to get a KO, though. A banish coming through. Maybe there's an opening at the bottom. There's the flip. There's a shot. It's in. It's in. Spirit Crab gets it in a nice middle of the road kind of spot. Able to force it past Dubu. Dubu not having the speed or the size to really close that out. And it's 1-1 in this set.
Especially in a set like this, I think the phrase that you're looking for incremental mistakes. If you're one of these teams, you're looking for incremental mistakes to end up in your favor. I believe that's what is going on here with GMU. They're doing a lot of really good offensive pushes and noticing those mistakes and doing a great job at capitalizing on them. You see Spartan every single time one of the Billikens grabs a core flip, he immediately puts out that wall. Every single time he sees that core, he immediately gets it out of the way as soon as possible. You're seeing not a whole lot of mistakes here by Rabies or by Wiggly Wobbly. There goes Rabies, though, as I say it, gets KO'd. The power play opportunity here for the SLU Strikers. They grab one goal barrier. Can they make it 2? No, they can't. Spartan with a great defense as Rabies gets back into the game. Rabies immediately going in for those shots, trying to get a goal barrier out, but great positioning there by the Fool, keeping it out of harm's way. One more goal barrier goes down. The flip comes out. The wall comes out. As I said earlier, it does make a goal a little less likely. One goal barrier going down for the SLU side. Good defense by Spartan at the moment. This SLU team wants it so bad. You could see it. You can feel it in their play. And Spirit Crab finds the incremental mistake for GMU, getting them on top in this set.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see a Sloot come back. Grant, pop the sad boys. Channel my energy. Just not the energy where I always get 4th place recently. Channel the energy that got that emote in the game, baby. You got to dig deep, all right? There's no 8. Game isn't over until the final goal goes in. You're down 0-2. You're down a game. Who's to say it's not your game to win this second game? All right, some defense coming through. Dubu Wall and Estelle making sure the offense stays in the top corner. I like the dodge on the Julie Dash punch. No reason to have any fear now. And Estelle's got to work on stacking those pancakes back up to be at maximum effectiveness, while Grant Spirit Crab have that speed in their back pocket. Oh, a bench! Kill him! So sad. Grant and the Fool, and now even Spirit Crab, making sure they're playing defense while Spartan kind of left alone. Doesn't really need too much help as the pressure's on Slew here to make sure the ball's under control. Spirit Crab going for a dash punch, isn't able to get through. Dropped the ult, but Dubu can handle that no problem. Great timing on the flip. That's always scary when you're both of those players. The wall's coming through, but the ball sneaks on by. This might be Slew's set to win, unless Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly can figure out how to get it past this Asher with rapid fire. A task I do not envy. Okay, Wiggly Wobbly with the ult. Fool, a little nervous about that clear. Oh, uncharacteristically poor play from the Fool, but Spirit Crab. Nice dribble. That's looking like bells right there. That's looking like my teammate. Good job, Spirit Crab. Hey, it's a team effort, all right? One player misplays, another steps up on the point. So Slew get there with all 3 players contributing, not just one.
Spirit Crab doing a great job at getting those mistakes in check and getting a notch on the board here for Slew. It's another game. Again, as you said, game's not over till the final goal goes in, and they are locking in at the moment. Got the glass cannon coming out, a little bit more speed for the Fool in this back line. The Twin Drive and the Among Titans come out for SLU. JMU grabbing that Super Surge, Ad Rush, and Siege Machine. Vaughn, what are your thoughts? Is there anything crazy about this draft, or is this pretty bog standard?
I think it's a bit weird overall, but the thing that I actually think is really big is actually this Among Titans from Rune is giving this Asher and Julie so much more effectiveness. It's going to make it even harder for the Fool to get broken with these primaries up. And Spirit Crab getting that extra size right there. I'm not sure if that kill might happen without 15% extra size, Dylan.
Yeah.
Like, that was a big way to come down.
Okay.
Nice
Wow.
Brand,
Wiggly
nice
couldn't get
play,
it.
buddy. Barton caught lacking, doesn't elusive the banish. W play and Pro League elimination has aura. If you're not in Pro League and you flash Pro League elimination against a player that's higher ranked than you, I think that's actually a W emo combo. Oh, Spirit Crab's getting both here. Oh, never mind. Spartan actually just had me. Hey, my fault. I am familiar with Spartan's game and I disrespected it. He's coming in on offense now. Asher ult versus Dubu ult. Battle of the least functioning abilities, but it's going to make sure that the pillar is not needed for that defense. Ooh, nice backstep from Wiggly Wobbly. Winning a lot of interactions here versus Spirit Crab. But the Fool kind of sitting back there just biding his time, waiting when he's needed. His teammates doing a nice job of making sure. Oh, wow. That kill came out of nowhere. I think that's glass cannon diff. The power making a difference here. Oh, Spirit Crab just misses the timing. Good patience from Spartan. Fool controlling the ball quite nicely. Only loses one barrier, but make sure the ball gets forward. I would say it's worth it they can get both here, but Spirit Crab's slight misposition, meaning nothing's going to happen. Little ult going down. Just a little love tap, saying what's up to Rabies. What's good, girl? Okay, Dubu actually working the wrong way for intended. Vanish coming out, gets the ball in the top corner, but it won't amount to much. Little porta play from both goalies. Not sure if I agree with either, actually, but hey, each their own. Follow your heart, gentlemen. Nice pass from Wiggly Wobbly. Trying to keep possession of the ball. Nice passes from Wiggly Wobbly. Sometimes I forget that this guy was originally a midfielder. Shows in the gameplay. W midfield. Rabies has the ball in the 1v1 now. Looking for a shot, denied. Oh. My goodness.
An angle there. Wow.
Yeah, what an eclectic angle from Spartan, dare I say. Now the Fool's on defense. This missile prop has a lot of pressure. Rabies trying to fit the ball through the portal. Misses it the first time. Now back in Rabies' hands for Wiggly Wobbly in the 1v1. The Fool has the ult to get the flip as well as deny the barrier. What a strange bounce coming out. Wiggly Wobbly back. I feel like I say this over in time. Back in the corner. Rabies is afraid to commit. That pressure of the dash punch is there. Good flip, but Asher known for her ability to do it. One flip going out. Denies the Dubu. Roll can't work through that ability, Buster. And Grant, really the hero of Slew in this set. Most quiet performer has scored both goals for a potential Slew reverse sweep.
Slew is in their bag right now. I think they're feeling it. I think they're getting their way back into this matchup. Again, it's not over till it's over. And they are trying to make this match last as long as physically possible. Spirit Crab has the flip. Tried to get a good punch out onto Spartan, but Spartan moving up, using the wall, getting some separation in between this SLU unit, and Wiggly Wobbly grabs that second goal barrier. Can try to get a goal here. Zoro is on the case. Grant with a good defensive pillar as well. Rabies with usually very, very accurate with this. Gets it straight into the Fool's jaws. Look at all that damage coming out onto Wiggly Wobbly. That extra size difference helps so much onto the Juliet, but there's nothing you can do if your goalie is KO'd. GMU gets right back into it, and if they get 2 more goals here, it's over.
Hey, GMU has been here many times. GMU and SLU is maybe the most played matchup in CCL. The players might change. The stakes might change. The stage might be different. But this is, in my opinion, maybe the heart and soul of CCL. These two schools going at it is why I keep tuning in. And this is a match that's going to go down to the wire, Dylan. I'm curious to see how this point's going to go. Spartan deciding he wants to be a bit more aggressive. Loses a barrier because of it, but I like the energy. Rabies makes sure they're catching the pillar portal. Now it's just a little bit of a lull here as they're trying to get Wiggly Wobbly into a good position with the flip. Dash punch and Vanish going wide. That's the KO combos going by. Oh! But the Fool, that's a big mistake. A missed dash means it open net for the side of SLU. Let's see if Spartan can make sure he doesn't make that same error. Good flip from Rabies to help on defense. Ult coming out from Wiggly Wobbly, trying to see if they can do anything. Dashes through the Astro ult. Another wonderfully functioning ability. Rabies has the ball in the top corner with some abilities up, and Wiggly Wobbly burns the flip from the Fool. Spirit Crab not able to find it. Nice save from Spartan. Back in the 1v1, Wiggly Wobbly dancing around the Rune and Asher. In the 1v2, Spartan able to clear it nicely. The Fool has the dash to make sure he saves the ball. Rabies has the abilities, but the Fool isn't going to take much knockback. One more, but the Pillar's there to save it. Grant with a... Oh my god, wait, that strike was sick. Okay, Rabies. Back to Wiggly Wobbly. Back to Rabies. Back to Spirit Crab. Where'd he come from? Wiggly Wobbly now stalling the ball out of the portal. Grant teleporting out. No Pillar to help, but the Fool presses primary. W Asher. Spirit Crab now looking up Spartan, but he's not under a lot of pressure. He's coming back to help on defense, which is helping, but there's no one set up to take this barrier. Looking for the dash punch, just doesn't get it, but an elusive still burned from Rabies. Grant flipping. Back and forth. Wiggly Wobbly and Graham sizing each other up. Flip going out. Up to Rabies. Up to Wiggly. Nothing. Astro Primary, you've done it again. And we've reached a little bit of a standstill here, Cerberus. I'm not sure which team's going to break through the creations, but this might be the time. I just lied. Sorry. Asher is doing the Asher thing, but this ball movement is really something. Oh, beautifully done. I love this passing. As soon as they realize that there's a primary down from Asher, she's so much more easily scoreable on. They're trusting Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies each to one another, that if they have a good look, they'll keep the ball moving until they have a potential to score the goal surplus. So we're on match and elimination potential point from the winner's side from SLU. Let's see what happens.
Indeed, SLU will move down into the top 6, but on the loser side, one loss away from being eliminated from the entire event. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. Core flip comes out from Spirit Crab, but it immediately gets KO'd. This Wiggly Wobbly Zentaro charging down the field, but a great pickup of a goal barrier from Zoro. Back and forth, a lot of cacophony in the blue side net as GMU is looking to close this out, not give SLU any more inches. Grant throws it into the portal. Wiggly Wobbly, super low, has to chill out behind Rabies. Got a log coming out there from Dubu, from Spartan, and the wall comes out as well. Grabs one goal barrier. Rabies can potentially grab another, but it gets right on out. Gets some space in between, a little bit of a cooldown in between these two matchups. Zoro gets a good save, but the other goal barrier goes down. SLU has a chance to stay alive. Wiggly Wobbly sends it to Rabies, but a good deflection by Zoro. There goes Spirit Crab. GMU have a shot. It is now. You need to make something happen ASAP. Wiggly Wobbly sends it back, but Rabies is banished. Adds and buys some time for SLU as Spirit Crab comes back to life. Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies both in the way, but Zoro doing a great job of deflecting, but it's not enough. One goal barrier goes down. Both goals are open. It's anyone's game. Every striker for themselves. Rabies back to Wiggly Wobbly, setting up for another one, but a double banish by Grant OS. The clutch comes up. They don't want this to end, but there goes Grant. Wiggly Wobbly has the chance to do it. Will core flip, but it gets deflected. Another core flip by Spartan. Back and forth this core goes in between these two forwards. Grant gets respawned, immediately sends out a pillar for defense. But another banish onto that Estelle is making this GMU team work for it. There it goes. Shoro gets KO'd. The Patriots move on, and the rivalry continues.
Oh my god, I was on the edge of my seat when Spirit Crab saved that ball with the dash punch. I was losing it. Wow. The full had 200 saves.
Wow. We will
I
be
got
watching.
stunlocked by those stats. Oh my god.
We will be watching
mean-
this match for years to come. This has been etched into the very texture of Omega Strikers competitive. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh.
Wow. What a
Oh
game.
my goodness. The passing from the forward pair, the fool locking it down, the Spirit Crab clutch dash. Like, there's so many different moments in this game that were so exciting to watch. Oh my god, 260 shots from the forward pair. GMU had to trudge through the mud and the trenches to earn that win, and by god they did. What a game, Serp. I gotta queue up right now. I gotta queue up literally right now.
We gotta queue up. We gotta go.
I gotta play some OS.
We gotta play this game. We gotta play this game.
I gotta
Absolutely.
lock in. I gotta play this
Wow.
game. That was sick.
I mean, insane game. GG's to GMU. They move into the top 2 tomorrow. At least top 2 of top 6. Let me winners final of tomorrow. They will be playing second against whoever, actually against one another. And after the first matches, losers quarterfinals will go out. I mean, both of these teams, SLU and GMU, will still have a lot to play, more to play for tomorrow. But what a game. We are both at a loss for words. We both cannot make a coherent sentence. What a game. GGWP to both teams. But I believe that is where we're going to end off here for stream on day 1. We still have 2 matches going on in the lower bracket. We've got esports at OSU and Lakeland duking it out, as well as UT Nerd Boom and UT Dallas. UT Nerd Boom currently up 1-0. Both 2 of these teams, actually, UT Nerd Boom and UT Dallas, in quite a few of our top 6s on the pre-show. So whoever loses there is going home and can't touch the grace of day 2. You'll see who wins that one. Vaughn, what are your thoughts? Before we end it all for today?
I have a very important announcement. Dylan, could you stand up for me?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I've got shorts
Thanks.
on, but I can stand
That's
up.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
If everyone in chat, could you please stand up? Please put your right hand over your heart
Okay.
and follow
I got it.
along.
Yes.
Oh, say can you?
you see by the dawn's early light?
Hey, North America just qualified for the European Strikers League. I just wanted to make that announcement. W North America.
North America! We dominate our 2 continents!
Hey, we might belong to one college, we might belong to another college, but we're all North American, baby. W's in the chat. I'd like to take this brief moment. USA, baby. Salute.
And Canada. Well, we got
And
Canada and
Canada.
Mexico. We gotta let them in.
Hey,
we gotta let
W.
them in too. But we could all share in the glory that is the Americas qualifying. Wow, what a great game. What a great way to end the stream here. Thank you for leading us in an amazing rendition of the Star Spangled
course.
Banner, by the way, by the
Of
national
course,
anthem.
I would do it anytime.
Yes. Absolutely. I think we're ready to go. So we will catch y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place, right here on Bestie in Slot. We've got the losers quarterfinals starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to set your alarms. Get out of Demon Q hours a little bit early tonight to get some rest. You're going to want to watch the top 6 tomorrow right here on Bestie in Slot. For Vaughn, I'm Surplus. And for Saya, I will see you guys later. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios.